It's time for another Building a Nation save in FM24, and this time we are heading over to the Caribbean to try and build Jamaica into a world-class footballing nation. It is certainly not going to be easy. And that is because we don't qualify for the Champions League, for the North American Champions League. We have to win, or basically finish, I think, first, second or third in the Caribbean Cup in order to qualify for the North American Champions League. And the Caribbean Cup, whilst should be relatively easy after a few seasons, isn't going to be easy initially because you've got teams from Trinidad and Tobago who are going to be good. You've got other Jamaican sides as well who are going to be good. You've got teams from Haiti who aren't actually going to be as bad as you think they might be. It is going to be probably a bit harder. I feel like the teams from Trinidad and Tobago are going to cause us the biggest problems. And then if you are lucky enough to get through the Caribbean Cup and get into the North American Champions League, we then have to play quite a few very, very good sides. You will basically get, I think, 4 or 5 or maybe even 6 teams from the United States every single season in the North American Champions League. You will also get about 6 teams from Mexico. You'll get a couple of Canadian sides, a few teams from sort of Costa Rica, Honduras, El Salvador, places like that, Guatemala. And we will be one of the worst teams in the competition every single season. You can see here, Cavalier actually drew up against Forge FC from Canada in 2025. They went into the second round. Where are they? They are there. No, that's not them. That is a different side. They played Monterrey of Mexico and got beaten. And then Arnett Gardens played Santos Laguna, also of Mexico, and got beaten. Basically, once you get to about the quarterfinal, it's just Mexican and USA sides every single time around. So it's going to be very, very difficult for us to actually win this thing. But we kind of have to do that if we want to build the nation of Jamaica. And to add extra insult to injury, we can never increase the amount of teams in the North American Champions League. We will always have to go through the Caribbean Cup, regardless of how good Jamaica is as a national side, regardless of how good Jamaica is as a league system. We will always have to go through the Caribbean Cup in order to get there. Oh, and it gets even more ridiculous as well. The Jamaican Premier League, whilst you may think, looking at this, Mount Pleasant FC have won the league, therefore they are champions. That is not true. The top 6 sides qualify for a playoff. And in that playoff, there is a quarter-final. This time around, it was Arnett Gardens beating Veer United and Harbourview beating our team, Montego Bay United, which set up some semi-finals where Mount Pleasant and Waterhouse both go through on penalties, and then a final against Mount Pleasant FC where they beat Waterhouse 3-0 to win the Jamaican Premier League. It means that we can finish in 6th place and be crowned champions of Jamaica. I don't know what that means for the Caribbean Cup qualifications, however. I'm assuming if you win the league, so if you get to the final, you'll be in the Caribbean Cup. If you get to the semi-final, you might also be in the Caribbean Cup. I don't quite know. I feel like we should get 4 teams in the Caribbean Cup. We might not. We might get less. We might get more. I have no idea. So basically, this is kind of going to be a bit of a learning experience for all of us. Anyway, now that long-winded introduction is out of the way, we are taking charge of Montego Bay United, who have played, I think, a season or 2 in the league so far, and they actually finished, as you saw earlier, in 5th place, getting knocked out of the actual kind of finals competitions. But we are taking over Montego Bay United, and we're going to hopefully stay with Montego Bay United for the rest of time. That is the objective. And I can't believe I'm doing this, but we're going to play a 4-4-2. I'm definitely going to do this. I'm not convinced how long I'm going to do this for, okay? But I've realised that I play the same formation in every single save because it does well, but I want to try something different, and we're going to go for something really, really boring. We're going to go for a 4-4-2 wing play and just see how it goes. It might be we get to like season 15 or something like that, and we go, yeah, let's change things up. But for the first few seasons, we're definitely going for a 4-4-2. And the final thing to mention before we jump forward to the end of the first transfer window is we will be able to do transfers from teams within Jamaica. Basically, because of the way the league works, it is going to be very difficult for us to sign players who aren't Jamaican and who aren't coming from other teams in Jamaica. I know that's kind of a key rule for building a nation. If we don't do that, we will always be weaker than everyone else because we just have to wait for them to release players, whereas we need to basically have the option to be able to sign players. So, anyway, let's jump forward to the end of the first transfer window. You can see we've got £10,000 to spend. I don't really know how far that's going to go. It doesn't actually go particularly far at all. We have sold a couple of players. It doesn't really matter who we've sold, but we sold Shamor Smith. He's gone for £1,100. We've brought in a few players as well. Gavin Burton is one of these players. This is kind of the quality of our team, by the way. We brought him in because we needed some right midfielders, because we didn't have any, even though we're trying to play a 4-4-2, so Gavin Burton has joined the club on a free. As has 20-year-old Kimar Behari, maybe could be his name. He's also joined on a free in the centre of the pitch. And costing all of our money, we bought a brand new goalkeeper, but I feel like this is a sensible investment. For £7,250, we've signed Daniel Russell, a 24-year-old Jamaican goalkeeper signed from Mount Pleasant FC. He's played 41 times for them the last few seasons, and I think he's good. 725 seems like a high sum right now, but he's only 24, so if we get maybe 10 years out of this guy, that is absolute peanuts. So obviously being Season 1, there's not really a huge amount we can kind of talk about because you don't really know any of the players, and neither do I. Looking at my assistant manager, which is Roger Rodney, by the way, which is a great name, this is kind of what he thinks are our best players in all positions. So we've seen Daniel Russell, our goalkeeper. We've got Josiah Trimmingham, who is one of our best central defenders. He does have 2 caps for Trinidad and Tobago. I do think he probably is one of our best players. He can also play in defence midfield if we need him to. We've got Courtney Allen as a defence midfielder, or central midfielder, not defensive, sorry. And he looks good. I do like the look of Courtney Allen. Lots of 9s and 10s there. That's good, because if they go up by 1 or 2, he's going to look like a really good footballer. And then up front, this is where we have a lot of strength. We've got Brian Brown, who is 4-star current ability, 32 years of age. He's got 9 caps and 1 goal to his name. 4-star as a striker. We've also got Jordan Fletcher, who is probably our best player. Okay, 9 caps, 2 goals, 27 years old. He's actually gone around a little trip of Europe by the looks of it. Not Europe, India. Okay, he's gone India, he's come back to Jamaica, he's gone to Albania for a little bit, and then he's returned to Montego Bay. But Fletcher is certainly one of our best players. We also have Deonjay Brown, who is a 20-year-old, who's also 3.5-star current ability. I might be hamstringing us by playing literally just 2 strikers. Maybe we need to push like somebody onto a different position. Maybe Deonjay Brown could be a left midfielder. Who knows, or a right midfielder. Maybe that's something we need to consider. Just having a quick look at the squad as well. I've sorted this by nationality because there is something we also need to keep an eye on when it comes to our registration for the actual league system, and that is we can only have 5 non-Jamaican players for us. At the moment, we have Hospedales, might be his name, and Trimmingham, who are both from Trinidad and Tobago. Going forward in a few years' time, I'm obviously going to be starting to look at hopefully getting some sort of Americans, Canadians, Mexicans, things like that coming in to make our squad better. We need to use those 5 non-Jamaican players really sensibly, because I feel like particularly the early few seasons, we're not going to be getting world-class Jamaican footballers. And if we are, they're not going to be good enough to really propel us through the North American Champions League too far. Right, the next thing to do then is to jump forward to the start of the next transfer window. The Jamaican Premier League will have kicked off, as well as the JFF Cup, which is obviously the Jamaican Football Federation Cup. We'll see how far we can get in that and see obviously how well we've started the league. Well, on the 29th of December, we have started the league actually very well. Currently sitting top of the table, just 1 defeat to our name against Humble Lion, a 2-1 defeat, 2 draws there, and then 9 victories, a 6-3 against Waterhouse. Couple of 4-1s in there as well, so looking pretty good. We're also in the JFF Cup quarter-final. I think there's actually probably only like 1 round before, yeah. So the first round we drew 1-1 with Portmore United and then beat them on penalties, setting up a quarter-final match against Mount Pleasant FC. I'm kind of quietly optimistic about winning the JFF Cup, although I feel like it's not that exciting to win. It's probably not something that everyone's like, oh yeah, you really need to win that. It's like worse than the Trinidad and Tobago Charity Shield. So it's not a good cup to win, but you know, let's try and win as many things as we possibly can. So with the season kicking off and starting off quite well, we have a transfer budget of 0, and we are also basically spending most of our wage budget. We've actually got nearly £1,000 of our wage budget to spend, so we might be able to bring in some players who cost absolutely nothing, but are getting paid a lot of money. Maybe that's something we need to consider. So we're going to jump forward then to the end of this transfer window, which I think is kind of maybe, possibly at the end of January, might be early February, and see how well things have gone for the next month. Well, let's get the transfers out of the way first. Nothing happened at all. We don't really have the money. I really have the money. We don't have the money to do anything exciting. I couldn't really find anybody who was worth investing in to try and strengthen our squad. What I am going to try and do for the first few seasons at the very least, I'm going to just try and not go crazy with just signing players for the sake of signing them, because I can. I feel like we need to keep an eye on our finances. We are nearly £500,000 in debt. We've been in debt basically since we took over. We took over somewhere in 2025. So we've been in debt for the entirety of my time in charge of Montego Bay United. So we need to kind of maybe try and turn that around, get that into the positive, and that could actually help us, because then we could start to do things like investing in our facilities, which we've got exceptional youth recruitment, but everything else is kind of adequate, below average, things like that. So we need to kind of get that up. We also would love to have a much bigger stadium, because 4,000 capacity is good and all, but if we're going to be going into the Caribbean Cup, North American Champions League, we need sort of 20,000 capacity, surely. The other things that have happened, we've been knocked off the top of the table. We've dropped down into second place, and that's because we've drawn a couple more games. We've now drawn actually 3 more games, I believe. Harbourview, Tivoli Gardens, and Arnett Gardens. We have drawn all of those, but we have made it to the semi-final of the JFF Cup. So we've beaten Mount Pleasant 4-1. We have set up a match against Cavalier. Cavalier, by the way, were a team that I was considering being in charge of, and I decided to go for Montego Bay United instead. It means I feel like we could win this. If we get past Cavalier, we can definitely win the JFF Cup in our first season. Well, next thing to do is to jump towards the end of the regular season, but the regular season doesn't really finish, because obviously if we finish in the top 6, we can still technically be crowned champions. So even though we're not top of the table anymore, it doesn't really matter. And this kind of proves my point. It doesn't matter. We've dropped down to 3rd place in the table, but we have qualified for the playoffs. You do want to finish in the top 2, I guess, because then you'll go straight into the semi-final. Otherwise, you have to go through the quarterfinals. But even finishing 3rd is fine, because it just means we have to play 1 more match. Maybe 2. Might be 2 legs. Not quite sure. But we are up against Cavalier in the first one. In the semi-final, it will be probably Arnett Gardens, I'm going to assume, and then Veer United and Mount Pleasant FC if we get past Cavalier, which we didn't manage to do in the JFF Cup. So maybe we're not going to be winning the league in Season 1, but we'll find out in a minute. Something that has happened as well is we have got our first youth intake has come through. We haven't signed anybody just yet, but we are going to be having quite a few players that look like they could be amazing with 5-star potential, but then look like this, who aren't necessarily going to be that great at all. He is a 6'7" Jamaican centre-back though. I feel like we need to sign him just because he's 6'7". Right, let's go forward then to the end of the season. And are we going to be crowned champions of Jamaica at the first time of asking? No, we are not. It is Veer United who have been crowned champions, beating Mount Pleasant FC 5-4 in the final after extra time. We actually managed to get past Cavalier, so we beat them drew 2-2, but beat them on penalties, setting up a match against Mount Pleasant, which we lose 2-1. It's fine. I'm kind of okay with this. We've finished technically in the top 4 at this point, which might mean that we've qualified for the Caribbean Cup for Season 2. So this is the Caribbean Cup for this season, and we've got Waterhouse and Mount Pleasant FC. So it looks like maybe just 2 teams from Jamaica go through. It might be the 2 teams who make it to the final. It might be the 2 teams who finish 1st and 2nd. I don't know. We're just going to have to wait and see. Briefly looking at some players then, so we've got 3 players who scored in double figures. We've got Chad James, who has been playing, I assume, probably on the right wing, 10 goals, 6 assists to his name. He's not very good, but he's getting the goals. We've got DeAndre Brown, who we mentioned at the start of the season, actually started 27 games, so he was one of our main strikers, scoring 11 and getting 8. He's unhappy, which probably means he wants to move to a big... Oh no, he just wants a new contract. That's fine, we can deal with that. And then Jordan Fletcher, who we know has been our best player, has scored 23 goals, getting 7 assists as well. We need to keep hold of Fletcher for as long as we can until his ability starts declining. So Season 1 is in the bag. We finished 3rd place in the table. Have we qualified for the Caribbean Cup? Probably not, but we're going to see what happens in Season 2. So the transfer window is open for Season 2 for our Montego Bay United side. We finished 3rd place last season, as we all know. I don't think we're in the Caribbean Cup. We don't know yet. We haven't actually confirmed anything. We're going to have to go forward a few days before we find out exactly what's going on. Financially, we've got £4,000 to spend, and we've got maybe about £300 of our wage budget if we want to spend that as well. But we are going to jump forward to the end of the first transfer window, see what business we can manage to do, see if we can actually get into the Caribbean Cup. I feel like we're not going to. But yeah, Season 2, hopefully, should be a bit of an interesting one. So the first thing we're going to look at is the competitions, and yes, there is only 2 competitions there, the Jamaican Premier League and the JFF Cup, which means we are not in continental competition for Season 2, but I feel like we should be good enough, okay? Because we were top of the table for quite a lot of last season, we dropped down to 3rd place. Frustratingly now, thinking about it, dropping down to 3rd place means that could have caused us to not be in continental competition. If we finished in 2nd, we might actually have been in the Caribbean Cup. Transfers then that have taken place. We brought in 2 players to the club. Hesron Barry is first up, a 26-year-old Jamaican central defender, formerly of Waterhouse. His contract expired. We picked him up on a free transfer. 3.5-star current ability. I feel like this is kind of what we need to just keep doing, is just buying, basically stealing the players who lose their contracts, who basically don't get their contracts renewed, and make sure that we're getting the ones that kind of actually improve our squad. So Hesron Berry is first up. And next up, utilising one of our non-Jamaican players, is Bashmi Joseph, might be his name, a 24-year-old Haitian international, 13 caps, 3 goals to his name. He has cost absolutely nothing. He's signed on a free transfer after his contract expired. And I brought him in because he's a bit of a utility man, and I'm going to retrain him up to be a left midfielder, okay? We don't have many players who can play on the left or on the right, and I feel like Joseph should be good enough to play there, so that is why we are training him. As you can see, he does have the makeshift kind of colour there, because we are training him, but he's not really done too much at the moment. And that is it when it comes to players joining the club. Leaving the club, we've got a couple of people to mention. Alex Forbes first up, moving to Dunbeholden. That's probably not their name, is it? But he has moved over there for £1,600. And Dunbeholden have also picked up Uriah McMurray, who's cost £850. So they've picked up a couple of our players. No one too exciting. We have also gone absolutely crazy with loaning players out. Oh, Jamar Stevens has left actually on a free transfer as well. Yeah, loads of people have been loaned out. What I've done is I've set up the development list to make sure that they always go out on loan to teams in Jamaica. They're not going to go anywhere other than Jamaica. And we've loaned out a lot of people, as you can see. Now, whilst I might start locking players into starting 11 positions, I'm not necessarily going to do it at the moment. What I think I might need to do actually is lock in Joseph, because I feel like he's not going to play. They might play what's his name? Is it Chad? Chad James. Yeah, they might play Chad James there instead. So we're going to maybe lock in Joseph. I'm not quite sure whether we want to be doing that yet. But basically, we're playing a 4-4-2 wing play still. It kind of worked, okay? It kind of worked. We're sticking with it for Season 2. And let's jump forward then to the next transfer window. You can see we're also well over our wage budget, by the way. So we've kind of screwed ourselves financially, which is not ideal, but these things happen when you're doing a save early on like this. We're going to jump forward then to, I think it's the end of December, and then see how well the season has kicked off. And are we actually doing all right in the JFF Cup as well? Much like last season, things are going quite well. We are currently top of the Jamaican Premier League. 22 positive goal difference, 29 points on the board, just 1 defeat, Portsmouth United. The team to beat us. We've drawn twice, Arnett Gardens and Humble Line, and then 9 victories. Some big ones as well. Waterhouse 5-1, Mount Pleasant FC 6-1. They're down in 13th. They finished second last year, right? They finished second place or maybe even first place in the table. So massive, massive wins there. We're also through to the quarterfinal of the JFF Cup as well, which is obviously good. I do want to win it, okay? I'm saying this now. I want to win the JFF Cup in Season 2. Obviously, being a transfer window, yep, no money. Don't worry. We're not really going to do a huge amount. We might bring in 1 player on a free if we lose some players, because we're over our wage budget by nearly £1,000 a week, actually. So maybe we can't do any transfer business. It might just be selling people. Or, much like Season 1, doing very little at all. We've loaned out 3 more players. So, Shaven Salmon, which is a great name. That can't be how it's pronounced, but his name is Shaven Salmon. Mario Campbell and Orville Duffus have all gone out on loan to various teams. He's actually gone to Humble Line in the Jamaican Premier Division. So we've done no transfer business. We are still hemorrhaging money, but we are now committed to spend less, because I've actually kind of set some players who should be getting released and things like that at the end of their contract. Other things that are going on, JFF Cup, we have made it through to the semi-final up against Waterhouse, and in the Jamaican Premier League, we are still top of the table, but as we know, doesn't really matter, does it? As long as we finish top 2, actually. I say it doesn't matter. Finishing top 2 should get us Caribbean Cup football, and that's what we need to be doing. So, we're clear by 6 points, actually, so that's actually very good. We've lost Veer United, are the only team now that have beaten us extra, that is, and then 12 victories. So, we've done quite well in January. So the next thing to do is to jump forward to the end of the regular season. Have we finished in the top 2? That's what we need, finishing in the top 2, because that should mean that we're in the Caribbean Cup for Season 3. In the JFF Cup, we do fall at the semi-finals, losing to Waterhouse 2-1. It means the final is between Molines? Molines? I have no idea how to say that. If anyone knows how to pronounce that, please tell me in the comments. Waterhouse are their opponents, but in the league, we have finished top of the table. Now, I still don't know whether that means we will be qualifying for the Caribbean Cup. I feel like it should. I feel like consistency should mean that we qualify for the Caribbean Cup. Even if we get knocked out in the semi-final of the next part, I feel like we should be okay. We're obviously not in the finals at the moment because we go straight through to the semi-final. It's Portmore United, Cavalier, Veer United and Dunbarholden will be the 4 teams battling it out in the quarterfinal, and then obviously it'll be ourselves and Arnett Gardens jumping in the semi-finals. I have a feeling we could win the league this year. We've done well, 56 points. It's a massive, massive gap between us and second place. What's that, 7-point gap? That's massive. That is absolutely huge. So I feel like we could be good. I've also just seen 12th Street have finished bottom of the table with 2 points and a negative 69 goal difference. They drew with Waterhouse and Mount Pleasant as well. Fair enough. Anyway, then let's jump forward to the end of the finals. Have we won our first Jamaican Premier League? And are we going to the Caribbean Cup for Season 3? We haven't won the league. We've got to the final and we've lost against Arnett Gardens 3-1 after extra time. I feel like because we've got to the final and because we finished first in the actual regular season, we are guaranteed Caribbean Cup football. And I think because Arnett Gardens finished second, they're also guaranteed Caribbean Cup football next season. I'm still not sure how it works out with who plays in the Caribbean Cup, but this is what happened in the final. We go 1-0 down. We then equalise thanks to Fletcher in the 80th minute. But then in extra time, Taylor and Morrissey with 2 goals for Arnett Gardens, meaning that we don't win the league. So we get knocked out in the semi-final of the JFF Cup and losing in the final of the Jamaican Premier League, which is frustrating. Does it mean, financially, it doesn't mean a huge amount at all, does it? That's not good. We might be able to see, we can't see. Okay, I was hoping we could jump to next season. It will say, yeah, here's the Caribbean Cup matches. So this is the Caribbean Cup for the start of next season. So we're not in this one. So that is Veer United and Mount Pleasant. Right, we're going to have to do some sleuthing here. Veer United and Mount Pleasant were in the finals, but they were also top of the table. Okay, this isn't helping anyone, is it? It's not helping anybody, but this is annoying, isn't it? That just kind of looks ridiculous, doesn't it? We won the league, but weren't crowned champions. Just taking a quick look at some of the players. So we did actually lock in Joseph on that left midfield, and he actually is now natural as a left midfielder. He's done all right, 9 goals and 6 assists, so he's actually our 3rd top goal scorer. We've got Brown with our 2nd top goal scorer, 14 and 2 in all competitions, and Fletcher, as we expected, is our top goal scorer with 23 goals in all competitions. He is out of contract in the summer, and I really want him to sign a new one, but we're not quite sure whether he's actually going to want to do it. We might need to pay him a lot of money. You're going to have to stick around for Season 3 to find out whether we actually do that. Another thing that's happened, obviously, we do get our youth intake, which I'm not even sure when it comes through, possibly around April time. We have got a few players that have come through, which might be good. Ryan McGovern is the only one that I'm kind of not, I was going to say excited about. You look at him and he's nothing to be excited about at all, but he's only 15. He's got 5-star potential. If he gets up to a 3-star player, that's probably okay for us at the moment. At 15 as well, plenty of time to grow. One thing that we do need to try and do, and it's not really in our control to do it, but we need to start selling players to Mexico, to the United States and to Canada, because we do have those leagues on. And if we get players going over there, we can stick in nice big sell-ons, like 50% sell-on to a player who goes over to, let's say, Tigres, who then eventually moves over to Real Madrid or something like that in a few years' time. Could mean like £10 million coming our way. If they go to the MLS, it's a little bit weirder because of the whole draft nonsense. If they go to Canada, chances are they're probably not going to go for huge money, but they still might go for a little bit of money. And I think that is our way to try and fix our financial situation, to be honest. So with Season 2 in the bag, we have won the league, but not won a trophy, which is frustrating. But I do think we will be in the Caribbean Cup for Season 3. So over the summer, we're going to have to do a little bit of transfer business, I think, to try and strengthen our squad. And we're going to see how well things go in our first ever expedition into the Caribbean Cup. And hopefully we can qualify for the North American Champions League as well. So last season with our Montego Bay United side, we technically didn't win the league, despite the fact that we won the league. It's weird, I don't still quite understand it. I kind of do understand it, but it's annoying because we won the league by a total of 7 points. But Arnett Gardens actually win the championship because basically you go into the Champions playoff, which we did get to the final of, and we lose 3-1 in extra time. One good thing about this, however, though, is the fact that we have now qualified for the Caribbean Cup, I believe. I'm still not 100% certain, but I'm pretty sure we've qualified for the Caribbean Cup because it will be ourselves and Arnett Gardens going into that tournament. A tournament that we have to basically finish in the top 3 if we want to get into the North American Champions League. And ultimately, that kind of has to be the goal. I was going to say early doors. Early doors, it's probably just to get into the North American Champions League. Longer term, maybe after, say, 15 years, it's to win the thing. Even longer term, I don't really know what we want to go for after that. Once we start winning the North American Champions League, we need to then start investing money. We need to start bringing players through our youth team, that sort of thing, and basically turning this team into a bit of a financial powerhouse that can basically, no one can compete with us financially. No one will be able to compete with us financially in Jamaica within about 10 seasons quite comfortably, but we need to make it so nobody can compete with us within North America within about 20 seasons. I hope that's the way we're going. Something that we do need to try and do as well, and it's not necessarily a thing that we have to do, but I want to do it. We obviously want to improve our facilities, so training, youth, junior, coaching and youth recruitment. We want to get those all improved, and we also want to make our stadium as big as possible, or the dream scenario, build Stuart Pearce Stadium, where a stadium will be named after me in Football Manager in Jamaica for some reason. Anyway, it is the start of Season 3 financially. We are in absolutely dire straits, but I'm expecting this to be the case for a fair few seasons. We have very little transfer budget. We've got very little wage budget to spend. Not expecting a big summer when it comes to transfers, so we're going to jump forward and find out whether that is actually the case. So on the 5th of September, the transfer window has closed, and we were even less busy than I thought we would be. We brought in literally nobody to the club. We have loaned out a whole bunch of players, as you come to expect now, but we have also managed to sell a player. It is Rodave Murray, he has gone to Waterhouse for a little bit of money, which is obviously quite nice. He wasn't really playing for us because he was kind of our fourth choice striker at this point, so getting £2,300 actually doesn't sound like a lot of money, but it's basically doubled our transfer budget. Oh, but you can clearly see there that we are now nearly £1 million in debt, so yeah, we're just going to be in the red for a fair few seasons. It's fine, it's nothing to worry about. So I was hoping on the 5th of September it would say that we're in the Caribbean Cup. However, I'm wondering whether we're going to be in next season's Caribbean Cup. Maybe. I don't know. I would have thought it would turn up here by now. So we've got the Jamaican Premier League, we've got the JFF Cup, and that is all we have at the moment. Obviously, it is the 5th of September. The transfer window has closed. The season technically has not started. There is no Caribbean Cup turning up here. I'm starting to think we might not be in the Caribbean Cup. But we should be. Surely we should be. Anyway, just a reminder that we are going for a 4-4-2 wing play with Montego Bay United. It's not the best tactic by any means, but I feel like early days, doesn't really matter what we play because all we're going to be doing is getting the best players into the club, and we can probably play a control possession or even something stupid like a Catenaccio and probably still dominate the league. So we're playing for a 4-4-2 wing play. We are locking in Batchme Joseph on that left-hand side, although arguably probably doesn't need it anymore because he is a natural left midfielder, which is good to see. We are going to jump forward now to around the 1st of January, see how well things go in the first part of the season, and hopefully we are in the Caribbean Cup. It is the 27th of December, 2 days after Christmas in 2027, and we are not in the Caribbean Cup, and I don't really know why, but maybe in Season 4, that's when we'll be in the Caribbean Cup because we've done so well in our Season 2. It might just be it's kind of staggered, okay? That's what needs to happen. You can see, obviously, the JFF Cup, we are into the quarterfinals. And more importantly, in the Jamaican Premier League, we are sat top of the table, currently on an Invincibles run. 9 wins, 3 draws, 0 defeats. Opposite end of the table, however, Dunbarholden have got 12 defeats out of 12, so they're doing absolutely appallingly. We've drawn 3 times against Mount Pleasant, Waterhouse and Cavalier, and then obviously 9 wins against most teams, in fact, pretty much all teams in the league, including some very big results, three games there where we scored 5 goals, a 4-0, a 3-0, another 3-0 against Arnett Gardens, obviously last season's champions. I think we're doing all right this year. And looking at the squad sorting by goals, we've got a lot of players actually kind of chipping in with goals. So Courtney Allen's got 3, we've got Leo Campbell also with 3, we've got Barry scoring 3, we've also got Jamal Flowers on 3, moving up to Joseph on 5, we've got DeRue on 5, and then in 6 games, Jason Foster has scored 6 goals. He's been very injured, okay? He keeps getting injured by the looks of it. So yeah, Jason Foster, who, I mean, he's been here since the start of the save. He doesn't look too bad, does he? He's not good enough to play for us, realistically, but the fact that he scored 6 and 6 is pretty good. Once again, obviously, it is a transfer window. We've got £3,479 to spend. We do have about £800 a week of a wage budget, so we could bring somebody in on a ridiculously high wage. Like £800 a week is a big wage for us at the moment. We have gone up in kind of money, and I'm not quite sure why. I assume, yeah, so an investment has just come in, basically, so someone's just chucked a whole bunch of money at us for no reason. I assume because our finances were so bad, we were basically just going to disappear off the face of the game if it kept going that way. So just checking, the 2027 Caribbean Cup was actually won by Mount Pleasant FC obviously, of Jamaica, VA United of Jamaica getting to the final as well. And then Cibao FC, who are from the Dominican Republic, were the third team to get through to the North American Champions League. So yeah, we weren't in the 2027 edition, but we should be in the 2028 edition, which gives us the opportunity to qualify for the 2028 North American Champions League as well. Because basically what happens is the Caribbean Cup will be all done and finished by sort of early December, and then the North American Champions League will begin in around March time, I believe, February, March time, because that's when like the MLS and everything like that start. Anyway, it's the 27th of December, transfer window is open, we've got money to spend in terms of salary, so let's see what we can do. First things first then, on the 27th of January, looking at our competitions page, the Caribbean Cup has arrived, so it will begin on the 15th of August 2028. So yeah, we do kind of enter it the year after we qualify, which is fine. It makes sense to me now. From a Jamaican Premier League perspective, we are still on an Invincibles run, 42 points on the board, but still only 6 points clear of Boys Town in second place. But we know it doesn't really matter whether we finish top of the table or even down in sixth. We can still be crowned champions. We've also got Dunbarholden have picked up 2 points, a 3-3 draw against Cavalier, and a 1-1 draw against second place Boys Town. What is going on? Dunbarholden are in a bit of a weird situation. Also, the JFF Cup, we have made it to the semi-final. Portmore United will be our opponents. Mount Pleasant play Boys Town in the other semi-final. What do we do financially? Yep, nothing at all, because we've got money, okay? We have a bit of money to spend, but I don't want to spend it for the sake of spending it. We are top of the table. Let's try and hold on to it and see if we can maybe fix these finances by just not spending money, okay? Sounds ridiculous, but if we don't spend money, maybe we're not just going to hemorrhage money for like 5 or 6 seasons. We did obviously loan out a few players as well, so like I think 2 players in fact. Sean Shetty has gone out on loan to Star Cosmos, and Swabby has gone on loan to Negril FC. So they've not come in yet, but our youth candidates for Season 3 apparently is a good intake, 3.5 star, doesn't sound too amazing, but we do have a C goalkeeper. Everyone else is E's, but our best player is potentially going to be a goalkeeper, which could be handy, because getting in a decent Jamaican goalkeeper might be a really big key part to doing well in this save. Anyway, let's jump forward then to the end of the regular season, see whether we finish top of the table, and then we obviously go into the finals, and then probably lose in the final against, let's say, Humble Lion. Why not? So I joked about Humble Lion beating us in the final. They've managed to climb up from 6th or 5th place in the table to 2nd place. We have lost a few matches. I'm assuming one of them was Humble Lion. Yes, it was Mount Pleasant and Dunbarholden. We lost to the team who were bottom of the table. They didn't almost claw themselves out of it, but the fact they were so close to not finishing bottom is weirdly quite impressive. 17 wins, 6 draws, 3 defeats means we do finish top of the table, but we do have to go into the finals, and probably, do we know who we're going to play? So Boys Town play Veer, Cavalier play Arnott Gardens, and then we will play one of the winners of those matches. I feel like we should be good enough to get to the final again. So we do have our youth intake as well. Obviously, it's the 9th of April, so not everyone, in fact, nobody has signed a contract at the moment. The best player is Ian Watson, who doesn't look particularly amazing, but we do need to remember he is 16 years old, and we are currently playing in Jamaica, so we're not going to be getting a Leo Messi, and if we do get a Leo Messi, he's not sticking around. So Watson, he could be good. He's got some reasonable mental numbers there. We were supposed to get a really good goalkeeper, which I assume is Sean McCoy. He does look awful, doesn't he? Let's be honest, he looks awful, but he's got aerial reach, he's got handling, he's got kicking, he's got reflexes. What more do you want from a 15-year-old goalkeeper? There's nobody else really that exciting, by the way, in this list of players, so take my word for it, those are the 2 best players. I will show you, actually, because I don't think I have shown you my head of youth development. I have tried to replace him, but nobody comes close to him for the money that he's paid. He's paid £250 a week, and he's probably maybe the 4th or 5th best head of youth development that we can possibly get. Everyone else who we could join, who would want to join us, want £800, £900 a week. And right now, we can't afford to do that financially. So Damien McNeish might be our head of youth development for a fair few seasons to come. Anyway then, so we've won the league, but we haven't won a trophy yet. So we're going to jump forward to find out whether we are going to win our first ever Jamaican Premier League in charge of Montego Bay. First of all, we were runners-up in the JFF Cup final, losing 3-2 against Mount Pleasant FC. That is very frustrating. What is more frustrating is the fact that we got knocked out in the semi-finals, along with Humble Lion of the Jamaican Premier League, and it was won by Arnott Gardens. Arnott Gardens, by the way, were a team that finished in 5th place in the table. They were 16 points behind us. 16 whole points behind us, and they are double back-to-back champions of the league. It's annoying. It's really annoying. The teams who finished in 5th and 6th were in the final. Does this mean we're in the Caribbean Cup for 2029? I hope it means us and Humble Lion get through. I'm worried it might be Arnott Gardens and Veer United. We're going to have to wait and see, I guess, towards the end of next season. Before we get to the end of next season, I just want to point out the goal scorers that we have got. We did get a lot of goals from all over the pitch. A few players to kind of point out. So Jamal Flowers, an 18-year-old striker, getting 6 goals, and he's absolutely garbage, but that's pretty impressive. We've got Joseph scoring 9, getting 7 assists. We've got Nick Daru, which is a good name, scoring 10 goals and 8 assists. Leo Campbell, 21-year-old striker. He's wanted. Who wants Leo Campbell? I'm worried that somebody big. It's Veer United end of his contract. He's out of contract in a month. Probably need to get him a new one, I think. 11 goals and 8 assists. But top goal scorer was Jason Foster, who he seems to have just kind of turned up, hasn't he? He was kind of just... He didn't really play. I mean, he did play. He played most of the time off the bench last season. But then scoring 17 goals this time around. That's pretty good. I have just realised I completely forgot to mention this, by the way. The reason why he's playing, because Jordan Fletcher did not want to sign a new contract, so he actually just got released and hasn't got a new deal anywhere, which is just madness. And Rashid Brown, similar situation, although he's not a striker, he also had his contract expire. And yeah, basically, we were just never really playing that guy. So yeah, that's the reason why, what's his name? Jason Foster managed to get so many opportunities, same as Jamal Flowers. But 18 goals in 22 starts is very good for a 20-year-old who was on loan to another team a couple of seasons ago and a player who did not score a single goal for us last season. So I guess then at the end of Season 3, it's not particularly good reading for our Montego Bay United side. We are runners-up in the JFF Cup and we did not win the Jamaican Premier League despite the fact that we were undefeated for a lot of it and then we just absolutely ballsed it up. We actually won the league but didn't win the trophy, but we are in the Caribbean Cup next season and hopefully we're also in the 2029 Caribbean Cup as well. So then the big news for Season 4 for our Montego Bay United side is the fact that we are in the Caribbean Cup and we do know who our opponents will be. We have AS Capois, maybe, could be the name, from Haiti, who I think might be one of the better sides. We have Pantoja. Again, no idea how any of these are pronounced, so we're just going to go with it and completely ruin all of them. From Dominican Republic, we have TLH Rangers, who are from Trinidad and Tobago. They are actually a professional side, and Violet, who are a semi-professional side from Haiti. So I think, actually, it is ourselves and TLH Rangers who are the only professional sides in the group for us. Arnott Gardens, on the other hand, are in Group A with Saboa FC from Dominican Republic, Defence Force from Trinidad and Tobago. We have Etol Maturi from French Guiana and Quintana from Puerto Rico. So when you look at the past few winners, so the last 5 winners, Dunbeholden, obviously from Jamaica, Arnott Gardens from Jamaica, and Mount Pleasant FC from Jamaica, actually looking at it as well. So Veer United, Waterhouse, and Cavalier, also from Jamaica, Mount Pleasant, Veer, and Cavalier always from Jamaica. So the chances are we're going to get one, probably 2 teams from Jamaica through to the North American Champions League. So we just need to hope that we can get ourselves to the... Basically, if we can finish 3rd place or just get to the final, we are into the North American Champions League, which could be absolutely massive, not least for the fact that we haven't got any money. So anyway, at the start of the season, obviously, we are in a transfer window. We haven't got to the point where players are going to be released, but I will make sure that I will show you anyone who has been released because I completely forgot to do it for the last few seasons. So let's jump forward then to someone in September, which I think might be halfway through. In fact, we might be most of the way through the Caribbean Cup. So the final last year took place on the 12th of December. The semi-final was in... Okay, so we'll be probably through the group stage. I think we might be through most of the group stage at the very least. Well, I was wrong, and so far we've played just one match, and we have lost that one match. It was up against TLH Rangers, the other professional side, obviously from Trinidad and Tobago. Means we are bottom of the table, but we only lost 2-1 away from home, so I don't think it's too bad. What I will say, however, is all of these matches are played at neutral stadiums for some reason. We played in front of 257 people because we were playing in French Guiana. So I assume they have like a host, and that has got a 3,000 capacity, but only 257 people turned up. 7,000 capacity there. Why? Why are we playing in French Guiana? I don't understand, because that could seriously kind of, I guess, damage our income. Do we even get any like ticket sales from this? I have no idea. Anyway, on the 3rd of September, the transfer window has obviously opened. What have we done? A lot of players have left on free transfers, actually moving to some clubs. So Deal Shearer, one of them. Craig Bowen has also moved on. Shaven Salmon, great name, has moved over to Mount Pleasant FC. Mario Campbell has moved over to Cavalier. Jamaro Hall has moved over to Dunbar Holden. And Bevan Yee Singh has moved over to Fraser's Whip. 2 players have joined the club, both of them on free transfers, and the start of my plan really begins today. Jermaine Reese is first up, a 20-year-old Jamaican left-back signed on a free transfer after his contract at Cavalier ran out. I think we've got ourselves a very good left-back there. And signing from SC Leisen in his native Austria, we have Andres Düring, an 18-year-old Austrian striker with 17 finishing. Mentally looks okay, physically looks okay, but this is what we need to do. We are allowed to have 5 non-Jamaican footballers playing for us, and this is the first one that we've decided to bring in from somewhere who arguably... Why would he want to come to Jamaica? I mean, I'm assuming it's a lovely place, but going from Austria to Jamaica sounds like a very strange career move, but this is what Andreas Düring has managed to do. And the big thing as well is it takes 5 years for them to become Jamaican. We are not going to be buying players who are going to be good enough to play for the Austrian national side. Or if we are, we're in a really good position. But if we can get players like Düring, keep him here for 5 years, he might start playing for Jamaica, which is just absolutely like mad to me that that could happen. So I think that kind of has to be a weird goal. I want to get a player who definitely isn't from Jamaica, who has no connection to Jamaica whatsoever, to get caps for Jamaica. And maybe Andreas Düring is that man. I did mention this, that I was going to talk about the players that have been released, so 4 players have gone. Courtney Allen is one of them. He has moved over to Cavalier. I think I mentioned last season, actually, that he needed a new contract, but he didn't manage to sign one. John J. Brown has also left and moved over to Veer United. Had a very good few seasons, but didn't really play for us last time around, so he has moved on. Nicholas Lawrence has also moved on to Treasure Beach, and Ethan Green has moved over to Santos, Jamaica. I should probably know when we change things here, but I can never remember. So I'm just going to show you every time at the start of the season. This is our facilities. So we are still in the same size stadium. I know that much. We've got below average training and youth facilities, average academy coaching, and exceptional youth recruitment, which is kind of, I'm hoping this is going to drag us through a few seasons when we don't have the money, but we hopefully get some really good players come through our youth intakes. And it doesn't really matter that we can't justify buying anybody. We've got some amazing 16-year-old Jamaican right winger who's going to be world class. Anyway, next thing to do then, let's jump forward to around the end of December, start of January, see how well things go, see how well, importantly, things go in the Caribbean Cup. Getting to the final would be amazing because we will be in the North American Champions League. That needs to be a goal early on because I can't imagine we can kind of keep running financially like we are without a bit of North American Champions League money. It is Christmas Day of 2028, and what a Christmas present we have currently got. We are 12 games in, 9 wins, 3 draws, 0 defeats, 30 points on the board, sat at the top of the table, 4 points clear of Waterhouse in second place. We are also through the first round of the JFF Cup, although we're not because we weren't in the first round of the JFF Cup. We're into the quarterfinals, and we've got Portmore United. And I know the thing that you're waiting for, okay? And that is this piece of news. The Caribbean Cup, we win it against Arnett Gardens. Our first time in the Caribbean Cup, we get all the way to the final, picking up the trophy, meaning we qualify for the North American Champions League as well, which will be kicking off in January, I believe. Now, I'm not going to do this for every match, obviously, but we are going to take a look at the goals in this competition. So Dixon with the opening goal for Arnett Gardens. I think it's actually over 2 legs by the looks of it. So we win 4-3, but in the second match is obviously where we win the game. Burton crosses the ball in for us. Joseph's there at the back post. It's a very, very high looping header. Campbell stoops into the back post to make it 1-1. And then on the 76th minute, we score the winning goal. Brooks to Daru, lovely little spin, gets a bit of space for himself, takes a few touches, tucks it underneath the goalkeeper, and we lift the Caribbean Cup for our first time ever, and we enter into the North American Champions League. A North American Champions League, by the way, we technically know who we're going to be playing against. Because we won the Caribbean Cup, we go into the second round. Arnett Gardens are here in the first round. They're up against Herediano, which is a great team name, never heard of them, from Costa Rica. We will go in at the second round, and we will be playing LA Galaxy or Club Atletico San Luis from Mexico. We are definitely going to lose both of those matches regardless of who we play, so I'm not too fussed by that. I feel like getting LA Galaxy, now this is just, in theory, this is how you'd be if you were a businessman. 27,000 seater stadium, we're going to get a cut of that money, although they play at the SoFi Stadium for the North American Champions League, which is a 70,000 seater stadium. Okay, I want LA Galaxy. Let's just have a quick check of San Luis. So for the North American Champions League, they play at the Azteca as an 81,000. Okay, right. I know it's not going to happen. It's not going to sell out. 81,000 people aren't going to turn up to watch a team from Mexico versus a team from Jamaica in the North American Champions League in the second round. But imagine if they did and they all paid about 20 quid to get in. We get half of that money in theory. I'd love that. It's not going to happen, so let's not get our hopes up. So yeah, over the last few months, quite a few things have been going on for our Montego Bay United side. It is obviously a transfer window. Financially, it's much of the same, isn't it? We've got £3,000 to spend. We've got about £800 of a wage budget. Our finances have gone up pretty drastically, but most of that actually, if we have a look by this season, we've got a bit of investment. We've got a fair chunk from gate receipts as well, and I think there is probably going to be some prize money that we haven't got. We didn't get prize money for winning the Caribbean Cup. That's madness. But we did get 373,000 from gate receipts from last month. So it looks like we had 16,000 against Arnott Gardens and then 22,000. Where were we playing here? In Jamaica, in the national team stadium. Okay, fair enough. So that's where we got a huge chunk of money. That's good. That's some good money. Anyway, let's jump forward then to the end of the transfer window, see if we can do any business. I think we might need to bring in a couple of players just to strengthen for the North American Champions League. Or we can sell one player to Via United. We've sold 18-year-old Richard George. He has moved over to Via United. He did play a few times for us, but they offered a decent-ish sum, £3,800, which sounds like a horrendous amount of money, but, you know, it's money. We do kind of need money, but that is all we've managed to do. We've not brought in anybody new to the club. And the North American Champions League has not started yet, so we still don't know who we're actually going to be playing against. We are in the JFF Cup semi-final. I'd love to win that. I would really love to win that because I feel like we've got close a couple of times, but we just haven't managed to do anything about it. I also obviously want to win the Jamaican Premier League, a competition that we should have won. We should have won this a couple of times now and just haven't. We're currently sat top of the table, 36 points on the board. We have lost twice though, Humble Line and Mount Pleasant, the teams to put some goals past us, but we're still sitting pretty at the top of the table, so it's all good. So I guess the next thing to do then is to jump forward and see how well the North American Champions League goes. Obviously, see where we finish in the table as well. We can take a look at our youth intake, but the big thing is, will be the North American Champions League. Who will we be playing, and will we sell 81,000 tickets? First things first, before we get to the North American Champions League, the Jamaican Premier League has kind of not ended particularly well, but what I'm going to say is, we were distracted by the North American Champions League, I assume, because right now, I don't know what happened in the North American Champions League. We did finish third, though, in the regular season, but it's fine because we do manage to qualify for the actual finals, where we will be up against Malloyns United in the quarterfinal, which will set up a semi-final against basically Harbourview or Waterhouse. So we should be good enough to still win this, regardless of the fact that we've dropped down to third in the table. We should be good enough to win this. Let's see what happened in the North American Champions League. Well, in a surprise to absolutely nobody, we are not in the semi-final. In fact, we did get knocked out at the first time, but we did manage to beat LA Galaxy. So looking at the first leg, we actually played at their 27,000 capacity stadium, which isn't where we were supposed to play, but fair enough. And we lost that one 3-1, but we did manage to beat them 3-2 in front of 5,157 fans. We need to get that stadium bigger because we're starting to sell this out for regular season matches as well. But look at this form in the league. That is horrendous. What was that? 1, 2, 3 wins. 3 wins over the course of 4 months? That's bad. That's real bad. We have also managed to make it for the JFF Cup final by the looks of it, so Boys Town will be our opponents in that. I want to check the finances. Did this 25,000 seater, or not seater, 25,000 attendance match help our finances? Are we in the black? We are not in the black, but we're not far off. We are certainly not far off. So, this season, gate receipts, £1 million. £1.1 million effectively at that point. So we have doubled our gate receipts from last season just by playing 2 matches in the North American Champions League. That's big. That's real big. We need to do that every year. Right, before we jump to the end of the season, we have had a very good youth intake. I'm not going to go through all of the players. I'm going to show you a couple who I think might get a bit of game time, make a name for themselves. Andrew Ely, I'd get his name right at some point. 15-year-old Jamaican striker, 14 finishing, physically looks pretty good, mentally looks pretty good as well. 5-star potential ability, 1.5-star current ability. I think Ely might get a few bits of game time in the next few seasons. I think he might, well, will he? Because he's obviously going to be behind During, and During's going to be our number 1 striker, or one of our strikers. Is Ely going to get the chance? Somebody who I'm weirdly excited about is Colin Hernandez, and I don't really know why. 5-star potential, 15-year-old Jamaican left winger, but he's also part Trinidad and Tobago, or Trinbagonian. I never know how that's said. I apologise. But yeah, he's come in, and I think he could be special, and I don't really know why. There's just lots of numbers, lots of 8s, loads of 8s. If those bump up by 2, 3, 4, he's gonna look really good. When I say he's going to be really good, he's not going to be Premier League quality. He's probably going to be League One quality when you're talking about English football. But I like Colin Hernandez, okay? I don't know why. We've also got Rishon Bishop, we'll go with that, who's a 16-year-old goalkeeper, 6'4". I love that. He's also got 5 free kick taken. Love that as well. Omar Burke as well, 16-year-old defence midfielder. I do like this, but he will obviously need to be retrained, or we need to change our formation. And finally, Nico Carter, 16-year-old Jamaican right midfielder, which is good because he's naturally a right midfielder, a position that is weirdly difficult to find in Football Manager because most people now are wingers. Nobody plays as a right midfielder. So the fact that Nico Carter can play there might mean he's going to get a lot of football when he arguably shouldn't. Anyway then, one more thing to do for Season 4, and that is to jump to the end of the season. Obviously, we will have the JFF Cup final. We will also have the Jamaican Premier League fixtures as well. We finished 3rd in the table, but can we actually win the title? No, we can't. We lose to Waterhouse in the semi-final. 2-1 after extra time. Really? 2-1 after extra time. A goal in the 112th minute for Waterhouse means that they go through to the final. And it was a final that they did also win as well. So we didn't win the league, and we also didn't get to the final. So I imagine in the 2030 season, we might not be in the Caribbean Cup. Unless the winner of the JFF Cup manages to get a spot in the Caribbean Cup, which certainly could be a possibility. So we managed to beat BTFC. I can't remember who they are, but we've beaten them 2-1 in the end. Opening goal there from, I can't even remember who that was the opening goal. They did pull one back very shortly after 14 minutes. Duncan kicks it into a few different players and then a decent long-range effort there. And then into the second half, we score the winning goal. In fact, into injury time, we score the winning goal. Daru finds Barry at the front post from a corner. A 91st minute winner for us to pick up our first ever JFF Cup trophy win. Now, there is no way of knowing if we've qualified for the Caribbean Cup for not next season, but the season after. We do know we have qualified for it the next season. In Season 5, we will be playing in the Caribbean Cup in 95 days. We know who we will be up against as well. I think that looks very similar to the groups we had last season. So if we jump back, it was the only difference. There was 2 differences. So we have Saboa FC. We also have Violet. I think Defence Force actually weren't in our group either. So no, okay, there's not 2 differences. We've only got this team who were in it last season with us. Before we round out the season then, let's take a look at the goal scorers. We'll come to during last. So Jason Foster is our number 1 goal scorer, 24 goals. He has improved so quickly in the last couple of seasons. He is unhappy. I assume he wants a new contract. He does want a new contract, which is fair enough. No, he's not. He's unhappy. He wants to leave following a contract when he's concerned. Oh, he wants to leave, and I've triggered an extension. Yes, I remember doing that now. Yeah, so Jason Foster, he's not too happy with us, but it's fine. We've also got Leo Campbell, who I did lock in on the right midfield, because basically I didn't want him playing as a striker, so Leo Campbell is now being retrained to be a right winger, scoring 13 goals, which is good. And then hopefully the future Jamaican international Andres During managed to get 9 or 10 goals, in fact, in all competitions, one of them in the North American Champions League. He's already improving as well, as 18 finishing now. The fact that he's playing in Jamaica, I love this. He's got 1,520 days left to go before he can get his lovely Jamaican passport, which I assume is like a green, yellow and black passport, which would look absolutely amazing, especially when you've got a name of Andres During written on it. Last player we'll take a look at, he hasn't scored a huge amount of goals, although he did score 9 goals. He did get 12 assists. Batchme Joseph, who we signed in season 1 or 2 on a free transfer, has actually been really good for us. Is he Jamaican yet? I don't think he can be Jamaican. Problem with Joseph, he does take up one of our 5 non-Jamaican slots, which right now is okay, but maybe in a few years' time, if we're qualifying for the North American Champions League regularly, he might get usurped by like a Brazilian that we can find or something. But right now, he's fine. He's 27. If he's still at 30, I'd be very surprised. So for our Montego Bay United side, the last couple of seasons have been a bit strange. We won the league last year and we didn't win the actual trophy. We finished 3rd this year and we didn't win the actual trophy. But I would say, massive silver lining. We did win the Caribbean Cup and get into the North American Champions League and almost fix our finances. So I guess that's a bonus. We are 4 seasons into our Building a Nation save in Jamaica with Montego Bay United, and we have, as of yet, failed to win the Jamaican Premier League, despite the fact we've actually done really well in it. Technically in Season 3 we did win the league, but we didn't actually win a trophy because of the weird playoff system. We have, however, managed to win the JFF Cup, which we won in Season 4, and more importantly, in Season 4 we also won the Caribbean Cup, which put us into the North American Champions League. So as we kick off Season 5 of our Building a Nation save, we do have, once again, the Caribbean Cup to get ourselves through. We have Sabao FC Defence Force, Violet and AS Capois. Still not quite sure if that's how it's pronounced, but that is what we're going to go with. We want to obviously get into the final of the Caribbean Cup, which that will guarantee us a place in the North American Champions League. And because of last season, it does help you out financially somewhat. We're almost, in fact, we are now in the positive cash flow. We've never been in positive cash flow since we joined the club. Anyway, it is the start, obviously, of a brand new season. The transfer window has opened already, but we haven't really done too much business. In fact, we've loaned a bunch of players out, and we've actually sold a man called Richard George. He's gone over to Veer United for a little bit of money. He basically wasn't going to be good enough for us, even though he did actually play 5 times for us in the league and did score a goal. Jumping back to our finances quickly, we don't have any money to spend, which is kind of to be expected at this point in this save, and we've only got about £300 left of our wage budget to spend, but we do have ourselves a pretty big squad, so there could be the opportunity to start maybe selling some players. Maybe that's what we need to do. I mean, we've got 4 goalkeepers, although Rishwan Bishop is only 16, so we've got 2 goalkeepers, and we've got Usain Greer, who's not very good, and a 16-year-old, so we've got a big squad, that's what I'm trying to say. Maybe we should try and sell some of these players. And on the 9th of September, we did sell a few players. In fact, Raheem Nicholson has left the club on a free transfer signing for Boys Town. Fred Wilkin has also left on a free transfer signing for Mount Pleasant FC. I wasn't convinced this was a good idea to do, but basically his contract had it did expire, I believe. So yeah, they just picked him up on a free. I feel like he could be good. Although, maybe by the time he gets good, we should be miles better than what he will ever be. And finally, moving for not really a lot of money, £3,000 I believe it was in total, is Darnell Hospedales. He has moved back over to his native Trinidad and Tobago, signing for Williams Connection. Basically, I didn't want to do this, but he's not Jamaican. And because he's not Jamaican, he basically takes up a foreigner spot. Although I've just noticed he is now Jamaican. He wasn't Jamaican when I did this. So he has to be here for 5 years. I might have made a big mistake. It doesn't matter, it's happened now. We've also brought in 2 brand new players to the club. Mikael Campbell is first up, a 22-year-old Jamaican right back, signed on a free transfer from Cavalier. Technically, we have signed him from another team, which we're not supposed to be doing, but he was out of contract. So, has we really signed him from there, or did he just leave there and we've picked him straight up? And the other thing that we have done is we have signed a Aruban international, Anor Martinez. Now, he is another one of those players who, in 5 years' time, he will become Jamaican if he sticks around. Obviously, he's not going to get Jamaica caps because he is playing for the Aruba national side, but he will become Jamaican and not count as a foreign footballer, which is perfectly good to me. He doesn't look very good, but I also think he is very good. This is going to be a weird comparison. A lot of people probably won't quite understand this. I see him like an Oriol Romeo. He's not amazing, but for some reason, some things he does really well. First touch marking and tackling, really good, particularly for our level of football. Mentally, really, really good footballer. Physically, actually not terrible. 12 natural fitness is actually pretty decent again for our level of football. But he just looks rubbish because he's not very good at penalties and free kicks and heading and stuff like that. But it's fine. We don't necessarily need him to do that. He has been put on the loan list because I don't know whether he's going to get a huge amount of game time for us. But hopefully he will. We have obviously got some spots to use up for our non-Jamaican footballers. Martinez will be using one of them. And that is it for the permanent transfers. Obviously, 6,000 loans have taken place because they will every single season until the end of time, because that's kind of one of the things you have to do when you're trying to build a nation. We have obviously kicked off the Caribbean Cup, and obviously we are bottom of the table. We have lost against, I'm going to say, Cibao. We have lost 2-1 against Cibao FC. Dominique Glasspole with the goal for us. Our team, by the way, is looking a little bit weird. So I've locked in one player, and that is Leo Campbell. He's going to be locked in on the right-hand side. I think he was locked in on the right-hand side last season, but that is it. Everyone else is kind of up for grabs. Our squad is still massive. It is unnecessarily large. A few players have gone on loan deals, but for the most part, everyone is still here. And we've got some players who I don't think are particularly good, still finding their way into the starting 11. But I guess there's not a lot we can do about it. I mean, this man here, he's still in our starting 11. I know it's a worrying player to be in our starting 11. The good thing is, Martinez is also in our starting 11, which is quite nice to see. So we've brought in somebody who's definitely going to get game time. Hernandez has played as well. Now, I said when he came through our youth intake, I see big things in Hernandez. And I think we might be starting to see big things as well. He's only 1.5 star current ability, but he's getting game time. Glasspole, he's 16, 1 goal to his name and 1 appearance. He's not very good, but he does have 14 finishing. And we've also got down the bottom Andrew Ely, also 16 years old. Doesn't look very good, but he does again have 14 finishing. Our squad is a little bit, it's not in a good way because we've got lots of children in it, but that might be a good thing in about 4 or 5 years when these children are now fully grown adults and actually should be half decent at football, or some of them will be. Well, the next thing to do then is to jump forward to around, I think it's the end of, after Christmas, isn't it? Jump forward to after Christmas to see how the first part of the season goes. Obviously, we'll see the start and the finish of the Caribbean Cup. We are defending champions, so hopefully we can do the same thing again, but it has not started particularly well with that 2-1 defeat. So first of all then, in the league, we currently find ourselves 4th place in the table. 19 points on the board, but we do have a game in hand, which if we were to win that, would put us into 2nd place behind Waterhouse. So things are going all right at the moment. Jason Foster is the current top goal scorer in the league with 7. He's good, isn't he? He's very good at football. I do like the fact that this player came through our youth intake. I mean, technically before we joined the club, but he came through our youth intake. So I'm happy he's doing well. I've just seen as well, average rating, Andres During is up there in 3rd place. Look at him go. Where is he playing? Is he playing? Surely he's playing up front, right? He is playing up front. Okay, yeah, we do have 2 strikers, don't we? So he is playing up front, and he will become Jamaican in 3.5 years' time. It's going to happen. I feel like it is going to happen. During is going to be the first Austrian Jamaican. There can't be too many of them anyway. In the Caribbean Cup, we did manage to get ourselves through the group stage, eventually finally finishing at 2nd place in the table. Cibao FC winning the group with 12. We get 7 points, 2 wins against Capois and Violet, a draw as well against Defence Force, and then obviously the defeat at the start puts us through into the knockout rounds where we go past TLH Rangers, who I believe are from Trinidad. They are from Trinidad, in the semi-final, which puts us into the final. What am I talking about? No, we lost, didn't we? I don't know why I thought we won that one. I think it was we lost 2-1 and 3-2. We lost both matches. So we lost both matches, putting us up in a 3rd place playoff against Cibao FC. Now, we needed to win this match against Cibao FC in order to qualify for the North American Champions League for another season. And we did just that. It was a 0-0 draw in the first leg and then a 2-1 win in the second leg, which means we should have qualified for the North American Champions League starting in January time, which is very good to see. And by should have, we have qualified for it because on the 19th of February 2030, we are in the North American Champions League up against Inter Miami. So we go in at the first round. Last time around, it was the second round. Inter Miami is not going to be a particularly easy team to play against. I assume Messi's retired. If he hasn't retired, it's just madness. He's going to be the oldest player on the team if he hasn't retired yet. He's definitely retired, but they're good. Their oldest player is probably good enough to play for us. So despite the fact that we are doing okay in the league, we are doing pretty good in the Caribbean Cup. We have been knocked out of the JFF Cup in the first round against Treasure Beach. Treasure Beach is a 3-1 defeat. They are in the Premier Division, so that's kind of somewhat acceptable. But yeah, we've been knocked out. The defending champions out at round 1. Anyway, you know the drill. It is a transfer window. We've got just over £2,000 to spend, but we are well over our wage budget by about £300 as well. So expect more players to be leaving the club than to be joining it. And by that, I mean 3 players are going to go out on loan and 1 player is left on a permanent deal. Luke Main is the man to leave on a permanent deal. He's actually a Canadian under-20s international. He's moved over to Boys Town on a free transfer because he wasn't getting a huge amount of game time, and I don't think he's very good. One thing we did do as well is loan out Dominique Glasspole, who I believe was a player who scored in the first round of the Caribbean Cup for us. He's gone out on loan to Star Cosmos, who are in the Premier Division. I thought they were in the league below. So he's gone to the bottom team in the Premier Division. Premier Division, by the way, that we now sit top of the table, joint on points with Portmore United. But that is it when it comes to transfers. Obviously, a few players going on loan, Craig Markland and Richard Carruthers as well, but nobody else has left the club on any form of deal. Financially, it's not looking good. It's never looking good. What we need to happen is basically one of these players that we sign, like Yudurings, if he gets half decent, we sell him to a club over back in Europe with a 50% sell on. He moves over from that club to another club in Europe for, say, £5 million. We get £2.5 million and our finances are sorted. That needs to be the weird business plan that we go for. Winning competitions is not going to fix us financially. Finding gems and selling them to teams in Europe with massive sell-on percentages, that's what's going to save us financially. So yeah, on the 31st of January then, top of the table, 16 games have been played. The next thing we need to do is jump to the end of the season, see how we have landed when it comes to the Jamaican Premier League. We should be finishing in the top 6. It shouldn't be too much of a struggle to be doing that every single season now. We will also have our youth intake coming through, so hopefully we get a couple of gems in that also. I'm not going to beat around the bush when it comes to the North American Champions League. We are not going to be very good at this for a fair few seasons yet. We have been knocked out immediately by Inter Miami. It was 7-3 on aggregate, so a 4-2 defeat in the second leg. In the first leg, what is that, a 3-1 defeat as well. So 2 defeats means we fall at the first hurdle. What does it mean financially? We are a little bit better off. I think we were minus $500,000 last time we checked in. We're now minus 443,000. So a little bit of extra money has come in. When it comes to the league, however, we have topped the table. We are 3 points clear of Portmore United. It means that we will go straight into the semi-finals of the playoffs, or whatever it's called. Is it called the playoffs? It's just called a final, semi-final, and final. So we'll be going in at the semi-final level. We should be winning this. At some point, we have to win this league, okay? We've been basically in and there or thereabouts for every single season we've been in charge. We have to win this at some point. But before we win the league, we've got a youth intake to have a look at, okay? There's nothing particularly amazing really to shout home about. We've got 3 players that we've definitely brought in. Lennox Clough is the first one. Could be okay. He's got 3.5-star potential ability. He's got some decent mental numbers in flair and teamwork, but technically he's not very good. Physically, he's also not very good. Somebody who will probably inevitably get some game time, because that's normally what happens, is Paul Richards. He is a left winger and maybe a little bit of a striker. He's got 4-star potential, 1.5-star current ability. He looks okay, and I don't really know why I'm saying that, because he looks no different than the last guy in terms of kind of average numbers, but I think he might be able to do a job for us. We probably need to retrain him to be a left midfielder, which might be a problem. I don't know. We'll have to see. And speaking of left midfielders, we also have Michael Siddiqui, could be his name. 15 years old, he'll be turning 16 in 10 days in game. 1-star current ability, so looks absolutely appalling at the moment, but he does have 4.5-star potential. I don't know how much of that I believe. If you're not aware, and if you are aware, I'm completely sorry, but your potential is not based on everyone in the world. It is based on your current squad, and because our current squad is rubbish, a 5-star potential footballer will be a rubbish footballer, but better than all the other rubbish footballers, okay? So him having 4.5-star potential ability isn't awful, because he would get good enough to play for us. But by the time he hits that potential, we may well have outgrown him. So that potential is going to drop to, say, 2-star, because we've got world-class footballers playing for us. And then he's completely useless anyway. He's also 5'3", but at 15 years old, maybe he's going to grow. The only other player that we have brought in to the club is Roxroy Shaklood. I brought him in because he's a fullback, basically. And sometimes getting fullbacks is difficult. I don't think he's going to be any good, but, making up the numbers. So that's been our youth intake. Next up then, we will jump to the end of Season 5. Will we be lifting the Jamaican Premier League? If we don't, we've only won 1 trophy this year, and that's appalling. For the first time since we have taken charge of Montego Bay United, we do win the Jamaican Premier Division, and it is Leo Campbell who is the absolute hero, opening the scoring after just 4 minutes. We do actually go 1-1, a penalty scored by Berger, but then in the second half, basically 65 minutes onwards, Leo Campbell just lights the world on fire, gets the ball from Daru. Can he get his second? Of course he can get his second. We take the lead, and then just a few minutes later, Leo Campbell does the same again, picking up the match ball in the process, during with the ball, runs down the wing, crosses it into Campbell, lovely flicked head, makes it 3-1, completing his hat-trick. But we are not done there, no we are not. Hesteron Barry from a corner, leaps like a salmon, heads it into the back of the net. It is a 4-1 victory, and we are champions of Jamaica for the first time. It's taken probably 3 years longer than I thought it would, but we have managed to do it. And it is just the 5th time that Montego Bay United have actually won the Jamaican Premier Division as well. I believe they were called something else before. Was it Seba United? So we won it in 15-16, 13-14. We won it in 96-97 as Seba United, and also 86-87 as Seba United. I mean, it's taken a while. It's certainly taken a while for us to win this trophy. It is the first time in 15 years that Montego Bay have lifted the Jamaican Premier League, but we have done it. Season 6 is just around the corner. Has it fixed us financially? Of course it hasn't. Why would it? They've probably given us about £10,000 prize money. That's probably all they've done. So season 6 then, we are defending champions. We need to win the Caribbean Cup again. We need to have a better performance, I think, when it comes to the North American Champions League, assuming we can get in it, which we should be able to do, but we're going to have to see. It feels good looking at our trophy cabinet at the start of Season 6 and seeing 5 Jamaican Premier Leagues. Obviously, we were champions last time around. Can we do the same? On the 29th of January 2030, the transfer window was open. Financially, we've got £6,000 to spend, and we've got about £400 to spend on wages if we want to. Don't really know if we're going to be able to do a huge amount. We have also had a big expenditure. What is that expenditure? I feel like that is going to be an investment into like maybe the stadium. I don't know. Can we find out? Ground maintenance, which means it is, yes it is the stadium. So we've got ourselves a sponsorship deal, okay? Because we need that to expand our stadium, but this is the first expansion we are going to get. It will be finished in October, and I think, what's that going to be? Around 6,500 capacity maybe? 6,300, something like that. So we're starting to get ourselves a bigger stadium, and if we look schedule-wise, last season, home matches, we were getting 5,000, 5,000, 4,800. We are basically selling out home matches in the league or getting very close to it. So we need to have a bigger stadium. Obviously, North American Champions League, 5,000 capacity is not big enough. We need like 20, 30,000 capacity stadium in the North American Champions League. Obviously, that's not going to happen anytime soon, but we really need to have a bigger stadium, and we have started to make the first steps in doing that. Anyway, transfer window is obviously open. No business has taken place as of yet, but there is a player definitely joining the club because he agreed to join back in January, but he joined once his contract expires. So we're going to jump forward to the next part of the save and have a look at the new faces joining the club. There are 3 new faces that have joined the club in total, but also a few players have left on permanent deals. Sean Shetty, first up, has spent the last 3 seasons out on loan to various clubs around Jamaica. He has moved over to Treasure Beach. And in fact, that's it on permanent deals. Everyone else has gone out on loan, but you can see there a name, Usain Greer, who was our 3rd or 4th choice goalkeeper. He's gone out on loan, which I think he could get good. He just needs a bit more game time. Richard Carruthers, I feel like, is another player who I've mentioned before, maybe? I don't know. Fidel Thelwell, that's a difficult name to say. He's gone out on loan. I don't know whether that's of interest to anybody at all. Jared Barkley's also gone out on loan to Olympic Gardens, who I feel like they were in the Premier League. Were they? Maybe not. I'm thinking of a completely different team. But we have brought in 3 new faces as well. We have Damari Miller from Mount Pleasant FC, a central midfielder who is just going to be really good for us. I think he's probably our best signing on paper that we've made, and he's Jamaican, which is really helpful. Signing from Cavalier, we have 21-year-old under-20s international on a free transfer, Craig Walters. He's going to get good. He used to play for Volvo United. Is that a real team, Volvo United? Why did I not find them? I could have won the North American Champions League with Volvo United. Anyway, Walters joining the club. I think now with those 2 new signings, we've got ourselves a very good central midfield. Miller and Walters will be our central midfield for a good couple of seasons. We also have Marcos Henrique, who signed from SAM in Brazil. I'm not even sure who they are, but he came up on a scout report, and I went, he's Brazilian. He's free. We'll take him. He looks pretty good. We've brought in 3 really good central midfielders, and we've got ourselves a Brazilian under-23 international playing in Jamaica randomly. A player who's never played for SAM as well, in the Brazilian National 3rd Division. Anyway, so that is our transfer business. Taking a look at the squad. Last season, the squad was very big. This season, it is still very big, isn't it? It's arguably too big. We've still got During, who is 4-star current ability. He is working his way to getting himself a Jamaican passport. He's got 1,000 days, so what was that, just over or 3 years to go? He's got 3 years to go before he is able to become Jamaican. We've got Martinez, who played 16 times for us last season. He is on his way as well to getting himself a Jamaican passport, although he's only been here for just over a year currently. Batchme Joseph, who has been here since the start of the save, or very close to the start of the save, cannot become Jamaican. I don't know why, which is quite frustrating. And the player that obviously we have literally just signed, where is he? There he is. He's Brazilian. His flag blends in. Marcos Monrique is also starting to learn to become Jamaican. That's not how you would say that, but that's how we have said that. I just want to take a look as well. So the best 11, we are playing a 4-4-2 wing play, by the way, which I feel like we might need to change if we want to make any more headway when it comes to playing in the continental competition. So this is what they think our best players are. So we've got a very good goalkeeper in the shape of Daniel Russell. We've also got some good centre midfielders, Miller, Enrique and Walters we know about. So that looks pretty good, although they're only 2.5 star. Up front, we have During, we have Jason Foster as well. So we're looking okay. We've got Jermaine Reese as our left back, who's pretty decent. Right back is Mikael Campbell, who we signed last season. So we've got some players that arguably we could replace, and we probably will need to replace at some point. But right now, I'm happy with this squad. When you look at our finances, I have no choice to be happy with this squad, but I'm saying it now, I am actually legitimately happy with this squad. Something I'm a little bit confused about, it is the 8th of September, and we're not in the Caribbean Cup. Although, oh no, wait, okay. They're staggered, aren't they? They're staggered. So this season, we didn't qualify for the Caribbean Cup. So hold on, right. So this season here, we did not qualify for the Caribbean Cup, which is why we are not in the Caribbean Cup this time around. It's confusing, okay? I feel like I'm not saying that the database that I'm using isn't right, because I do think the Jamaican League runs kind of from like June to May time. I think it kind of follows like the regular English sort of style season, but the rest of the North American competitions don't follow that. So if we did a competition that was like January to September, like the MLS is, it would probably be fine because we'd play the Caribbean Cup at the end of the season and then qualify for it for the start of next season, and that would be fine. But we don't. It doesn't matter. What I'm trying to say is we're not in the Caribbean Cup this season. It's kind of annoying, but there we are. So we've got 2 competitions to hopefully win, and let's see if we can do that. So on the 30th of December, I hope you've all had a lovely Christmas in 2030. We are currently sat top of the Jamaican Premier Division on 34 points. That is a nice big 7-point gap between us and second place Waterhouse. We are in the Caribbean Cup in 231 days, which is obviously next season. And we are into the JFF Cup quarterfinal, which makes it sound like we've got really far, but we've played 1 match. In fact, we haven't played 1 match, because I assume because we won the league, we just go in straight at this stage, which is ridiculous. Fair enough. So basically, what I'm saying is, Caribbean Cup hasn't happened yet, and the JFF Cup hasn't happened yet. We're not involved in this until we play the first match in the quarterfinals against Via United. In the league, we are top of the table. We've actually only dropped points against Portmore United. I don't think I looked at this last season, but right now, 10 games, 11, 12 games into the season, During's on 7, which is pretty good going. We've got Gavin Burton's he's on 4, second top goal scorer. He's not very good. I know he's a real man, and if he ever sees this video, I apologise, but he's not very good in the grand scheme of things compared to what we actually have. Leo Campbell, who is a real man, he's pretty good. I do quite like Leo Campbell. Might need to get him a new contract because it does expire in 6 months' time. How is Enrique doing? 2 goals and an assist from central midfield. I like the fact that he's doing well. That is good. Martinez is not playing a huge amount of football at the moment, which is kind of to be expected. He has been kind of dropped down the pecking order because of the 3 new signings that we brought in during the summer transfer window. So we're looking good. We've got some good players coming through the squad. We've got some decent youngsters actually getting some game time as well. So I'm happy with how things are going. Obviously top of the table. If we can do the double this year, that'll be pretty massive. So jumping forward then to the 30th of January, the transfer window is closed and we have done nothing, basically because we have no money. We are in the red by £500,000. We are over our wage budget. We've got a little bit of transfer budget to spend, but if you look, if we move that into our wage budget, it moves up by not even £100 a week. So there's no point in doing it. We just need to kind of ride this wave out, Like I said earlier, I think last season maybe the start of this season, what we need to do is get a big player who we can sell with a massive percentage sell on. And if they go to a big club, particularly if we get someone that goes over to say England, who gets picked up by one of the big boys in England, and then they move from Chelsea to Bayern Munich for £100 million and we get 50% of that. We don't need to worry about money ever again. We can invest all that money, new stadium, new facilities and everything like that, and we become the best team in Jamaica, which is arguably where we are heading fairly quickly anyway. We've got our biggest stadium, we've got some exceptional youth recruitment, we've got average academy and below average training, so we need to put some money into that, but obviously we don't have the money to do that. Anyway, we are still top of the Jamaican Premier League. We have won every game in between this clip and the last one. 46 points. We are still 7 points clear. Second place, Waterhouse United. So I feel like we're going to finish top of the table, which means we should just be able to go through to the final and win back-to-back Jamaican Premier Leagues. We're also in the JFF Cup semi-final up against Dunbehold and Harbour View. Play Cavalier in the other one. Now, I know we're not quite there yet, but in April we will be getting our youth intake, which we will take a look at in just a moment. It is a 1.5-star youth intake, which is awful. We are not getting good youth intakes at all. Even though we've got exceptional youth recruitment, we've arguably got a pretty good director of football. It's not the director of football, hold on. Head of youth development, that's the fella. We've got a pretty good head of youth development. He does play a 4-4-2 as well, so we should be bringing in players that do kind of match our system. The problem is, we're in Jamaica, and apologies to any Jamaicans watching, there's not a huge amount of good Jamaican footballers out there. Speaking of, I really should take a look at the Jamaican national side, see how well things are going. So when I say there's not a huge amount of decent Jamaican footballers, there are, but they're all English. Most of them were born in England, they have just Jamaican descent. There's not a huge amount that have come just from Jamaica, which is what we're obviously trying to do. One of them is actually our goalkeeper. He is just full-on Jamaican. And yeah, he is probably the second or third best goalkeeper in Jamaica, which is good, and he's ours. I'm also going to have a look at the national side in general. So managed by Donovan Ducky. So it is not. Is it Steve Bruce? Is it? It's Steve McLaren, isn't it? Is actually in charge in real life. Ducky has been in charge since the start of the save. So he's just having a lovely time. They seem to have been climbing up the world rankings, only a little bit, but they are climbing up the world rankings. Competitions wise, I'm imagining they haven't won anything. They came third in the North American Gold Cup in 2027. 2029, they were runner-up in the North American Nations League. What is that? I mean, they're in the semi-finals at the moment, so sure, it's okay. It's just all the North American sides are in that one. The Caribbean Championships apparently isn't a thing anymore. They're not really doing a huge amount. Are they qualifying for a World Cup? They are. So they got through the... Hold on a minute. Now, obviously, we've not really had a huge kind of impact on this at the moment. So, group stage, in this World Cup, they qualified in third in Group J with Cameroon, Belgium and Australia. They qualified just because they drew all their games, which is fair enough. Undefeated group stage, I'd like to point out. Then in the second round, I'm trying to find Jamaica. This is not going to be easy. There they are. So, they lose to DR Congo 2-1. But the fact they managed to do that in America is pretty good. And then in the 2030, I think they got knocked out in the group. Yes, they did. Argentina, Senegal, and Serbia. So they didn't go undefeated this time around. They drew with Serbia and then obviously lost against Argentina and Senegal. So they're getting into the World Cup. So Kyrgyzstan, who I can never pronounce that name, but that's what we're going to go with. Obviously, the World Cup is bigger, so it's easier to get into the World Cup. Dominican Republic have qualified as well. So it's an interesting time, I guess. Do you honestly think we are able to get Jamaica to win a World Cup over the course of... I want to say 40 years is what I'm going to be doing in this save. I don't even know how far I'm going to go yet, but in 40 years we should have maybe 10 World Cups. Can they win one? Or maybe get to the semis? If they can get to the semi-finals, I will take that as a win. Anyway, I've waffled long enough in January. Let's jump forward then to the end of the regular season. We're currently top. We should finish top. And let's also take a look at this below-average youth intake. Well, good news, we did win the Jamaican Premier League phase, which means absolutely nothing, as we all know. And we did win it by, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 points over second place Waterhouse. We did actually lose a couple of games, Veer United and Cavalier. Cavalier is a side that we'll be playing in the JFF Cup final. We have the chance to do the double. It's possible. It's obviously possible to do. Last season we ballsed up the JFF Cup, but we have won that one in the past, and obviously we won the Jamaican Premier League last season. Let's take a look at the youth candidates that we got. We did actually get in a lot of players who, I mean, it's come through as an average intake. I hate this, by the way. This is the default skin, and I hate the fact that this still doesn't line up. We've got Norman Gooden. Norman Gooden, I think's good, okay? He's a good one. I'm currently with my head in my hands after that one. I apologise. 15 years old, 6'3" centre-back. He's a big lad. He's actually not terrible. He looks worse than he actually is because he's got lots of nines and tens. When they start moving into double figures, into the yellows as well, he suddenly starts looking like a lot better player. He's 15. He's 15 years old. He's probably going to be getting some game time maybe in the next couple of seasons. We also have Andre Maxwell, another 15-year-old centre-back, this time only 6 foot. He could be good. I'm not too convinced on Andre. Ricardo McLeod, he's got some very good finishing and first touch, and literally nothing else outside of that. Cranston Hendricks doesn't even have that by the looks of it. He's got 10 dribbling, 7 finishing, 7 first touch. Got a bit of technique, got a bit of mental numbers when it comes to determination. That is not awful at 14, but he is a mercenary. He's probably going nowhere, and ironically, he's probably leaving the club. We've got ourselves a Chad on the right-hand side as well, 15-year-old Chad Brown. He's very fast, although he's not fast as he's got 10 pace, but he's very quick to get to that 10 pace with his 15 acceleration. Most things not too exciting. Kareem Phillips, we're moving into the kind of the garbage players now. We've got Raldane Drummond, who's a natural wing-back. You definitely need to be retrained. I think you'll look quite good, and I don't know why. You're a central midfielder. That's what I'm seeing you as. You're a central midfielder. We've also got Shaquille Codrington, who, yeah, again, I don't know what it is, but I feel like you're better than your star ratings are kind of telling me. It's not a good intake. Norman Gooden is probably the only one really who's going to make kind of a big deal out of himself. And like I said, I feel like he might get game time, maybe even before the end of the season. Sometimes the assistant manager likes to do that. So then, without further ado, let's jump to the end of the season. We have to obviously play the finals and the JFF Cup final as well up against Cavalier. We made it all the way to the final of the Jamaican Premier League and we played Mount Pleasant FC, and unfortunately after 32 minutes we go 1-0 down thanks to Frey. And things went from bad to worse on the 42nd minute. Daly makes it 2-0 before half-time from the penalty spot. And then into the second half, do we start to turn things around? No, we do not. We concede a third goal. Wilson collects the ball with acres of space, finds Daly once again, takes a touch, takes another one, puts it past Russell. A 3-0 defeat in the end against Mount Pleasant FC, which means we do not win the Jamaican Premier Division, but we do qualify for the Caribbean Cup because we got to the final. I hope. I still don't know whether that's true. And if it isn't true, maybe the winner of the JFF Cup will be the team to get into the Caribbean Cup. Unfortunately for us, Cavalier took the lead against us in 15 minutes into the second half. However, we suddenly start to turn things around. Foster finds Campbell on the right-hand side, takes a couple of touches, crosses the ball in low, finds During, the Austrian, who will soon become Jamaican in my eyes, makes it 1-1. And then from the corner, Reese whips it in towards the middle. McGovern's there at the front post, making it 2-1 after 78 minutes, and we pick up the JFF Cup. We could have won the double. We arguably should have won the double, but we got a trophy in the cabinet, which is fine by me. It's not the most successful season, but this means we should have qualified for the Caribbean Cup. I still don't know how we qualify for the Caribbean Cup, but in season 7, it is season 7, the next season, we are going to have Portmore United and ourselves. So it's only 2 teams. It might be the league champions and the cup winners, and those are the 2 teams that qualify. How was there no way of finding this out? There was no way in game to find out how you qualify for that competition. It just happens. So, league table wise, on the season where we won the league, which is what basically has put us into the Caribbean Cup, Portmore United finished in 2nd place, and did they get to the final? They did not. However, the sleuthing is not over. The past winners was not Portmore United. Okay, so 1st and 2nd place in the league will qualify for it. So it doesn't matter if we become champions. So does that mean Mount Pleasant? Mount Pleasant didn't qualify for the Caribbean Cup, despite the fact that they won the league. Oh, that sucks for them. I mean, it doesn't bother me, but that sucks for them. So that might mean that ourselves and Waterhouse are in it in Season 8. We'll have to find out. I don't know. We'll find out at some point. I'm going to take a very quick look at the squad, sorting by goals. So we've got Leo Campbell in double figures on 11 goals, playing on that right wing position. He's good. He is definitely good. He's got himself a bit of a bigger contract as well. And Andreas Düring, now 21 years old, 18 finishing. He's got a month left on his deal. Think we need to try and extend that somehow. He has got 15 goals, 5 assists in all competitions, sorting by assist as well. Nobody really getting huge numbers. Joseph's got 9, but also 8 goals. Jermaine Reese has got 8 assists. Damani Miller has 7 and 3. We've also got Jason Foster with 6 and 6. And annoyingly, Foster is leaving the club. He has been arguably one of our best players, if not the best player, for the last few seasons. And he's decided he's had enough playing for us. He wants to play with better footballers. He's going to be moving on. So Season 6 is over. We are not champions of the Jamaican Premier League, but we are champions of the JFF Cup, and we will, hopefully, be in the Caribbean Cup in the coming season as well. Obviously, we will be in the Caribbean Cup next season, but hopefully we'll be in the one after as well. Things are going all right. I would like to fix the finances. For Season 7 in 2031-2032, we are back in the Caribbean Cup with our Montego Bay United side in our building nation of Jamaica, which is actually a lot harder than arguably it needs to be. And it's a lot harder, and I mean no disrespect to any Jamaicans watching this, because Jamaica don't make too many huge good footballers. They've got Jonathan Russell, who is the most expensive Jamaican footballer. He's not terrible, but he's also not amazing. Kiddo Taylor Hart is a player I had on a previous FM save. Again, he's alright, he's not amazing. We are going to struggle getting really, really good Jamaican footballers, but we are certainly going to be trying. In Season 7, we are obviously off the back of a not-so-great Jamaican Premier League end. We did win the league, but we didn't actually win the title because we lost 3-0 to Mount Pleasant in the final. We did win the JFF Cup, and we weren't in the Caribbean Cup last time around. And as you probably expected, financially, minus £15,000. So I think technically it's gone up since last season, but it's still really, really not good. We do have a bit of a transfer budget. It's only £7,500, however. So without further ado then, let's jump forward to the end of the initial transfer window with our Montego Bay United side, see if we've managed to do any business. We'll also be a couple of games, maybe one game into the Caribbean Cup as well. I think we'll play against Gibraltar, who are from Trinidad and Tobago, so hopefully we can do alright in that. I feel like we should be good enough to get out of this group. Finishing first or second should be certainly a possibility. Well, it's now the 7th of September. The transfer window has closed, and as you can see on the left-hand side, 3 players have joined the club, and one of them is called Edison. And believe me when I say he's possibly the best ever footballer to play for our Montego Bay United side. But we'll come to him in just a moment. We have sold 2 players on permanent deals. Shaquille Sanchez, first of all, he has gone on a permanent deal to Hopewell United? No, Rivoli United, and gone on loan to Hopewell United. And also Davani Burton has gone to Tivoli Gardens, who actually, he's not a terrible goalkeeper, did play quite a few times for us, didn't he? I don't know why, he was our number 1 goalkeeper at the start of the save, but I think we took charge here, so we never really saw a huge amount of Burton, did we? Joining the club then, like I said, 3 players. Ricardo Gaynor, we'll start from the bottom, shall we? 27-year-old Jamaican defender, really, really good player. Was formerly of Portmore United, in fact, was formerly of most teams in Jamaica for one reason or another. So Mount Pleasant, Waterhouse, Malloyns, Veer, and then Portmore United. We've picked him up, obviously, after his contract expired, and I think he's a really, really good player in the prime of his career as well at 27. I think we could not get a better centre-back than that. Jumping up to the player at the top of our list, we have Ryan Harris, who is a 23-year-old at St Kitts and Nevis international, signed from Superstars in his native St Kitts and Nevis. I've brought him in because he's alright. I'm not expecting the world from him. We do have 5 foreign players that we're allowed to register. Obviously, he will count as one because he isn't from Jamaica. He would be Jamaican in 5 years, which is not a thing that's going to happen anytime soon. And finally, 19-year-old Brazilian striker Edison, signed from Flamengo on a free transfer after his contract expired. 16 finishing. That's all you need to know. He's really fast. He's got 16 finishing. Edison will score 30 goals a season for us, and then probably get sold to a team in the MLS. But it's fine. If we can get 2 or 3 good seasons out of Edison, that should be good enough for me. Now, I can't remember whether I've actually mentioned this, but one of my big plans to help financially fix our Montego Bay United side is sell players with sell-ons. So far, we don't really have any assets who are worth selling with sell-ons. If we sort by value, which in fact, this is what we have done, our most expensive player is Anur Martinez, who's worth £20,000 to £40,000, and at 21 years of age, he's not going to become a world-class footballer. By no means he's going to be very good at all. So I'm hoping if we sort by potential, we've got some players here like Marcos Enrique, Could he become a decent Premier League footballer? That's all we need. We don't need world-class footballers, realistically. We just need decent Premier League level footballers. Could Marcos Enrique be that man? We sell him for literal pennies, like £15,000, with a 50% sell-on to, say, a Sheffield United, who then sell him on in a few years' time to a Fulham for £12 million, and we get £6 million. That's how we're going to fix the finances. And I think with Enrique, with Edison, arguably Martinez, maybe Harris as well, we've got some players who could actually do this. Before we go much further, however, I do need to point your direction in the players who have left the club on permanent deals after their contract expired, and Andreas Düring is one of them. This is why we brought in Edison, by the way, because Düring left the club. He decided he did not want to sign a new deal. He's obviously very good, but I feel like if we do a comparison with him and Edison, they're very, very similar footballers. So I don't think we've really lost too much here. Edison's faster. Mentally, Düring is better. Technically, it is Edison once again. So I think we've kind of got a better deal in the end. But Düring has left Jamaica. He has returned, or maybe he's not returning back. I thought he was going to go back to Austria, but VA United want him. He is not Jamaican, by the way. Although he has lost, he's lost his tenure. So if he leaves the country for like a month or two, something like that, it means he stops kind of keeping his accumulative days in Jamaica, which means he's going to need to spend another 5 years here. Maybe Düring is not going to be the first non-Jamaican to become Jamaican. Maybe it'll be somebody else. Anyway, it's been a rather waffly start to this season. We have obviously already kicked off the Caribbean Cup. We have won one match. We've beaten Gibraltar 1-0, but obviously everyone else around us has played twice apart from Club Haitian. It's Club Haitian, isn't it? They've also only played one match. So right now, it's looking okay. We are undefeated, but obviously we've only played one match. We are going to jump forward to the 29th of December, where we have returned as the transfer window opens, but we are looking here at the Caribbean Cup. Campbell comes forward with a ball, long-range effort, blasts it past Jean, could just be nice and easy, Jean from Racing Club Haitian. Marcos Enrique doubles our lead from the penalty spot, meaning we finish third in the Caribbean Cup. We got all the way to the semi-finals, we got knocked out, but we did finish third place, which means we are back in the North American Champions League. We're in at the first round because we finished third. If we won or came second, I believe we go straight into the second round, but we're into the first round where we all play St. Louis City, which I feel like we could beat them, right? I feel like this is certainly a winnable game. Yes, I'm checking the facilities. 22,500 or apparently 66,000, which I don't think they'll ever play that for some reason. We always seem to play at this stadium, which is fine. 22,000 capacity. If they sell it out, that's a nice big chunk of change coming our way. Other things to mention, we're in the JFF Cup quarterfinal, but I think most seasons we don't actually play any rounds until the quarterfinal, or we play one round, so that's really not too much to talk about. And in the Jamaican Premier League, we are top of the table, and we are on a 100% record. Currently 12 games played, 12 wins, positive 29 goal difference. Joseph is actually the top goal scorer with 7. Really? I'm surprised by that. I would have thought it would be this young man here. Edison, he has got 6 in 10. He's also got 5 in the Caribbean Cup. Edison has started to hit the ground running in his time in Jamaica, which is good. So yeah, the first half of the season's actually gone pretty good. Back into the North American Champions League, which is a lovely thing to see. We are going to jump forward to the end of this transfer window. We've got £6,000 to spend, but we are over our wage budget, so don't expect a huge amount of movement from us. Before we talk about transfers in the league, we have dropped our first point, a defeat against Cavalier, who find themselves in 7th place. We have won 3 more matches, I believe. I think it was 12 before. It's now 15, so we are, 14 points clear of second place, Arnott Gardens. I think we should be finishing top of the table, which means we'll get into the Caribbean Cup, which is good. As long as we finish in the top 2, that qualifies us for the Caribbean Cup, even if we don't actually win the trophy. And from a transfer perspective, we have brought in somebody new, and yes, that is not a Jamaican name, but first of all, Omar Burke has left. He's moved over to VA United. He is a youngster who I don't think was ever going to really cut it for us. He's gone there on a very short-term contract, 5 months, but they have paid £1,400. A £1,400 that we immediately threw back into the transfer market. In fact, kind of threw it onto the wages of Miller Ramirez, a 23-year-old Colombian under-20 international defensive midfielder. He's not amazing, but I'm hoping he's good enough to make us a slightly better team when it comes to the North American Champions League. It does mean, however, that somebody can't be registered because there's too many foreign players. So we've got Martinez, we have Enrique, we have Ramirez, we have Ryan Harris, who you can see is obviously the man who is sacrificed. We've got Joseph, and we have Edison. So, Ryan Harris, unfortunately for you, you're not going to be in the squad for the second half of the season. You did play a few matches as well. It's probably fine, okay? It's probably fine. I feel like having Miller Ramirez, that's his name, I feel like he's a much better option to play there. He can also play as a centre-back. He's not a good centre-back, but he could play there. And obviously, just in case you're wondering, yep, financially, it's not good. It's not good at any point in this save so far. Minus £663,000 in the bank. Lovely. Well, next thing to do then, let's jump forward. We'll jump through most of the North American Champions League, although I suspect we might get knocked out by St. Louis City. If we don't, we'll definitely get knocked out in the next round, which is probably going to be against... Actually, we can actually see this, can't we? Second round, if we get past them, it'll be Cibao or Monterrey. So it'll be Monterrey from Mexico. We could do that. Do we know who's in the quarterfinal? Do we know who's in the quarterfinal? Yes, we do. It is Puebla, Philadelphia, or Municipal Guatemala. Which means it's going to be Puebla or Philadelphia, isn't it? That's probably how that one's going to go. And then obviously the semi-final, at this point, we're probably looking a little bit too far in the future, aren't we? Speaking of the future, let's go there. Let's see how well things go. Will we actually finish top of the Jamaican Premier League and qualify for the Caribbean Cup once again? Ultimately, that has to be our main goal. But also do reasonably well in the North American Champions League as well. In the last, 10 games of the season, things did not go to plan for us. We lost 4 matches and drew 4 matches and won twice. That is it. That was a really, really bad end to the season. And it didn't really get too much better when in the North American Champions League we did eventually get knocked out by St. Louis City at the first round, but we did draw with them. It means nothing in North America, because in Europe that means you get coefficient points and whatnot. Doesn't mean a damn thing over here. So the fact that we drew, it's just kind of a nice little pat on the back. Well done, but it doesn't do anything for us. Actually, jumping forward to the semi-final, so we've got LA Galaxy versus Tigres, America versus Philadelphia. So who'd have thought American sides versus Mexican sides in the North American Champions League? Where have we seen that? Genuinely looking at it, it's only ever been North American or Mexican sides. I mean, technically, Montreal aren't obviously America. They are North American. Toronto, North American. So it's kind of dull, isn't it? I feel like we need to win this just to change things up a bit. So because we did win the league, that means we should be in the Caribbean Cup for the 23-24 season, which is good. We're obviously in it for this coming season, or season 8 for us, because we were in the top 2 last season. We now have to go and play the playoffs. We've also had our youth intake come through, which is not particularly inspiring. There is a few players, so Junior Allen at the top there has 4.5-star potential, but as I keep saying whenever we get these youth intakes in, 4.5-star potential is against our players, not against world footballers, so he's not going to be the next Leo Messi. He's probably going to be the next... I couldn't even tell you. My brain can't even think of somebody who he's going to be as good as. He's not going to be good. One player that I'm kind of excited for, but not really, is Rowan Batista, 16-year-old Jamaican goalkeeper. I'm excited because I like the shape, and he's a goalkeeper, okay? That's pretty much it. I don't think he's going to be, world-class. Arguably, will never play for the Jamaican national side, but having a 16-year-old Jamaican goalkeeper on your books, keeping him around for maybe 10, 15 years, his entire career as a backup, would be really helpful, rather than us trying to bring in a half-decent kind of goalkeeper, because there's not a huge amount of them. We've also got Juan Carlos White, who he's rubbish. He's absolutely rubbish, isn't he? He's got reasonable... I say reasonable, he doesn't. He's aggressive, and he's got good teamwork, and he's got natural fitness. So he will beat you up for days with his mates. That's pretty much it there. So yeah, it's not been a good intake, and I don't think we'll ever get a good intake at this rate. We need to get our facilities up, which if we take a look, they're not really improving. We are. I think we're trying. I can't remember actually. I should double check this. I think we can find this out, can't we? No, I've not asked, and I know why I haven't asked, because we haven't got any money. That's why. When we sell somebody, for money, that is. When we sell somebody for money, I will ask the board to start improving the facilities. But right now, not a lot's going to happen, is it? I have just seen, though, informational objectives expand the stadium. They are planning to it. It's not happening there, but they're planning to expand the stadium. Am I going insane? I've just jumped back a few seasons. Has my stadium got bigger and I just haven't realised? Is that a thing? Can we find landmarks? It has. It's been increased twice. And I've genuinely just not realised, because obviously I'm not asking for this. I'm not asking them to expand it. They're just doing this off their own back. So we've gone from 5,236 all the way up to 80,000 capacity stadium in Jamaica. I don't think we really need that. But the fact that our stadium's getting bigger, without knowing, is pretty good. Also, a quarter of it is filled up. Over a quarter of it is filled up with season ticket holders. That's really good as well. Right, next thing to do then is to jump to the end of the season. Will we win the Jamaican Premier League by going through all of the various competitions and the semi-finals and the finals? Or will we forever be the bridesmaid in this competition and never actually win it, despite the fact that we've quite clearly been the best team in the league. So against Arnett Gardens in the final, a bicycle kick from Dixon opens up the scoring for Arnett Gardens after about 20 or so minutes. Arnett Gardens come forward once again, still in the first half. Dixon collects it. Can he get his second? Yes, he can, and you can already see where this is going. Yes, we are not going to be winning the league once again because Arnett Gardens in the second half managed to score themselves a third goal. Dixon takes it out wide, takes a few touches, crosses it low, Headley in the middle to Bassett, and it's not Bassett, Brissett, and Brissett makes it 3-0. If there are any fans of Jamaican football watching, please tell me, is this actually how this works, or do you win the league and then this is like an extra competition that you can also win? Because I feel like this is unfair. On me, specifically on me. We also didn't win the JFF Cup. That's right, we got knocked out by V United, a 3-2 defeat, which means V United played Boys Town in the final. A Boys Town side that win the league despite the fact they finished 12th in the table, which is, it's really down there, isn't it? They nearly got relegated. At the start of the season, I said Edison will get 30 goals a season for us. He actually got 17 in all competitions. I think he got more, technically. It says 17 there, but actually 22 there, because I think he got, 5 goals as well in the Caribbean Cup in the first half of the season, which has obviously dropped off because the database that I'm using is a little bit broken. But Edison has got 22 goals for us in Season 1. Joseph has got a whole bunch of goals as well, which is nice to see. Leo Campbell, 25 years of age, scoring for fun as well. Marcos Enrique's got 7. I wonder how many were pens. 7. 7 of them were penalties. Fair enough. The fact that Ryan Harris scored 3 goals and played 10 matches, I guess, yeah, he would have played the JFF Cup games after he couldn't get registered. But we are building a team, okay? I'm happy we're building ourselves a little bit of a team here. We've got some decent players. Edison, I think. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but I'm pinning my hopes on Edison going with a 50% sell on to a bigger club. I don't think it's going to be here for long. Season 8 for our Montego Bay United side then will be very similar to Season 7 in terms of competitions. We are in the Jamaican Premier League and the JFF Cup, obviously, but we are also back in the Caribbean Cup. A Caribbean Cup that last season we finished in 3rd place. I'd like to win it again. We did win it back in 2028, which obviously qualified us for the North American Champions League. I want to win it again, and I want to get to a point where we are winning this consistently. We have got in our league Capois from Haiti, we have Pantoja from the Dominican Republic, Violet also from Haiti, and Williams Connection from Trinidad and Tobago. It annoys me that Ken Wine-Jones isn't one of their star players. He should be, because I'm pretty sure this is where he came from. Anyway, at the start of the season, obviously, financially, we're not in a good place. We've got £10,000 to spend. We have got a little bit of wage budget. We've got about £800 maybe if we want to spend that as well. I don't believe we've done any transfers as of yet. So, no, we've done nothing at all so far. So, yeah, let's jump forward and see what business we can do. We're also probably going to release a few players as well. Okay, I was wrong. We didn't release anybody at all, but we have brought in a few new faces, and we brought in a new number 1 goalkeeper. The problem is he's not Jamaican. And that is the Bosnian goalkeeper Vinko Erceg, could be his name, signed from Bosna on a free transfer after his contract expired. My scouts randomly found him. I don't know how they do this, by the way. They just kind of randomly pop up and say, we found a random Honduran for you. Cool, thank you very much. We found a Bosnian. Okay, here's a couple of Austrian players if you want them. My scouts, I don't know why my scouts are doing this, because I've not set them to do anything specific. They're just finding me just random free transfers, which I'm kind of okay with. Obviously, Erceg is going to be our number 1 goalkeeper because I think he is better than our previous goalkeeper, which is Daniel Russell. I say better. Is he better? They're kind of the same, but very different at the same time. But we're going with Erceg because he's foreign. He's not the only player to join the club, a couple of others as well. Nicalia Fuller might be his name, joining on a free transfer. He has certainly come in as a backup player because we needed a few more options to partner Edison up front. And Gerondi Muir has also joined the club, 24 years of age, 21 under-21s, or under-20 caps, and a goal as well, signed from Waterhouse after his contract expired, giving us a little bit more options on that right-hand side. Leaving the club, we've sold £11,000 worth of players. First of all, Ryan Harris has gone on loan for £2,000 and he's coming back. Because he is not Jamaican, he obviously counts as a foreign player, so I tried to loan him out to a team in Jamaica, which has certainly happened, which means he's keeping his I'm going to become Jamaican kind of status going, which is nice to see. We have sold Andrew Ely. He has gone to Arnett Gardens, basically a player who he played a few times for us, most of them are off the bench. He's gone for 5.75, possibly going up to nearly £15,000. So that is big money there. Jermaine Ritter, for just under £1,000, has left going to Rivoli United for £275. Michael Siddiqui has gone on loan, signed for Waterhouse. Rishwan Bishop has also moved to Rivoli United for, what was that, nearly £2,000, and Nico Carter has also moved to Rivoli United for a little bit of extra money as well. So we've done a fair amount of transfer business. I do want to show you this actually. So there's no one on here that's particularly interesting, but we do have sell-ons. So for example, Omar Burke, if he gets sold for any money, he's not going to. We're going to get 30% of it. We've also got Ely. We get 40% of that one. Dominique Glasspole, no, that's not one. Ritter, 30% of that will come to us. Siddiqui, 40% of that will come to us. So this is kind of my plan for us making money, is sell somebody to somebody really good and then they sell him on. Or we buy that sell-on clause. So let's say this number here was 40% and he was worth £20 million. So this team might say, we'll buy that clause off you for £7 million. And I'll go, you know what, I'll just take the money. I'll take the money now, not risk the fact that you won't sell him, or he'll just expire or never leave or things like that. So that's another way that we can make money from selling players, but not really kind of... We're selling them for nothing, but we're selling them with all these kind of future incentives, and that's how we're going to make our cash. We have, obviously, played a football match as well in between the last clip and now, and that is a match up against Pandosha, which was a 5-5 draw in the Caribbean Cup. It means we are third in the table. We should get out of this group. Western Connection or Williams Connection are a good side, but I think we should be good enough to get out of this group. The draw's not been the best start, but it's fine. Still plenty more games to go. Well, 4. There's 4 more games to go. And the last thing to mention before we jump to the next transfer window at the end of the calendar year, Colin Hernandez, who is a player who came through our 2nd, 3rd, 4th youth intake. I've started to force play him on that left wing. I don't think we should be, but my thoughts are Joseph is our normal left winger, and he's not Jamaican, and he can never become Jamaican, and I don't know why. I assume because he's from Haiti. I assume that's why he can't become Jamaican. He's just using up a foreign player slot now. At this point, we could just rotate him out. We could get Hernandez in. Hernandez is, in theory, the future, and I said when he came through our youth intake, I've got high hopes for him. So Hernandez is kind of going to break into the starting 11. He's already played 27 times for us over the course of his career. He's going to play every match this season. Oh, and a quick financial update. Yep, still not good. It's gone up, but still not gone up far enough. Right, let's jump forward then to the end of the year. Are we going to start the season off like we did last season where we were effectively undefeated? Or will we just balls it up? We're going to balls it up at some point, surely. We've by no means balls it up yet, okay? 12 games in, we are not top of the table, but we have drawn 4 times. Waterhouse, Treasure Beach, Humble Lion and Portmore United, all draws. We've also got a defeat against Arnett Gardens, the team who are currently top of the table by 9 whole points as well. The thing is, in the Caribbean Cup, over the course of 2 legs, we managed to beat Capois, I believe that's who they're called, thanks to Edison opening the scoring in the 2nd leg. Then from the corner taken by Edison, it finds McGovern at the back post. We did kind of slip a little bit, okay? Santana down the left-hand side, can he cross it in, plays it on the ground to Correa, bit of space, once again across, and Alu blast past the Bosnian goalkeeper, making it 2-1. But midway through the second half, we complete the Caribbean Cup victory. Muir with the ball on the right-hand side, takes a few touches past a few players. Edison's there at the front post, puts it in the back of the net, getting his 2nd of the game, completing a 5-3 victory on aggregate. 5-2 victory, sorry, I'm an idiot. We won the Caribbean Cup, okay? So, the fact that we're not top of the table is okay because we have won the Caribbean Cup, which means obviously in 50 days' time, we go into the North American Champions League once again. And because we won the Caribbean Cup, we go in at the 2nd round against Minnesota or Pachuca. Minnesota, arguably the team that we want to take there, but I still feel like we are not ever in a position, I say ever, we're not in a position right now to be able to do anything particularly good in the North American Champions League, but give it time, okay? I'm going to say season 11, we're going to be able to challenge, maybe win a game in the North American Champions League. It is obviously a transfer window, but something happened before the last transfer window finished, technically after. We have loaned out Daniel Russell, who was our number 1 goalkeeper, but because we brought in Urseg, we've basically gone, you know what, we're not going to play you, but this is going to hopefully keep you happy. He's gone to Brisbane Roar, which, by the way, cheeky little plug here, if you want to watch 10 seasons of me in charge of Brisbane Roar, no link whatsoever, by the way, in these videos, this was just a happy little coincidence, and you can go watch that on the channel as well. He's gone there for nearly £10,000 as well, so that is some good money coming our way. Speaking of money, yep, still don't have any, minus £762,000 now. So as we move to the end of January, the transfer window has now closed, and we are still kind of doing alright in the league. Have we closed the gap? I don't think we have. There's now 8 points between us and Arnott Gardens, but realistically, as long as we finish in the top 2, that's all that really matters. We have, however, been knocked out of the JFF Cup, but it doesn't really mean anything at the moment. Soon, we will get to a point where we'll win the Jamaican Premier League and the JFF Cup and the Caribbean Cup every single season. It's not there yet. What has happened for us from a transfers perspective? Well, 2 new players have joined the club. We have Kieran Rigby for £2,000. We've actually spent some money as a 21-year-old Jamaican signed from Portmore United. Brought him in because he's kind of one for the future, but we need some more Jamaican players. And also, I've signed Andy Stravic, who is a 22-year-old Croatian striker to play alongside Edison. Now, I know he isn't, but my brain says that he's a big lad. He's like 6'3". He's actually 5'8". So I should have checked this. Are we going to be playing Edison up front? Where is Edison? So Edison he's 5'10", and Stravic, who's 5'8". My brain's telling me he's a big lad. He's not a big lad, is he? Anyway, it doesn't really matter if he is a big lad or not. Stravic has joined the cause, which means when we take a look at our registration, we've had another player, in fact 2 players, who have had to fall to the registration rules. So we are now losing Miller Ramirez and Bachmi Joseph. So we've got Edison, we have Stravic, we have Enrique, we have Martinez, and we have Urseg as our 4 players. Is Martinez out for a while? No, he's not. He's out for 8 days. So that's how our transfer window went. Not particularly well. Yep. Just there's money. Well, I mean, there isn't money, is there? Let's be honest, there's never money. And now on the 10th of April, we have finished 2nd place in the league. We didn't really close the gap. In fact, Arnott Gardens got a little bit further away from us than we would have liked, but we did finish 2nd place, which does mean we have qualified for the Caribbean Cup for the next season, or the season after, technically. And because we finished 2nd, we go into the semi-final, so we'll be playing Mount Pleasant, Waterhouse, Malloyns, or Portmore United, with a hope of getting into the final and winning the league, because we've won it. In 8 seasons, we've won it once, and we finished top of the table probably 6 times in those 8 seasons. In other news, in the North American Champions League, we did get knocked out by Pachuca, so we did not get to play. It was at Minnesota United, I think, was the other team that we could have played. I think it was Minnesota. Yes, it was. They lost 4-1 on aggregate. We play Pachuca, and we lose 5-3. So we did put up a bit of a fight. We drew 2-2 in the second leg. Not good enough yet, though. We are getting closer. We are certainly getting closer, but right now we are still not really close enough. And actually, when you look at all the teams that made it through, so we have an American, we have Mexican, we have an Mexican, we have an American. Saprissa are Costa Rican, aren't they? Yes, Saprissa from Costa Rica, Mexican, El Janusa Costa Rican, and also St. Louis. So, yeah, and I'm surprised. Hold on. We are going to have a Costa Rican side in the North American Champions League final. We're going to have to check out who wins that. The other thing to do before we get to the end of the season, and obviously the Premier League playoff nonsense mess thing where we can actually win the trophy, I'm not even going to show them to you, okay? Because this youth intake is just absolutely garbage. The best one, does it say who our best one is? No, it doesn't say the best one. Alex Bunce, I'm going to assume, is the best one, and he's rubbish. Last thing to do then is jump to the end of the season. Will we lift a trophy? No. We got to the final against Arnott Gardens and we lose on penalties. So even when we finish 2nd place, we still don't win the league. Arnott Gardens once again winning the title. We've 3 seasons in a row we've got to the final. 3 seasons in a row we have got to the final. 4 seasons, in fact, in a row we've got to the final. And in those seasons, so let's go back. 2nd place, 1st place, 1st place, 1st place. We technically won the league 3 times, but only have 1 trophy to show for it. At least we are starting to develop some pretty good footballers. Edison is up there. He's starting to improve. He's unhappy as well. I think he wants to leave and go to a bigger club. He does. This could be our time. A bigger club could be a team from the MLS. It could be like an Austin FC from the MLS. But if he goes there with a 50% sell-on for literally no money, that could get us £500,000. We've also got Leo Campbell, who, whilst isn't particularly good, he's all right, isn't he? He's scoring a lot of goals for us. We've got Marcos Enrique. He's got 11 goals. Starting to get some goals that aren't penalties. That's nice to see. Nobody else is... I say nobody. No one's really wanted, and if they are, nobody's wanted by kind of big clubs. How did Colin get on? He didn't play. Were you injured? Yes, you were injured. Okay, that is why you didn't play. What happened? you broke your leg. You broke your leg, and then you got shin splints, and then a tight hamstring. Yeah, that would probably be understandable why you didn't play any matches. Fair enough. Next season, you'll get some games. So, Season 8 is in the bag, and once again, we have finished as the bridesmaid. We have got, in the bank, minus £488,000. Have the board decided to increase our stadium without me knowing? No, not yet. But it's only a matter of time. I will say now as well, affiliate clubs, I keep asking, okay? And they don't want me to get any. They're like, nah, what's the point? We don't see the point in having any affiliate clubs. I feel like we're never going to get an affiliate club. Anyway, that is going to do it for Season 8. Season 9 will be, hopefully, back in the Champions League if we can win the Caribbean Cup once again. And I want to win the damn Jamaican Premier League. Is that too much to ask? So far, we have had 8 seasons in charge of Montego Bay United in our Building a Nation of Jamaica. And in those 8 seasons, we have been the best team statistically in the league by winning it 5 times. We have got to the final 5 times. We have won the league once. We have won it once. And it's not even recent. It was 4 seasons ago when we won the league. In Season 9, can we win the league again? Not only that, we are the defending champions of the Caribbean Cup. In fact, we have won this twice in the 8 seasons we have been in charge of Montego Bay United. Can we do that back to back? Ideally, going forward, maybe from Season 10 onwards, we should be winning the Caribbean Cup every single season. Because if we're not, we are going to kind of struggle to build the nation of Jamaica. The other thing, obviously, we are in the JFF Cup. Obviously, this is last season what happened here, but we are hopefully going to be winning that one. Just in case you weren't aware, the JFF Cup, we have won this 2 times, maybe 3, 2 times over the last 8 seasons as well. We don't win a huge amount of things, but we probably should be. Anyway, then, at the start of the season, obviously, transfer window is open. We have done no business as of yet. We've got £16,870 in the bank. A little bit of wage budget to spend, but probably not going to be doing too much transfers because, let's face it, what real business can we do? So now we're on the 4th of September. The transfer window has slammed shut. A bit of business has taken place. One transfer, which could be interesting. We'll get to that in just a moment. Fidel Thirlwell has left the club, moving over to Humble Lion. He has gone on a small deal, £2,200. For even less money, Lennox Clough has moved over to Rivoli United for about £700. Ryan Harris has gone out on loan to Portmore United for actually £6,000, which is a lot of money for a player who's not going to stay at that club. And Ederson has moved back to his native Brazil, signing for CHA, which is, I can never remember their name. He's signed for CHA. He's gone there for not a lot of money, £1,200, has been loaned back to us for the season, and we do have a sell-on in there. Unfortunately, the sell-on is only 30% of his next transfer fee, but 30% of £1 million is better than 0% of £1 million. So it's probably okay. I don't think this is the one that's going to make us rich. Along with Ederson joining the club or returning to the club, Alex Fowler has joined on a free transfer. A 22-year-old central midfielder brought in more for squad depth because basically he got released and I thought, you know what, he might have some potential. He's still only young. And we have also brought in a backup goalkeeper in the shape of Twain Lynch, formerly of Dunbarholden. Played a lot of times for them last season. He's obviously not going to be good enough to play first team football, but he should be good enough to maybe hold a space on the bench for a few seasons. I always forget to mention this, by the way. We have released a few players, so the big name here is Bashmi Joseph, the Haitian international who's played 149 league games for us, has left on a free transfer after his contract expired. He wasn't worth keeping around because he was never going to become Jamaican. He was using up one of our non-Jamaican spots, so I kind of felt like it was time to move him on. Scott Gordon has also left on a free transfer because he's not very good, and Craig Markland has also left on a free transfer signing for Volvo United because he's not very good. And one other thing to mention before we talk about how things have started off in the Caribbean Cup, we have folded and we've gone to the 4-2-3-1 formation that I've used for most of my saves in FM24 because I like it, it works, and I feel like playing the 4-2-4, or the 4-4-2, that we were playing, I think probably was starting to hold us back a little bit. So, changing formation hopefully will change our fortunes as well. Maybe we might win the Jamaican Premier League. We should win the Caribbean Cup as well. From a competitions perspective, we have kicked off the Caribbean Cup and we are currently sat second in the group. Somehow, I don't know how, I assume it's on alphabetical order because we have won twice with a positive 11 goal difference. AC Pos have won twice with a positive 2. We have beaten Arashi, maybe 3-0, and Pantoja 8-0. I feel like we're getting out of the group stage without any problems. And I guess the next thing that we need to do then is just jump forward to just around about Christmas time. Once that transfer window reopens, obviously no business is going to take place, but the entirety of the Caribbean Cup will, so we'll return, and hopefully we've picked up another trophy for the cabinet. So on Boxing Day 2033, we have returned and we have once again picked up the Caribbean Cup. So we are back-to-back champions of the Caribbean Cup. We have obviously qualified for the North American Champions League. I'm not going to show you the goals because basically in the second leg we actually lost 3-1, but in the first leg we did win 4-0, meaning we pip Montego Bay, that's us, Mount Pleasant FC, to the post to win the Caribbean Cup, but they also do qualify for the North American Champions League, along with third place Caledonia United from Trinidad and Tobago. Elsewhere in the Jamaican Premier League, our formation change seems to be doing wonders. We are currently top of the table, 10 wins, 2 draws, 0 defeats, positive 37 goal difference. Andy Stravic is up there with 7 goals scored for us, 7 in 5 cup games and 8 league games, so 14 in 13 starts so far this season. He's wanted. He's wanted by teams in China. Maybe we don't want to do that. Also, Colin Hernandez up there with 7 goals as well. Just 2 of them coming in the Caribbean Cup. So 9 and 12 starts for him. He's rubbish, but he's starting to get better because he's now getting that game time now that Bashmi Joseph has left the club. It is also obviously a transfer window. The window has literally just opened because it is midnight on the 26th of December. So we're still probably celebrating Christmas at the moment. Not sure whether we're going to be doing any business, or if we are, it's not going to be a huge amount likewise earlier. Like at the start of the season, 18,000 transfer budget, a little bit of wage budget to spend. Maybe we can make a deal with CHA to maybe get that sell-on sold for like £100,000. Maybe that could be helpful for us. I don't know. And just like that, we jump 1 month into the future. It's now the 26th of January, and we've only done one bit of transfer business, and it is Marcos Enrique leaving the club, signing for ATP, which is Atletico Paranense, maybe, could be their name. He has obviously returned to his native Brazil, and he's gone for not a lot of money, £1,600. But as part of this deal, we do get a friendly against ATP. I'm not sure whether that's going to be any helpful for us, but hopefully it might give us a little bit of money, and 20% sell on there. So we might get a little bit of kickback from this in the future. If he turns into a half-decent footballer, chances are the players that we're signing at the moment, looking kind of into, not looking into the code, but kind of behind the scenes, out of the potential of, say, 200, he might have 130 at best. We're not going to be getting those superstars, or if we are, it's going to be very few and far between. I feel like of the two, Edison was the one more likely going to be a bit more of a better player. So if Edison in about 2, 3, 4 seasons time moves to a team in Portugal for £200,000 or whatever, we're obviously going to get some of that money back. I feel like Marcos Enrique is just going to disappear playing for ATP. Because obviously we didn't do any transfer business, we have actually got a little bit of wage budget now come back to us and a bit of transfer budget, but we are still very much in the red. From a fixtures perspective, we are still top of the table. 14 wins now to our name. Lots and lots of goals scored, which is good. Positive 47 goal difference, which is more than our points, which is ridiculous. We are starting the North American Champions League soon, obviously going into round 2. Who will we be up against? It will be Orlando City or Querétaro from Mexico. I mean, either one would be fine. Do we need to pay attention to facilities? 25,500, and this one here, I feel like they're going to play some massive, aren't they? 38. Yeah, can we play these? Because then if there's a sellout, we get a huge sum of money coming our way. Just seen as well, Andy Stravic, 16 goals now. Admittedly, he's lost the the Caribbean Cup goals, but he's got 8 league goals to his name so far. If we do... Where are they? Oh, so they are here. So Continental, we've got the 7 goals there from the Caribbean Cup, 16 in all competitions. We are looking good, obviously, because of the change in formation. We are going to be scoring a fair amount, a few more goals. So Stravic, top goal scorer. Second is Ian Watson, which is kind of a surprise. I guess playing in that attacking midfield role, he is going to get a lot of chances, score a lot of goals. Did come through our youth intake in 2027. So he's been one of our players since the start of the save for us. Colin Hernandez also in double figures with 10 goals as well. Edison's only got 9. Maybe we're not going to miss him. Anyway, let's jump forward then to the next part of the save, which will be after our youth intake comes in and the regular season has been played. And obviously, we will have played maybe 1 or 2, I think 1 or 2 North American Champions League games. So then, in the Jamaican Premier League, we have finished with an invincible record. 20 wins, 6 draws, 0 defeats, positive 62 goal difference, 66 points on the board. I feel like that might be our best. Arnett Gardner's got 67 last year. They got 67 last year. I mean, that's probably... The fact that that's not the best is really kind of annoying because we've gone undefeated. The first time anyone's gone undefeated in this save at the very least. And we haven't broken the points record, which is annoying. But obviously we are into the kind of the playoff final nonsense mess thing. Speaking of playoff final nonsense mess thing, we managed to get past Querétaro of Mexico in the second round of the North American Champions League, our most successful time ever in the North American Champions League. We then do fall at the next stage in the quarterfinal against America, the team who are the current defending champions, one of the best teams, if not the best team from Mexico in this save. So things are improving. We have managed to get a team from Jamaica to the quarterfinal of the North American Champions League. Season 10 might be our year. Probably won't be, but it could be. We've also got youth candidates coming through. 2 players that I'm going to take a look at. We've got Ronaldo Buchanan, who I think looks pretty good. He can't finish, which is a bit of a concern, but mentally he's got some decent numbers. Determination of 15 is good. Teamwork of 17. Work rate of 14. Obviously very, very good. Personality of unambitious is not particularly good, but he's only 16. And let's face it, when we're looking at potential out of 200, if he's got 130, he's going to be an absolute superstar playing for us. Doesn't really matter too much about his personality at the moment. But the one I'm most excited for is Alwyn Buckner, 16 years old, attacking midfielder. He doesn't look much at the moment, but he's got 5-star potential apparently according to the coach. Technically, he's got some decent numbers. Dribbling's not too bad at 12 along with his technique. He's got 8 first touch. Doesn't sound particularly high, but bump these numbers up by 2 or 3 and all of a sudden he's going to look like a pretty decent footballer. But what excites me about Buckner is his mental numbers with his 15 determination, 16 teamwork, very good numbers, 16 flair, love it, 17 natural fitness. I mean, he's not really a physical animal, but that natural fitness, I imagine, means he could probably run for weeks and weeks and weeks. I might force play Buckner, you never know. It's also going to be a swan song the next little bit of the season for Edison. He has suddenly turned up in the second part of the season. 22 goals now in all competitions. If we go to here, it is technically 24 once you include his Caribbean Cup goals as well. So Edison has suddenly kicked into gear. Stravic is second top scorer with 19. Watson is third with 17. Hernandez is fourth with 13. And Mikel Campbell is fifth with 11. I feel like he's been playing as a right back. That's a lot of goals for a right back to be scoring. Anyway then, next thing to do is to jump to the end of the season. Will we be lifting the trophy? Will it be the second time ever our Montego Bay United side lift the Jamaican Premier League? I do not know what to say. I genuinely do not know what to say. We have been dominant, absolutely dominant. We have been undefeated for the entire season and we lose on penalties. We didn't even lose the final after 90 minutes or even extra time, but we lose on penalties. Who was the man to ruin it for us? Who was the man to mess the penalty up? It was Edison, like he cared anymore. He's leaving the club. And Walters as well. I mean, Walters, he's got 5 penalty taken. Admittedly, no one's going to have massively high penalty taken, but taking penalty number 2 with 5 out of 20 is not good. I guess it also doesn't help that we did get dropped down to 10 men just at the end of the first half. So we played 45 minutes, or more than 45 minutes actually, with just 10 men, and Edison scored a goal that was disallowed as well. But at least we won the JFF Cup, is what I would like to have said. However, we lose 5-4 against Mount Pleasant FC. It's ridiculous, isn't it? We're never going to win anything. We could play the best tactic in the world against the worst teams in the world, and we will not win the trophies that we want to be winning. We're not winning the Jamaican Premier League. We're not winning the Jamaican Football Federation Cup. We are winning the Caribbean Cup, though, so I guess that is something. So all in all, in Season 9, we've won nothing. We've been the runners-up twice. I mean, I say nothing. We did win the Caribbean Cup. I need to remember that is a thing. It just doesn't appear here because of the way it kind of straddles and whatnot. But we won the Caribbean Cup and then finished second place to Mount Pleasant FC in both the domestic competitions. However, silver lining, mainly brought on by the North American Champions League. We've got £200,000 in the bank. I think it's the North American Champions League that's done this. So this season, we've got 2 million worth of gate receipts. Last season was 850,000. So that is clearly making a massive, massive impact for us, getting all those tickets. Can we see, actually? So the team in Mexico, away, 28,000 people turned up for that. 76,000 people turned up for the America game. That's where the money came from. Imagine, like, you just assume we got £76,000 for that. That's a big bump in money. We'd probably get 2 or 3 times that. So we might have even got around like £150,000, £200,000 just for that America game from the ticket sales. That's madness. We probably would have got maybe about 80, 90,000 for that one. So basically getting far in the North American Champions League is likely to help us financially, even if we don't win the games. Playing against big teams from Mexico or the USA, playing in their massive stadiums that they seem to have, and then hopefully selling them out will just help us out financially, which maybe that also, it's not that it's not a game plan, but maybe that's something we need to keep an eye on if we're not getting the player sales to kind of generate us some funds. As we begin Season 10, we say a fond farewell to Ederson. Obviously, we signed him a couple of years ago, scored 28 league goals, returned back to the club after signing for CHA in Brazil, and scoring another 19 league goals. When we actually look at the proper numbers, it's a lot more than that. So, Season 1 was 22 goals, Season 2 was 17, Season 3 was 27. I'm not going to do the maths, but that's a lot of goals scored by one player. But unfortunately, he has gone. And at the start of Season 10, we obviously have not done any transfer business just yet. We are able to sell this clause for £13,000, which we're obviously not going to do. But the fact, this is kind of, I think I've mentioned this a few times before, that if we get a player who goes to like a big team in England, like goes, or not even a big team, just like like an Everton or someone like that, and they're worth £10 million once they sign for Everton, we can negotiate a sell-on and get £4 or £5 million out of that, hopefully. So that's kind of a long-term game plan. It's not going to happen anytime soon, I don't think. Obviously, in Season 9, we were runners-up in most things, but we did win the Caribbean Cup. Season 10, I want to win everything. North American Champions League as well. Why not? Let's aim for the stars, and we might hit the moon. Or is the saying, shoot for the moon and you might hit the stars? I don't know. Anyway, doesn't matter. We're going to try and aim to win everything. Obviously, we have changed our tactic to a somewhat cheaty tactic, I think is what some people would like to call it. I just think it's a good tactic, okay? If it works in game, it's not cheating. So then, without further ado, let's jump forward to the end of the first transfer window. The Caribbean Cup will have kicked off and some transfer business will hopefully have happened as well. Wait, I've just seen, because of that money, we've got... So last season, how much did we bring in the end? So it was 2 million, but because of that money that we've got £654,000 now in the bank, we've got a transfer budget. We've never had a transfer budget. Our wage budget is £15,000 a week. Oh, this could be an interesting summer. And on the 10th of September, it was an interesting summer. However, you'll see the transfers in is a nice 0. We jump to next season. We technically haven't brought anyone in this season. These came in technically last season. Lots and lots of players on free transfers. But we have no money left. In fact, we are now in debt. And that is because if we have a look at the expenditure this season, we've spent £856,000 on ground maintenance and £185,000 on youth setup. Which means what we've actually done is we are increasing our youth facilities, we are increasing our training facilities, and we have actually managed to increase our junior coaching budget, which is obviously something you really want to be doing when you're trying to build a nation, because if you haven't got the best youth recruitment in the country, you're not going to get the best players from that nation. So we are starting to properly put in the work for that. It does mean, though, that all of that money that we did have in the bank has now just immediately disappeared, and we haven't really done too much with it. But we still technically have the transfer budget and the wage budget. We're not going to use it. Let's take a look at the players that have joined the club, because there are quite a few. I would tell you the ones that have left, but I don't think anyone's really particularly interesting. 4 players there leaving on permanent deals. Everyone else has gone out on loan. We're just going to work our way down the list, aren't we? Damien Tufton is the first man on this list. 25 years old, Jamaican central midfielder, signed formerly of Portmore United on a free transfer, coming in as an important player. Maybe not be the most important player, but he will get a fair amount of game time for us. Kahim Dixon, next up, 29-year-old striker. Obviously, we no longer have Ederson. We need somebody to fill those shoes. Is Kahim Dixon that man? Who knows? Next up, we've got ourselves a reasonable central defender in the shape of Malik Robinson, 27 years old. He's got one under-20 cap for Jamaica, formerly of Chapeltown Maroons. He's all right, isn't he? I think his 3-star current ability, not going to get too much better. We've also got this man here. We'll come back to him because he's quite clearly not Jamaican, is he? Orlando Lewis, next up. He is a 23-year-old Jamaican centre-back. I quite like the look of him. I think I prefer him to the last centre-back that we had a look at, but his current ability is slightly less. And then we have 4 players who are quite clearly not Jamaican. I say quite clearly not Jamaican. They might be, but we're going to work our way down them yet. First, Alexander Yesayan, who is an Armenian striker. He was hopefully going to be my Ederson replacement, and then I went, maybe we can loan him out and hopefully boost some other teams in the nation. To do so, he has gone to Boys Town on loan. Next up, Nicholas Kwabena. Kwabena's good. Kwabena might be the best player we've ever had playing for Montego Bay United. 20 years old, Ghanaian under 23 international, 4.5-star current ability, 4.5-star potential. I think he could be the first superstar to leave the club. I feel like at the end of season 10, maybe season 11, he moves off, goes to a team in Europe, and we reap the rewards of a 50% sell on 5 years down the line when he's a reasonable footballer and we get £10 million for it. But Kwabena, I think, could be the first superstar playing for us. We also have Chevron Snag, a 21-year-old Vincentian central midfielder with 11 caps and 4 goals to his name. I don't know whether he can become Jamaican. He can. Okay. So Chevron Snag might not be too much of a concern. I was worried that he was going to be like a Haitian. There's no way of knowing whether players from St. Vincent and Grenada can actually become Jamaican until I sign one and find out that way. So Snag will hopefully become Jamaican in a few years' time. Not going to play for us at the moment. And a similar situation with Kevin Whitman, an 18-year-old Austrian. We have rebuilt the Austro-Jamaican connections once again to sign Kevin Whitman, an 18-year-old central midfielder. I've got high hopes for Whitman. Maybe Whitman could be here for a few seasons. 5-star potential ability. We still, by the way, after 10 seasons or 9 and a bit seasons, we have not had anybody come to the club and become Jamaican. It's going to happen at some point. If we have a look at the squad, we have now got Kwabena, we have Strabic, we have Urseg, we have Martinez, we have Ramirez, we have Hernandez. We've got quite a few players in the club. Oh, no, I say Hernandez, sorry, Hernandez. He's already Jamaican. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at the club at the moment. And we also have the Armenian guy and the St. Vincent guy as well, who could become Jamaican. I think Strabic maybe have been here the longest. So he's got 1,200 days left to go. Martinez has been here for quite a while as well. He's awaiting paperwork. We might have our first Jamaican. It's not as exciting because he's from Central America anyway, from Aruba. But we might have our first Jamaican convert, and he's not going to get Jamaica caps. What about Miller Ramirez? He's 26. He's got 842 days left to go. Urseg, he's 23 and unhappy. He's got 1,000 days left to go. And then obviously Kwabena has literally just joined the club, so he's going to have 5 years left to go. Let's just confirm that. Yeah, he's been here for 57 days. Anyway, the season has kicked off. Well, the Caribbean Cup has kicked off at the very least. We have one match played, winning against Real Rincon at 5-2. Real Rincon are a team from Bonaire, apparently. The fact that we conceded twice against a semi-professional side from Bonaire is kind of concerning. Hope International are from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We have Pantoja from Dominican Republic and Defence Force from Trinidad and Tobago in our group. I will show you this very quickly. We have locked in some players. We locked in Urseg, mainly because he wasn't our number one goalkeeper last season, and he got annoyed with it. So we're locking him in to be our number one. And we are doing what I said last season. When he came through the youth intake, I said, I've got high hopes for Buckner. We're going to put our money where our mouth is, and we're going to lock him in. So far, he has played that one Caribbean Cup game and did get an assist. We might see a Jamaican superstar in the shape of Alwyn Buckner coming through the ranks over the next few seasons. Anyway then, that is how the season has kicked off. We're going to jump forward to the other side of Christmas. The window will be open for additional transfers, and hopefully we'll be top of the table. We'll have won the Caribbean Cup once again, and everything will be right in the world. We have once again won the Caribbean Cup, this time Arnett Gardens of Jamaica were the team that we faced in the final, beating them 4-2, and also, what is that, a 2-1 victory as well, away from home. It's not technically away from home, is it? So we are through to the North American Champions League. We are also top of the Jamaican Premier Division with 12 wins out of 12, 36 points on the board, and they are very, very good wins, a positive 40 goal difference. I will check, actually, Urseg, how many goals have you conceded? You've let in 5, you've kept 8 clean sheets in 12 games. That's a lot of clean sheets to be keeping. Also, you can see Stravic's top goal scorer, but Buckner is number 3 in the average rating. He's actually number 1 for the assist as well. How is he getting on? Lots and lots of green arrows going up. Oh, this could be exciting. This could genuinely be exciting. Maybe Buckner could be our first big sale. Maybe we've got ourselves a superstar Jamaican footballer in the shape of Buckner. Probably a little bit too early to tell, but am I getting too excited? Yes, I am. I have just noticed as well the competition reputation. This needs to change, doesn't it? This needs to change. People would rather play in the Mexican Expansion League, which is the second division in Mexico, the Canadian Premier Division, and the Guatemalan and Honduras Premier Divisions, which is obviously kind of not concerning, but I want to be ahead of those. I want to be in the top 4. I feel like getting past Costa Rica might be a struggle. If we ever get on par with the MLS, that's the dream. Beating Mexico, obviously, is kind of where we would love to be, but I feel like in order to do that, it's going to take maybe 50 to 60 seasons, which might be a little bit too many seasons to actually do. Anyway, transfer window is open. We technically do have budget and wage budget to spend. I don't know whether we're actually going to do this, however. Oh, I completely forgot to mention as well, at the start of the season, 3 players left on permanent deals after their contract expired. Our number 1 goalkeeper, Daniel Russell, was one of them. Ricardo Gaynor, another player who was actually really, really good for us, a real-life player as well. He did not want to sign a new deal, and he's left and moved over to Cavalier. And also, Jadoni Muir, who I think played a few matches for us as well, so he's also left on a permanent deal. Not ideal, but I think we're starting to get in some youth players who can start to fill those gaps, but also we have some other players like Iquabenas who I think are just going to be miles better than players like Jadoni Muir. It's also Gerondi Muir, but it's fine. He's not a real man. Well, the transfer window has been and gone. The window is closed and we have done literally no business, apart from this man going out on loan to a team called Progressive. We've done nothing, okay? I didn't think I was going to do much anyway, because obviously we don't have the money. Yes, we have the budgets and such, but we don't have the money in the bank. So I didn't see the point in making us more financially insecure just for the sake of kind of trying to bring in a few extra faces. So we've kept things as they are, and that is partially because we are still top of the table. We have lost a match against Arnott Gardens, but we have now won 15 out of 16, 45 points on the board. The North American Champions League will be beginning soon. We go in at round 2 up against LA Galaxy or Monterrey. Let's just check the facilities. 27,000 capacity for LA Galaxy, and Monterrey, I imagine, are going to be having a massive stadium. 52,000 capacity. I'd like to play Monterrey, and then we can actually see if we get past Monterrey, Vancouver, Seattle, America. Obviously, we'll take America. If we get past America, we're definitely aiming a little bit too high here. Atlanta United, I think that's a big stadium, isn't it? Yeah, that's a massive stadium. We'll have that one. And then in the final, I imagine the final's going to be played at a particular stadium, so it shouldn't really matter. And if it's not, then I'd play Pumas of Mexico, maybe. I mean, admittedly, there's a lot of these teams are going to have massive stadiums, so it shouldn't really matter by the time we get there, assuming we get there. I did say I'm going to shoot to try and win everything, and so far we are on track. We've won the Caribbean Cup, we're in the JFF Cup semi-final, top of the table, and in the North American Champions League. So the quadruple is still on. Let's jump forward and find out whether it is still on when we hit about April time. First of all, the Jamaican Premier League is most certainly still on. We have technically won the league, but not won the league. 71 points this time around, which I believe is now a record. Last season I thought it was a record, and it wasn't. This should now be a record. 23 wins, 2 draws, just that one defeat to our name. Strabic, top goal scorer. Leo Campbell, second. And Buckner in third. And we've still got a few more games to play. Buckner also has the highest average rating and the highest assists. End of the season, when we take a look at Buckner, I feel like we're going to be in for a lovely little treat. In the JFF Cup, we are into the final up against Via United. Obviously, the last couple of seasons, or last season, we were in the final, but did actually lose against Mount Pleasant FC, so I'd like to actually win it this time around. And in the North American Champions League, unfortunately, we did not get through to the semi-final, which is where we currently are. However, Arnott Gardens did. I don't know how. We're going to scroll back. So we lost to Seattle on away goals. Arnott Gardens smashed Saprissa. So, I mean, that's pretty impressive. A team from Costa Rica getting absolutely battered by a team from Jamaica. In the second round, we beat LA Galaxy. That's big. That's a big result as well. So, Arnott Gardens were obviously from Jamaica. I think only 2 Jamaican sides actually made it through, didn't they? Maybe somewhere in the first round. I'm not going to look through that list, but I mean, I guess the way to find out is actually to see who kind of did well in the Caribbean Cup. But it doesn't really matter because we've all been knocked out apart from Arnott Gardens, who are in the semi-final, so we will take a look. I think I said a couple of seasons ago I'll see who got to the final and when it wasn't a Mexican or an American side, and it looks like it's Saprissa. So we've had a non-American side in the final for the first time since technically ever, because we're going to include Montreal Impact as an American side. We're going to include Toronto as an American side because they play in the MLS. So last season, obviously, from our youth intake, we had a couple of very good players. In particular, we've got Alwyn Buckner, who is starting to make a name for himself in the Jamaican Premier League. This time around, we've got 4 players at the top who've got reasonably high potential. So we'll take a look. We have Anjuan Neufville, might be his name. Central midfielder, he's all right. Could be okay. Decent technical. Mentally, he's not massively great there, but he does have professional personality, which apparently is a good thing. I don't really know much about personalities in this game or in real life, to be honest. Jesus Stewart, a 16-year-old Jamaican defence midfielder. Decent mental numbers, but technically lets him down. Could be one for the future, so we'll keep an eye on him. We have Nicholas Welcome, who is a right back who looks absolutely rubbish. He's got 4.5 star potential, and I'm not seeing where that's coming from, but he is only 15, so maybe we'll keep an eye on old Nicky Welcome, see if we can welcome him into the first team. And Marvin Clark, another 15-year-old right winger this time, 4-star potential again, much like Nicholas Welcome, not seeing a huge amount there, but he's a child. These are two literal 15-year-olds. Anyway, let's jump forward then to the end of the season. Will we win the JFF Cup and the Jamaican Premier League? It's going to have to happen at some point. But it's not this time. It's not this time. We've not won the league. Again, Cavalier win the league. Now, when I show you where Cavalier finished in the table, if you didn't remember from earlier, you're going to be surprised because they finished in 6th place. They barely made it into the playoff rounds, and they finished in 6th place. They knocked us out, beating us 3-2 in the semi-final, and then winning at 3-1 in the final. We are never, ever going to win this competition. We've won it once. We've won it once, and we've literally gone undefeated in one of those seasons, and we still haven't won the league. It's ridiculous. One thing that we have won, though, is the JFF Cup. Buckner with the ball, plays it across the Walters with a bit of an injury, goes for goal. It's an awful goalkeeping from Williams in the V United goal, but we pick up the nice 1-0 victory. In fact, Buckner did have a penalty missed late on in the game as well. I say late on, actually, in the 36th minute. We probably should have won this by more than one goal, because we did have a 4.11 XG, 31 shots, 13 of them on target. The V United goalkeeper Williams, despite the fact he let in that absolutely appalling effort from Walters, did get himself a gigantic 8.3 rating. 8.5 rating, sorry, I'm an idiot. So at least we've won, technically we've won the double, haven't we? We've technically won the double. In the North American Champions League, the final was Arnett Gardens. Arnett Gardens got to the final of the North American Champions League. We have nothing to do with this either, right? We are not involved. None of these are like former players of ours. So you've got Timar Mack, an 18-year-old, scoring 2 in the North American Champions League final. Also, Peter Christie, a 20-year-old as well, scoring in the North American Champions League final. But unfortunately, a 94th minute winner from Sealy. They had 2 penalties. Arnett Gardens should have won. They genuinely should have won. If they stopped giving away penalties, they would have won this. Well, that is kind of a turn up for the books. I was not expecting Arnett Gardens to be the first Jamaican side in the North American Champions League final. I was expecting it to be us, but it was not to be. Let's take a very quick look then at some of the players. So goals scored. We are sorted by 32 goals for Leo Campbell. That's very good. Has he been playing up front? Yes, he has. Okay, so Campbell has been the man to replace Edison. Strabic, I assume then, surely he's been playing maybe on the right wing? He's still got a lot of goals. But has he been playing on the right wing instead? Yes. Okay, so that's where Strabic is getting his goals. Buckner as well. 18 goals, 23 assists. He's looking good. He's 2-star current, or 2.5-star current ability, 5-star potential. Alwayne Buckner might be our first superstar. He might be our first superstar. We've also got Kaheem Dixon, who's unhappy because he wants to start more games, has scored 12 goals. We've also got Kwabena. He's got 10 goals as well to his name, playing on that left-hand side. I like Kwabena. Kwabena's good. I've just realised as well, no, Martinez, he's Jamaican. He's got his paperwork. We've got our first convert to the Jamaican nationality. He's never going to play for the Jamaican national side because he is obviously 51 caps deep into an Aruban career, but we have got our first convert. We are hopefully going to have some others as well, like Strabic, Kwabena. We've got Miller Ramirez, we've got Whitman, we've also got Urseg, so we've got a whole bunch of players who might become Jamaican as well in a few years' time. Obviously, quite a few of them still a few years away from that yet. So season 10 was kind of another not so good season. Actually, I want to have a look financially. We've got a bit more money, so we did bring in a bunch of cash from our North American Champions League once again. Actually, more from this season than we did get last season, which is nice. But we are teetering on the edge of the negative values there. We didn't win anything really. We did win the Cup. We did win the Caribbean Cup. But we didn't win the Jamaican Premier League again. 10 seasons, we have won it once. But we have finished top of the table probably about 7 of them. It is certainly a few. That is 4, 5, 6, seven seasons, we have technically been good enough to win the league, but we haven't won the league. It's ridiculous. Or we've won it once, technically, haven't we? It's ridiculous. Season 11, maybe that's the time where we're going to actually win the league. With Season 10 in the books and another season where, once again, we technically won the league, but didn't win the league because we finished top of the table, but got knocked out immediately at the semi-final stage of the playoffs, which is kind of annoying. But we did obviously win the JFF Cup. We won the Caribbean Cup this season, which begins in just 52 days' time. And we have transfer budget. I guess that is the big thing for Season 11, is we have some transfer budget to spend. Whether we're going to do it or not, I don't really know. On the 30th of June, obviously the window has literally just opened this morning, but we have done no business as of yet, so we're going to jump forward to the end of the transfer window. A few matches will have been played in the Caribbean Cup as well, and obviously some transfer business will definitely be happening. Before we start talking about players who have joined the club, let's talk about the players who have left. First of all, Ryan Harris has left after his contract expired. He did play 11 league games for us, most of the league, probably off the bench. He spent a couple of seasons out on loan at various other Jamaican sides, but I just don't think he was going to cut it. He's hopefully going to find another job in Jamaica, although he's lost his kind of countdown to becoming Jamaican, so it doesn't really matter. A player that came in last season, Kaheem Dixon, has already left the club. We joined on a free transfer and we've sold him for £5,750, possibly going up to £6,500. Actually had a really successful season, but he was kind of frustrated because a lot of those goals that he scored came off the bench. 12 league games coming off the bench, 16 in all competitions. So he did score a lot of goals, but he was just fed up. So we've moved him on. Also, he is 30, which in footballing terms is practically dead. We have also sold our Armenian striker, who we brought in a few seasons ago and never played for us. He spent a couple of seasons out on loan at various teams. He has moved to Mount Pleasant for £9,000 and then immediately gone on loan to Dunbeholden for a bit of money as well. So, Yesayan is hopefully going to get a little bit better. How close is he to becoming? He's not close to becoming not Armenian. He is Armenian Jamaican. Is that because? I don't know, because he spent all this time in Jamaica, so I don't know why that is. And the final player to leave on a permanent deal is Vinko Erceg. He has moved back to his native Bosnia, signing for Zleznikar, and he has gone for £3,400, possibly going up to £3,900, but we do have a sell-on in there, so if he does turn into a pretty decent goalkeeper, or even if he just moves on from Zleznikar for a bit of money, we are going to get some of that cash coming our way. It does mean that with selling our number one goalkeeper, we have had to reinvest and bring a new one in, which we will get to as the very last player, I think, on the list. So Bruno English has joined on a free transfer, 23 years of age, Jamaican right winger, pretty good player, formerly of Mount Pleasant, played a few times from 66, 14 goals in the league. I like the look of Bruno English. Darius Ritter is next up, and no, he is not our replacement for Erceg. In fact, he's going to be sitting on the bench, or might not even be sitting on the bench. He's a 22-year-old goalkeeper, 2 under-20s caps, obviously no goals because he's a goalkeeper. He spent a couple of seasons out on loan at Reno, Jamaica, and basically we've signed him from Mount Pleasant for a free transfer. One of 2 non-Jamaicans to sign for us. That's right, our goalkeeper is also not a Jamaican. It is Armando Miranda, 18-year-old Argentine, who randomly turned up on my scout reports. He's never played for anybody else, which I don't understand how we find these players, but he's just never played for anyone. We've picked him up on a free transfer. This is his first ever club. An Argentine playing for Montego Bay in Jamaica. I think he's really good. He's probably going to play a lot of football for us. Could he be one of those players that we actually sell in a few years' time, maybe when he's like 21, 22 years old, turns into a half-decent footballer, and we get a bit of cash for him? Maybe that's what's going to happen with Miranda. And finally, our new number one goalkeeper is actually not a youngster, which is very surprising for me. Normally, I will sign young, non-Jamaican footballers. In fact, I've signed a 25-year-old Chilean goalkeeper called Ignacio Garcia, formerly of UD Conception, which I believe is a university, maybe? I don't know. He spent a lot of time at various clubs. I think he came through Colo Colo. He has. He's come through the Colo Colo youth system. We bought him for £6,500. He's not amazing, but he's got potential. He's still relatively young when it comes to goalkeeping terms, and there wasn't really a huge market for goalkeepers available. So Garcia, I think he's not necessarily an improvement. We can have a look, actually. Looking at straight attributes, Erceg is better technically, mentally, and not physically. So we've gone backwards, sort of, but I'm okay with that because it's fine. It shouldn't be a problem. We're winning the league. Technically, we're winning the league. We're not winning the actual trophy, but we're winning the league. Along with, obviously, all of those transfers, a whole bunch of loan deals have taken place. Nothing really exciting, I don't think. Alex Bunce, Trey Yi Singh. We've got Ricardo Acosta. I feel like that name's interesting to me, and I can't remember why. Jabari Mayer, is he a good player? He's a horrendous player, so he's not one that we want to be looking at. I think actually everyone who's gone out on loan isn't very good. So there you go, there's that. And we have played one Caribbean Cup game already, which was a 1-0 victory against Violet, but a Violet team sit bottom of the table. Defence Force currently top after they have played twice. They've beaten Capar 7-4 and Violet 3-1. We've got Sibao who have beaten Capar 2-1. I still don't know why we are third. I imagine it is alphabetical order, which is just not a fun thing to do. Anyway, that shouldn't really make a huge amount of difference to us. Financially, we are back in the red again with minus £126,000, but it's fine, because if we get into the North American Champions League once again, we play one of the big Mexican or American sides in a nice big chunky stadium. It's a lovely sellout. We pick up a whole bunch of cash. And before we jump to just after Christmas and before the transfer window opens, we have got to take a look at our Wayne Buckner, who is now 17 years old, will be turning 18 between now and the next clip, and he is good. He's a very good footballer. He's not currently in the Jamaica national side. He's going to be locked in to the team, but he's currently not in that side at the moment. I feel like he could be. They don't play an attacking midfielder. That could be a problem. If they need basically an attacking midfielder, Buckner could be their guy. Anyway, let's jump forward then to just after Christmas. The transfer window will be opening as well. We'll see how we've kicked off the season. It is New Year's Eve, and this is the current state of affairs of the competition. So the Jamaican Premier League, we are currently top of the table. We've only lost one match, which was a 2-1 defeat against Portmore United. We have won 11, including a 7-0 victory against Lime Hall. We've got what's a 6-0 at the bottom there against Rivoli United as well. So lovely, lots of nice big victories there. We're in the North American Champions League, which means if we click the Caribbean Cup, we won it by the looks of it. So let's have a quick look. We have to jump back to last season. So we won the group by winning all 4 matches. Beat ACPOS in the semi-final, and then in the final, it was up against Defence Force, which we win that one as well, 6-2 on aggregate. Doesn't help financially. Winning the Caribbean Cup does not help financially at all, which is annoying. The other cup we're in, obviously, is the JFF Cup, but we don't actually enter until the quarterfinal, so we've not really done anything in this. In fact, we've done absolutely nothing in this. Not that we're going to do this, but at the moment, on the 31st of December, we are able to sell our sell-on clause for Urseg to Zeleznikar. I think he had another bit of clause in there, so they've paid a little bit more money now. But we could sell this if we really wanted to. It is going to be 20% for £15,000, which isn't really enough considering financially we are £500,000 in the red at the moment. So we're just going to hold on to it. If he goes for maybe like 100,000 in the future, that's a bit more. That's 20 grand coming to us. That's fine. And now, at the end of the transfer window, we've done no business. We've sold nobody. We've brought nobody in because, basically, we've not got the money. We do have the transfer budget, but obviously, I don't want to spend £350,000 because that would put us pretty much £1 million in debt, which is just a terrible thing for us to be doing at this point of the save. We need to kind of make sure that that money doesn't dip too low, because if it dips too low, we are basically just going to be forced to sell some of our best players, which we don't want to do. From a league position, we are still top of the table, still only 1 defeat. We've now got 15 victories. I've just seen we are not conceding many goals, are we? Okay, we'll have a look in just a second. We're also into the JFF Cup semi-final in the North American Champions League because we won the Caribbean Cup. We go in at round 2, and it will be at New York City FC, who play in a... I don't think they play in a particularly big stadium, do they? Oh, or maybe they do. They play at the Yankee Stadium. They play at the Yankee Stadium, it's a 54,000, or the MetLife, which is an 82,000. I feel like we're playing at the Yankee Stadium if we get up against New York. And Pachuca, I feel like we've looked at these before, but I thought they were in a massive stadium. Oh, they do. They do have a massive stadium. It's the Azteca, but they don't play there because, for some reason, it's not the North American Champions Cup games that play in the Azteca. So yeah, rather kind of uneventful transfer window, I guess, for January. Like I said, still top of the table. We are going to be kicking off the North American Champions League in just a moment as well. So we're going to jump forward to the end of the regular season. If we don't win this league, something seriously has gone wrong. I've also just seen Buckner, current joint top goal scorer with Kwabena. We'll take a look at both of those at the end of the season. Right, in order of importance, I guess, we're going to kick off with the JFF Cup. We are into the final up against Mount Pleasant FC. Obviously, we are the defending champions of this. We should be winning this, okay? We should be winning this because we're able to win the league. The moment we get to the final, you'd bet your house on us. Although, historically, that's a terrible thing to do because we normally lose finals. Speaking of losing matches, although technically we did not lose a match, we have been knocked out of the North American Champions League after drawing and going out on away goals against New York City FC. I've just seen as well Mount Pleasant got knocked out by Tigres. So the 2 North American sides, or the 2 Jamaican sides in the North American Champions League, have both been knocked out at the second round. Did they have to play someone in the first round? I'm assuming they did. My brain can't see them. There they are. They played York United of Canada. It does mean that we have picked up a little bit of money. That's £612,000 there. Spike will be the ticket sales from the North American Champions League. It means absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things because we did dip down to nearly £900,000 in debt. We've jumped up to minus 683 and in fact minus 588 now in debt. And as you would expect from the Jamaican Premier League, we have topped the table. We did not lose a single game between the last clip and this one. So we've won 25 out of 26, 75 points on the board. Just 3 points off of a maximum possibility of 78 league points. I feel like within the next 10 seasons, we are going to get that 78. In fact, in the next 3 seasons, I reckon we might hit that 78 point mark. And I've just seen as well, Andy Strabic and Buckner, first and second goal scorers on the list. Assist is Buckner, Bonevi and Campbell as well. Quabena up there with 5 man of the match awards. We've got a lot of people. 14 clean sheets for Garcia. 14 clean sheets. That means he's letting goals in 12 games. And the last thing to do before we move to the end of the season to see if we actually do finally pick up the league trophy for probably the second or maybe third time in this entire save, we've brought in a whole bunch of new youth players. I'm going to take a look at the ones who've got some high star rating, current and potential. So we've got Nelson Reed, who looks good. Oh, I like Nelson Reed. Nelson Reed is fast. He's got 12 finishing. Mentally, he's not amazing. 9 work rate is not particularly great. 12 determination, again, not particularly great. But 16 years old, I think we could have a good player here. Luther de Oliveira, I'm not too convinced about, but he does have 4.5 star potential ability. He's got a few 9s and 10s. Mentally, they're a little bit on the low side, but that 17 determination might drag him through some situations, which could be handy. And the last one we're going to take a look at is Kimani McCaw, who is a central defender, 6'2", big lad at 16 years old. I quite like the look of him, you know. He's got 9s in heading, marking, and 11 in tackling, which doesn't look great, but bump him up by a couple of numbers, and all of a sudden, they're all in the yellows, starting to move maybe towards like a 13, 14 for tackling, and then he's not going to look too bad. He could be quite useful for us. Obviously, those aren't all the players, but those are kind of the ones worth looking at. I mean, this name here, I don't know why, this kind of intrigues me. Mentally, he's not bad. Technically, he's rubbish. Anyway, that is our youth intake. We have topped the table. We've been knocked out of the North American Champions League, but we are in the JFF Cup final. We are going to jump forward to the end of the season. Will we pick up 3 trophies this year? That's right, the Caribbean Cup, the JFF Cup, and the Jamaican Premier League. We already have the Caribbean Cup. We have now picked up the JFF Cup as well with a 3-1 victory against Mount Pleasant in the final. That is 2 for 2 trophies. Have we won the Jamaican Premier League? Yes, we did, and we did it in style. A 3-0 victory in the end. Strabic with the ball here, crosses it in low for Campbell, makes it 1-0 after 22 minutes. Still in the first half, and in fact, just about 10 minutes later, Campbell on the right, plays on the ground, finds once again Andy Strabic. Can he cross it in again? Can he find Campbell? Of course he can. It is 2-0. And finally, in the second half, Buckner's cross comes in, Campbell's at the back post, the other Campbell, no it's not, sorry, it's Miranda to Strabic, the long-range effort goes into the bottom corner. It's a 3-0 victory, and we have lifted the Jamaican Premier League trophy for the first time in what feels like decades. So we have won the treble. We've actually won the treble. That's amazing. Strabic top goal scorer, Buckner second, Leo Campbell in third. Let's take a look then very quickly at the squad. Let's sort by goals. We have got 6 players who have got into double figures. Colin Hernandez, he's not amazing. Is he getting better? Probably. He's probably getting a little bit better. Leo Campbell, 17 goals in all competitions. He's basically been our lead striker. 208 league appearances, 96 goals. He is now 29. Maybe we might be seeing the end of Leo Campbell. Maybe one more season left for Leo. Bruno English, the new signing in the summer. 19 league goals was that and 13 assists. That's actually really good. He's not really changed too much, has he? Quabena, now 21 years of age. He's good. He's probably keeping Hernandez out of the starting 11, isn't he? Quabena, he's good. I like Quabena, but also I don't. There's something about him that's good, but also stuff that's not good. Like dribbling and finishing of 10s is not good. But I look at this shape and this is a good shape. I like that shape. Next up the list with 22 goals in all competitions is Andy Strabic, now 26 years of age, 13 under-21 caps, but no main Croatia side caps. So could Andy Strabic, if he becomes Jamaican, play for the Jamaican national side? He's got a year and a half to go. He's got a year and a half to go, maybe 2 years to go. So Andy could become Jamaican, you know. It might happen. And the top goal scorer who's been locked in for the whole season is Alwyn Buckner, now 18 years of age. Obviously, lots and lots of arrows on the up. Not greens, but yellow arrows for the most part. But still, he's turning into a good footballer. Still no Jamaica side caps, however, 4 under-20 caps. Do want to take a look at some of the players who aren't Jamaican and how long they've got. So we've already had a look at Stravic. Let's start. I mean, Miranda's new. Martinez, we know, is Jamaican. Kevin Whitman, he's got a long time yet. He's got just over 1,000 days. Garcia is new to the club. Miller Ramirez, I think he's got about 1,000 days. He's not. He's got 200 days. So Miller Ramirez, January next year, will be able to become Jamaican. Do we really need him? He's obviously taking up one of our non-Jamaican footballer spots. Quabena as well, he's got a long time to go. So that's fine. So it's Ramirez, and then it's going to be Stravic, are the two that are kind of next off the production line. Well, for Season 11, then, we've actually won the Jamaican Premier League. Can we do it back-to-back in Season 12? There is only one way to find out, and that is obviously to play Season 12. And we start it off on the 28th of June with £204,000 of transfer budget, minus £76,000, however, in the bank. It is obviously the transfer window has opened, but so far no business has taken place. We're going to jump forward very quickly to the end of the transfer window to see how well things go. Competition-wise, obviously, we will be in the Caribbean Cup starting in 51 days. It's the usual suspects, okay? It's not really going to change too much other than playing occasionally maybe a different team from Trinidad. Kicking things off then with released players, will fly through these very quickly. So Damani Miller has left and he has moved over to Harbour View. Malik Robinson has left and moved over to Waterhouse. I'm a bit disappointed with Robinson, but I don't think he was necessarily good enough. Damien Tufton has also left. We signed him. He never really played, did he? And Kieran Rigby has also left the club. Again, another player. I think we signed him, and then he just didn't really play for us. In fact, he barely played for us at all. He should have been better than what he was. 2 players have joined the club, and I'm excited about both of them. Christopher Harvey, first up, is a Jamaican international with 1 cap and 1 goal to his name. Central defender, 21 years of age. He's good, right? He's just a good player. Mentally, he's absolutely superb. He has come in on a free transfer after his contract at Harbour View expired, so I don't feel too guilty about trying to build a nation by stealing players from other teams, because he didn't technically play for them because his contract expired. And next up, we have moved over to Africa to sign Alsane Sonko, an 18-year-old Senegalese right winger, under 23 level caps, formerly of the Ambars of his native Senegal. He's come in on a free transfer, and I think I've got high hopes for him. I mean, it says he's 4.5 star. He doesn't look amazing. If we compare him, realistically, the best comparison here is going to be with Quabena, if I can find Quabena. So Quabena there is obviously in the blue, and Quabena is technically a better footballer. Also, if you keep your eyes peeled, you'll see something very kind of, not interesting, but it kind of could be interesting on this screen. A few players have left the club on permanent deals as well. A couple of free transfers. Emmett Lambert, first of all, going to the Greenvale Academy on a free because he's absolutely garbage. Ronaldo Buchanan has also left the club on a free transfer, signing for Harbour View. Did play 4 league games, did score 4 goals, but I don't think he was ever going to make it. Oh, and the thing that I mentioned earlier that you might have been able to spot, Quabena doesn't play for us anymore. He's moved over to Asante Kotoko in his native Ghana. 22 years of age now. We couldn't keep hold of him for any longer. £12,500-ish, possibly going up to £20,000. But Quabena has left the club. We've also loaned out a whole bunch of people. I don't think anyone here is of particular interest. Maybe Orlando Lewis, because he's gone to Waterhouse. I mean, I don't want him, basically. That's why I've gone there. No one else has gone to anywhere good, so you could probably say none of those are any good footballers at the moment. I pointed this out last season, but Seg, still, his 20% clause is available. It's gone up a little bit now to just under £17,000, but for Quabena, we do have a 30% profit clause in there. I'm desperately trying to get the 50% full-on sell-ons, but some of these players end up having kind of minimum fees in their contracts, because when we get them into the country, they basically have no choice. We have to lock in minimum fee releases, and I'd rather get any percentage sell-on than no percentage sell-on. So yeah, we've got 30% profit, which is fine. If he goes for £1 million, that £12,000 is basically zero, isn't it, at that point? We've obviously kicked off the Caribbean Cup, but we have only played 1 match, which means we will not be top of the table. In fact, we are 3rd. We have beaten Defence Force, however, a team who are currently ahead of us in the table. We beat them 3-0. They're probably the strongest side in that group other than ourselves, and we've beaten them 3-0. I feel like we might absolutely walk the Caribbean Cup this year. Just reminding myself, we've walked the Caribbean Cup for the last 4 years, so yeah, it should be fine. Well then, let's jump forward to around Christmas time. We'll go through the first part of the season. The Caribbean Cup will be completed, and hopefully we have made it 5 for 5. We did make it 5 for 5, beating Gibraltar in the final 6-3 on aggregate, which does mean, obviously, we go into the North American Champions League once again, although because it's staggered, it's technically next season, but it's fine because we won it last season, we're in it this year. In theory, we should be winning this every single season. From a Jamaican Premier League perspective, we are currently top of the table with 0 defeats, 1 draw this time, a 3-3 draw against Rivoli United, but 11 victories, including a 10-0 win against Jackson Town, who are bottom of the table, and we are through to the JFF Cup semi-final after beating Cavalier 4-1. That's a big win. Obviously, the transfer window is open. We are massively in debt, as you would expect, with £1 million, but we do have some transfer budget to spend if we would like to, which I don't really want to do. We can also sell some of our sell-on. So Urseg is still available. We can get 31,000 for Quabena, which I don't want to do. And actually £8,000 for Yesian, which, again, I don't really want to do that. Not that he's going to be any good. Oh, I didn't mention this, by the way. We have locked in Sonko. Not because I don't think he was going to play, but when we look at the right wingers that we have in the squad, Strabic was playing there. And I want Strabic to not play as a right winger, which I believe now Strabic might be our lead striker. So that's why I've locked in Sonko. Buckner obviously has kept his place in the starting 11. 16 goals and 14 goals between the pair of them. I'm okay, we'll have a look. We'll do it. I'll bite. 20 goals. Or 23 goals, sorry, for Strabic already. That's a lot of goals. He's wanted as well by a team over in China. But we're so close to actually having a Croatian Jamaican, which I kind of love that idea. That idea sounds amazing to me. So I don't want to sell him if we don't have to. Right, let's jump forward then to the end of the transfer window, see if we can do any more business. We will definitely be bringing in some players. I say definitely. Watch now as we bring in absolutely nobody. Told you, we brought in absolutely nobody. We've loaned out Nicholas Cohen to Super Action, which is a great team name. He's a 17-year-old goalkeeper. But that was it, obviously. We've got no money really to spend. We've still got money, but we are massively in debt, as you'd kind of expect. We've also managed to win a few more Jamaican Premier League games, which again, as you would expect, we've got Waterhouse in the JFF Cup semi-final, competition that we should be winning. I feel like we could be on for a second treble in a row. North American Champions League, we will be up against Inter Miami or Monterrey. I feel like we've played Inter Miami a few times before, haven't we? I mean, we probably played them last season. I feel like we've played them, but maybe we haven't played them. Anyway, it is Inter Miami or Monterrey. I want Monterrey because I know Monterrey have a massive stadium, and that is going to help us financially because we are still in that situation where we are desperately scrabbling to try and get some money. We are now going to jump forward then to around April time. The regular season will be finished. We will obviously finish top of the table, and I want to get through a Champions League a Champions League knockout round game or two. That'll be lovely. If we come back and we're still in the competition, that's amazing. First of all then, in the Jamaican Premier League, we are still top of the table. In fact, I say still, we have technically finished top of the table. 22 wins, 4 draws in the end, so 70 points only this time around, so 8 points dropped, as opposed to 3 last season. Buckner, Strabic and Sonko, the top goal scorers. It's interesting that Sonko's getting loads of goals as well. I love that fact. However, we are still in the North American Champions League, and we are playing Alajuelense. I don't know whether that's how it's said, from Costa Rica. I feel like we can beat these. I genuinely feel like we can beat these. So, in the second round, we played Monterrey and absolutely smashed them 7-1 on aggregate. In the quarterfinal, we get past Tigres on penalties. That must have been a big stadium as well. 42,000 capacity against Tigres. We are now playing at home in our absolutely tiny stadium against Alajuelense. Again, no idea if that's how it's said at all. And then the final is going to be Austin or Portland. No disrespect to Austin or FC or Portland. They are not the big US sides, are they? They are certainly not the big US sides. I think we could win it. Genuinely think we could win it. But before we even get to that point, we have had our youth intake come through, and we've got some big players, I think. We've got an excellent intake. We've got Dwayne Webster, 15 years old, right winger, looks really good. Obviously won't get to kick a football for us for a few seasons because of how good Sonko is, but Webster could certainly be one for the future. We've got Niquan Coates, who is an attacking midfielder. I like the look of Coates, and I don't know why. 4.5-star potential. Technically got some reasonable numbers. Mentally, actually got some reasonable numbers as well. Coates could be one for the future. Obviously, he's not going to get game time with Buckner still at the club, but maybe if Buckner moves on. Ian Gordon next up. Again, another attacking midfielder. Not too convinced on him. Max Mayer, right back. maybe, could be alright. I mean, it's very difficult to tell when a fullback is any good at a young age. This is how I know that shape looks like a reasonable fullback shape. Not good in the air, but reasonably quick. That's literally how I work out if it's going to be a good fullback. Andrew Clark, similar situation. Not good in the air, reasonably quick. He's also a centre-back, but I just pointed out he's not good in the air. And we've also got Zane McCracken, who's a left winger and attacking midfielder. Again, I'm not too convinced on him. So we've got some good players. I think Webster and Coates, most certainly ones to look out for. It is an excellent intake. But, I mean, at this level of football, most intakes will be an excellent level of intake. Well, I guess the next thing to do then is jump to the end of the season. Have we managed to get to the North American Champions League final? And have we managed to win it? Before we get to that, we haven't won the Jamaican Premier League because we got knocked out by Arnott Gardens in the semi-final stage, which means Cavalier have managed to win the league, which is frustrating. However, in the North American Champions League against Austin, Texas, we pick up the trophy. Colin Hernandez, one of our youth intakes, scoring the opening goal of the game. And then we double our lead on the 66th minute. Whitman plays it to Reese. Can he get the cross away? He does. He finds Nelson Reed, the 17-year-old Nelson Reed, who scores in the North American Champions League final. And it means we have won the North American Champions League. And it shows something about how desperately we are for finances. This is the first thing I check. We've picked up £2 million this month, which I assume must be a combination of prize money and ticket sales and things like that. But we've won the North American Champions League. So our run to victory in the North American Champions League then kicked off with, technically, a 2-2 draw against Tigres of Mexico, but beating them on penalties in the semi-final. It was a la Julense. I will say that different every single time. A 7-3 victory, 2-2 in the second leg. So, I mean, obviously we're not going to watch the goals here. So it was Reed again and McGovern. McGovern came through our youth intake years ago. And he's actually getting some game time. That is good to see. And in the first leg, it was an absolute battering. A 5-1 victory. So Hernandez, Reed, Sonko, Hernandez and Stewart with the goals. They scored a late goal in the 88th minute through Salazar. But we were absolutely dominant. Hernandez gets a 9.3 because he scored twice and got an assist. It is quite funny as well when you have a look at, let's just show only the North American Champions League, the attendances. So 50,000, 40,000, and then 10,000, 11,000, and then 64,000 against Austin at the Lucas Oil Stadium. Was that a sellout? It wasn't a sellout. It wasn't far off a sellout. But, I mean, this has certainly helped us out financially. Look at those numbers. 2 million profit. That is utterly ridiculous. Right, very quickly looking at some players then. So Nelson Reed, the guy who scored the second goal, I think he came through last season's youth intake, maybe the one before. He's actually getting good. I like Nelson Reed. Colin Hernandez also scoring in the final. He's getting some improvements. This is mainly because Quabena has left, so Hernandez is now getting some game time. Miranda, as a centre-back, has got 14 goals in all competitions. He's filth in the air. Was he that good when I signed him? Probably was. He's also wanted. Who wants him? Colorado and Austin FC. Miranda might be the first name to move over to the MLS. We've got Sonko. Superb season. 23 goals in all competitions. Lots and lots of upward arrows. Oh, Sonko's looking good. We've got Buckner with 26 and 20. Again, lots of upward arrows. Buckner's such a good footballer, and the fact that he's not getting in the Jamaica side is just madness. And then Andy Strabic, 32 league goals in 36 appearances. He's good. I love Andy Strabic. And he's injured. Is he Jamaican? 222 days. I think that's January next year. I think that's going to be January next year is when he could become Jamaican. I'm going to very quickly have a look. So we've got Kevin Whitman, actually. We didn't check. Whitman's still got 788 days. Okay, so Garcia is relatively new. Miller Ramirez is Jamaican. I completely forgot that was the thing that might have happened. So Miller Ramirez is a Jamaican man. He is out of contract, but because he's now Jamaican, he might stay in the country, or I might just give him a new deal because he now doesn't count as a foreign footballer, which could be actually quite handy. So we've got Strabic, Garcia, Whitman, Miranda, and Sonko are our non-Jamaican contingent now at the moment, which I'm happy with that. That's a good kind of spread of players. So, Season 12 then. We have the North American Champions League in the bank, which is a weird thing to kind of even consider the fact that we never seem to win the Jamaican Premier League, but we are the best team in North America. That means we qualify for the Club World Cup at some point. I have no idea when
or how or why or where it's going to be, but we need to try and win that, right?
Last season in Indianapolis in the US, we were crowned champions of the North American Champions League. The problem is, despite the fact that we are the best team in North America technically, we are not even the best team in Jamaica. In fact, we're not even the second best team in Jamaica according to last season. In Season 13, we do have a fairly sizable bit of money to spend, and we are in the positive for the first time in a very, very long time, and quite comfortably in the positive as well, £1.13 million. Most of that obviously coming from winning the North American Champions League. We're probably not going to be spending this transfer budget initially. We might do. I don't think we will, though. I completely neglected to mention this at the end of last season, mainly because I kind of forgot it happened. Basically, we have sold a man called Christopher Harvey. He has moved over to Montreal, over in Canada, in the MLS. He actually left midway through the season, like April time, I believe. He's gone for £26,000, possibly going up to £38,000. Like, I don't understand how they were able to sign him then. I assume that's when their transfer window opens, maybe? Obviously, as you've just seen, we haven't done any more transfer business. We are now going to jump forward then to around September time. The transfer window will have closed. Transfer business will have taken place. We will have obviously played some Caribbean Cup games as well, where we're in a group with Pos, Capois, Pantoja and Violet. We're in the groups with the same teams every single year. We've won it 5 years in a row. It will be 6. Well, so far, 2 games in, we are top of the table, which is no surprise to anybody, beating Violet and Pantoja, scoring a total of 12 goals and conceding just 3. Andy Stravic, top goal scorer, 4 goals scored. Buckner as well, up there with 2, and the highest average rating for Buckner with a 9.2 rating. So transfer business then, one player has left the club on a permanent deal. It is Jesus Stewart, or maybe Jesus Stewart, I'm not quite sure. He has moved over to Cavalier. He's gone for a little bit of money, not a huge amount of money, but he's not really going to get a lot of game time. He did actually score, I believe, in the North American Champions League semi-final. So he's kind of an important player to us, but also I don't think he's going to get a huge amount of game time. Another player to leave, but not on a permanent deal, is Anoa Martinez. The Aruban international has actually gone out on loan. We are getting a bit of money as well for Martinez, so that is obviously quite handy. They do have the option to buy him, though, in the future. I have transfer listed him. Okay, because I just don't think he's necessarily good enough for us anymore. We've also brought in a whole bunch of other players to the club. I say loads, 4 I believe is what we've brought into the club. First of all, Nigel Buckner, who is no relation to, I've forgotten his name, our attacking midfielder Buckner, the young superstar from Jamaica. He's coming on a free transfer. He's coming for basically a bit of a squad player, but also I feel like he's just much better than Martinez, which is one of the reasons why Martinez has gone out on loan. And another reason is Chadim Aiken, who has signed from Cavalier. He's one of the few players we've actually spent money on. £15,000 we have spent on Aiken. I tried to sign him after he got released from Arnott Gardens. He went to Cavalier, and I went, you know what, I'm doing it. I know for building a nation, you're not supposed to be stealing players from other teams in your nation, but I had my eye on him, and he didn't want to join me, and now he does because we're champions of North America. So you know what, I'm bringing him to the club. We have also gone on a little bit of an expedition over to Guadeloupe and signed Dimitri Gotin, who is a 19 years old right back who has been signed from USC Bananier, might be their name, who has got 13 caps for Guadeloupe and 3 goals as well from right back, which is good to see. Has he come? He has actually come from Guadeloupe. I thought he might have come from France, but was just from Guadeloupe. I don't believe he can become Jamaican, but he can. That's good to see. He is also part French, which is no surprise to anybody because Guadeloupe is basically France, isn't it? And the final player to join the club is Mansour Mbenge, a 19 years old Senegalese under-23 international goalkeeper signed from Generation Foot, and he has actually cost us a lot of money. I believe this has to be our record signing, £130,000 Mbenge has cost us, but at 19 years old, he could be our number 1 goalkeeper forever, or we sell him to a nice team over in Europe, big 50% sell on, and everybody's happy. Obviously, he will be looking to becoming Jamaican within the next 5 years, assuming he stays with us. Speaking of coming Jamaican, Andy Stravic is just 114 days away from getting his Jamaican passport, and he still has no caps for Croatia. He's got under 21 caps, but no actual caps for Croatia. Could Andy Stravic be the first, not only convert, but I say not only convert, obviously he's not the first convert, but be the first convert to get into the Jamaican national side and win caps. He would be good enough. In my opinion, he would be good enough to play for that national side. Armando Miranda, I believe he's got a while to go. Yeah, 1,000 days there. We've got Ignacio Garcia, who has 1,000 days, but also you might have noticed he is leaving the club on a small deal. I'm not quite sure how much it's going to be. £12,000, I believe. So yeah, Garcia is going to be off. Miller Ramirez is Jamaican. I don't think he's going to get good enough to ever play for the Jamaican national side. Stravic, we have already taken a look at. We also have Mbenge, who we've just seen, and Alsane Sonko, who obviously signed last season, and he's got a while to go. Yeah, 1,400 days for Sonko before he can become Jamaican. Something else that has happened as well, West Powell Park has been increased in capacity once again. It is now a 10,731-seater stadium, which is, I was going to say it's the biggest in the country. I feel like it's not even close, is it? Okay, it's the second biggest in the league, and I imagine the Jamaican national side probably playing the biggest stadium in the country. Can we see facilities? Yeah, okay, the 35,000 capacity stadium, which is only played in by Jamaica. So, I mean, we've played some games there, obviously. These are the Caribbean Cup matches. But we have the second biggest stadium now in the league, and I feel like that's going to get bigger. Right then, without further ado, let's jump forward to around the end of December, start of January time. The transfer window will be opening for Season 13. We don't really have a huge amount of money left to go, though. I mean, we have spent some money, obviously, but we're now well over our wage budget, and we are basically back in debt again. So it is 6 in a row then for our Montego Bay United side in the Caribbean Cup, beating Waterhouse, obviously also of Jamaica, in the final 5-2 aggregate victory. Sonko, Buckner and Stravic all scoring 7 goals. Buckner getting an 8.23 average rating, Sonko getting an 8.14 as well. Obviously, we're going to be winning this now. If we don't win the Caribbean Cup, something's gone seriously wrong. Or I guess seriously right. Maybe another team from Jamaica will win it because we built the league up so much, they're actually competitive with us. Obviously, it does mean we qualify for the North American Champions League next season because of winning that. This current season, we'll be up against Municipal of Guatemala or FC Dallas. So it is going to be FC Dallas. Financially, a 20,000 capacity stadium. Maybe Municipal of Guatemala might be better. No, 10,000. When it comes to the league, we are currently sitting perfect at the top of the table. 12 wins out of 12 games played, a positive 49 goal difference. It is going to be a ridiculous amount of clean sheets, isn't it, for Mbenge? 7 clean sheets for Mbenge in 12. I feel like he's not played all those games. So he's only got 7 clean sheets in 11. Okay, so 1 match hasn't been played by Mbenge. Fair enough. But also, I've just noticed the competition reputation. We finally moved up. I can only assume because winning the North American Champions League is the thing that's tipped us over the edge, but we have moved up to 7th place. We've still got a long way to go. Realistically, we want to be in there with Mexico and the US in the top 3. Costa Rica, kind of a weird sort of, I say they're an island. Costa Rica are kind of by themselves. I don't see them either going upwards to the MLS, but also I don't see them dropping downwards either. So we need to kind of challenge Costa Rica, then challenge the MLS and the Mexican First Division. Obviously, this isn't something we can really control. It's not like in Europe, where coefficients are a thing. We just have to work on reputation and just win lots of things. Obviously, the transfer window is open. We haven't done any business as of yet, but we do have some clauses that we can sell if we want to. So Urseg we can sell for 70k, which I don't want to do. Christopher Harvey we can sell for 420 or 452,000 pounds. So that could be a nice big chunk of change coming our way. Kwabema, not really enough at 31, and then Yesayin at 8,000. It's not really worth that either. So we're going to jump forward to the end of the transfer window, see if we can manage to do any business. I don't think we will because we are, as you can see there, minus £500,000 in debt once again. First things first, on the 29th of January, the window has closed and we are still top of the table with 16 wins out of 16. Could this be the season where we go not only undefeated, but a 100% season? Currently, we are on track for this. We are over halfway through the season and have not dropped a single point. 16 wins, and some of them are pretty sizable as well. I think it was like an 8-0 or a 7-1 or something like that took place earlier on in the season. So things are looking up. Sonko's got 17 goals. Or it's not a worry, obviously. I don't mind selling players at this point in the save, but he's very good. 17 goals in 12 starts. He's got 32 and 36 in the league in his time at the club. Anyway, transfer business-wise, nothing's happened. We know Ignacio Garcia has left the club. He has moved over to Audax in his native Chile. He's gone there for some pennies, basically, not really a lot of money to talk about. Duffus, Baldwin and Fletcher all leaving on loan deals, and Orlando Lewis has left the club on a free transfer. He just wasn't really playing, spent a couple of times out on loan various places. So yeah, we've got rid of, basically, I was going to say a squad player. I didn't really play, he was on loan last season, wasn't he? I'm just going to take this time very quickly to show you the club visions part, or the board part in particular. The board requests, I haven't ever completed or asked for anything because we don't have the money to do it. They have been slowly doing stuff in the background, so I think we have gone up in some of our like youth room and youth academies and things like that. Obviously, the stadium has been getting bigger as well, but I've not asked for anything. Until we basically get a nice big sum of money coming in from a sell-on clause or something like that, I don't think we're ever going to be able to ask them to say, hey, build me a new training facility or expand the stadium or something like that. We just have to let them do it on their own for now. Right then, let's jump forward then to around April time. We'll obviously have our youth intake, but also we'll see where we finish in the regular season. Can we get a 100% record in the league? Oh, and also, are we going to defend the North American Champions League? That's the thing that we're going to find out as well. 1 draw. 25 wins. 1 draw. Who did we draw against? Waterhouse. Where are Waterhouse? 3rd place Waterhouse. A draw. We almost had a 100% season, but instead we throw it away against Waterhouse. The good news, however, is we are still in the JFF Cup, a competition that we should be winning more frequently than what we are currently winning it, but we're in the final up against Harvard View. And we are still in the North American Champions League as well, up against Columbus Crew of the MLS. In the other semi-final, it is Colorado versus America. I'm hoping we can do back-to-back North American Champions League. So how did we get here? First round, we obviously didn't play. In the second round, we beat Dallas, but only just 3-1 on aggregate. In the quarterfinal, we beat Tigres 8-3 on aggregate. Fair enough. And then, obviously, we're now into the semi-final. Did we get any other Jamaican sides? Who was it likely to be? Waterhouse were there, and they lost against Monterey. Also, AC Pos managed to get in there from Trinidad and Tobago. So that's obviously quite good. I don't know why I've only just realised this, but Pos is Port of Spain, isn't it? Which I'm pretty sure is the capital of Trinidad. Anyway, it's also not good that they're there. I don't care about them. We're not trying to build Trinidad and Tobago as a nation. Although, fun fact, I nearly did. I genuinely have a thumbnail made for a Trinidad and Tobago building a nation save that I was going to do in FM22, I believe. I just never got round to doing it. So, all in all, things have gone very, very well. I would like to have got that 100% record, but obviously it's not the end of the world that we haven't got it. From a youth intake perspective, it is an excellent intake, and we have some players who I think could be quite good in the future. We've got Gary Sherlock. I'm not saying he's going to be a superb goalkeeper, a world-class goalkeeper, but he's going to be good. I think he's going to be a player that can stick around for quite a while. We have Zane Allen is what I'm going to call him, and I like Zane Allen. Zane Allen will be playing first-team football next season, I think. I don't know whether he's a left-back. This shape is not a left-back shape. This shape is a centre-back shape, but he is 5'8" and can't header. So we need to make sure we're training him up to probably be a decent left-back. We've got George Stevenson as well, a decent-looking striker. Is he part English? I feel like we get a few English players coming through. Yeah, we do. So we've got a part English striker. Carson Ebanks, another player who I think there could be something there. Mentally, he's got some reasonable numbers. Physically, got some reasonable numbers. Technically, not amazing, but I think he could be quite good. He's also part Caymany? That's not a word, is it? Cayman? I think that's what it is. We've also got Jevon Lewis, another really good-looking attacking midfielder this time around. Mentally, really, really good mentally. Technically and physically, not awful, but obviously he's only 15, so he's got plenty of time to develop. So we've got some good players there. We've also got Javon Shaw, who's very quick. Mentally doesn't look horrendous either. And Will Harrison as well. Pretty good speed-wise. Mentally, not amazing. Technically, not amazing either. So I think this might be our best ever youth intake. I'm pinning high hopes on Gary Sherlock, Allen, Stevenson, and Ebanks. Lewis, yeah, sure, all five of them will be getting first team football for us. Maybe, just maybe. I mean, Zane Allen is already a 2-star current ability player. So just looking at him, he's actually our 4th best left back, and our best left back is Jermaine Reese. And if we just do this comparison, I mean, they're not similar. Obviously, they're definitely not similar, but Allen is better technically. Reese is better mentally. Reese is better physically. But there's not a lot in it. Allen might be our number 1 left back Very, very soon. It might be our number one left back before the end of the episode. Just before we go too much further, I wanted to quickly check the finances. We have brought in, obviously, some money from gate receipts, but not a lot of money. We need to make sure we win the North American Champions League, which is a ridiculous statement to say after we've won it once, and we haven't been very good any other time in it. We can win the treble, technically the quadruple, because we won the Caribbean Cup, we're in the JFF Cup, we could win the Jamaican Premier League and the North American Cup as well. Looking at the JFF Cup, then, we have absolutely dominated the final against Harbourview with a 5-0 victory. That is 2 trophies in the cabinet this season, the Caribbean Cup and now the JFF Cup. And joining the JFF Cup, we have the Jamaican Premier League as well, defeating Arnott Gardens 4-0 in the final. Sonko scoring 30 goals in the league this season. We are now 3 trophies in the cabinet thanks to the Jamaican Premier League. Can we make it a perfect 4 for 4? The answer is 100% yes. And not only that, it was a perfect performance. Strabic opening the scoring after 17 minutes. Then into the second half, Buckner collects it forward to Leo Campbell. On the ground to Strabic again. Campbell makes a run, collects it in the penalty area, makes it 2-0. A few minutes later, Whitman, the Austrian, collects it on that left-hand side, runs into the middle, finds Buckner, across to Strabic, back to Buckner, and once again we score, making it 3-0. But we weren't done there. Gotin, the Guadeloupe international, collects it on the edge of the area, goes for a little run on the ground to Buckner. Can he get his second of the game? Of course he can get his second of the game. It's now 4. And we still were not done. Sonko chests the ball down in the middle to Aiken. Buckner on that left-hand side finds Reese. He goes for goal and the fullback makes it 5-0. And we're still not finished. On the 77th minute, we come forward again. Gotin this time on the right-hand side. Crosses the ball in. Finds Leo Campbell. Blasts it into the top corner. Making it 6-0. It was a consolation goal in the 91st minute from America, but we run away with the North American Champions League for a second time and a 6-1 victory in the final. And not only that, we probably could have had a 7th. In fact, we technically did have a 7th. Strabic scored, but it did get disallowed. It was a perfect performance, and I cannot believe we are back-to-back North American Champions League winners. And the first thing I do is check the finances. £910,000 in the bank. It's not a huge amount of money, but obviously it is positive. It is actual positive money. That is very, very good to see. I've just seen Alsan Sonko, 43 goals in all competitions. That is ridiculous. 48 matches he's played in the league, scoring 45 goals, 33 appearances, 36 goals scored. There is a wanted sign. There is a wanted sign on Sonko. Now, obviously, after the season he's had, I don't want to lose him. But if that comes back as like a big team in Europe, this could be game-changing. Of course it is. It's Saudi Arabian sides. I don't want to sell him to Saudi Arabia. The problem with selling him to Saudi Arabia is we will not get that sell-on money. He will never leave one of those clubs. Or if he does, he'll leave when his contract expires. What we want him to do is go to a team in Europe who will then sell him on to another team in Europe for like 70, 80 million pounds. Right now, it's only teams in Saudi Arabia, and I don't want to do any sales to Saudi Arabia if I think they're as good as somebody like Sonko is. I feel like he could be world class. Speaking of world class, obviously he's not, but he's world class in my eyes. He's actually really good, isn't he? Alwyn Buckner, now 20 years old, 20 goals scored. In fact, it was 27 once you include the Caribbean Cup. Andy Strabic, who is Jamaican, and he's actually Jamaican, not second nationality Jamaican. 25 goals in all competitions. He's got no Jamaica caps yet. Is he in the squad? This is what I want to know. Andy Strabic is in the squad. Oh, could it happen? Could Andy Strabic get himself some Jamaica caps? There's a lot of players in this squad. I imagine. Is there like a World Cup coming up? There is a World Cup coming up, and it is in Kings Park Stadium. It's in South Africa. Fair enough. So Italy, Angola, and Colombia are in Group I with Jamaica. I mean, realistically, I've not paid too much attention to the national side at the moment, purely because we've not had a huge amount of an impact to that side yet. We have made a few reasonable players. Obviously, Andy Strabic joining is good. Buckner is in the provisional squad, but that is it. Like, I know we've also the other Buckner, Nigel's in there as well. So we've got 3 players who are in the provisional squad. Maybe we need to start looking at some of these players here like Staple, for example. Like maybe, I mean, he's at Chelsea, but he's Jamaican. Maybe we look at this man. He's playing for Harbour View. Okay, I'm trying to find players who aren't playing in Jamaica, who are Jamaican. He's probably a little bit pricey. Although, looking at it, maybe we can like loan one of these players. Maybe if they're not like amazing, playing at a high club, maybe we can loan them to us. Like, he's at Vancouver. He is playing some games though, so that's fair enough. Some of these players are absolutely insane, aren't they? So, Season 13 in the bag. We are back-to-back North American Champions League champions. We have won the quadruple, the Caribbean Cup, the JFF Cup, the Jamaican Premier League, and the North American Champions League in Season 14. Can we do it again? Something amazing could be happening in Season 14. Alsan Sonko, as we saw from the end of Season 13, is wanted by a bunch of teams in Saudi Arabia, but also now Manchester City have a rumoured interest, and the reason has significant potential, could break into the first team sooner rather than later. So, maybe Season 14 might be the season where we're not going to get money from him. We'll get maybe 50k, something like that. But if we get a 50% sell-on in there, that's going to be game-changing. That is going to be absolutely game-changing for us. Anyway, obviously at the start of Season 14, we have got the regular competitions, the Jamaican Premier League that we are champions of, the Caribbean Cup that we are currently champions of, JFF Cup that we are currently champions of, and the North American Champions League that we are also currently champions of. We need to win all 4 of them again. And to help us try and strengthen our squad, we've got around £400,000 to spend and a little bit of wage budget. We're probably not going to do a huge amount of anything, really. Although I said that last season and I spent £180,000 on a goalkeeper. So expect me to spend £200,000 on a right back that we don't need. It happened. It actually happened. Sonko has moved over to Man City. He's gone into their under-21, so he's not going to be playing first-team football. I did try and get him back into the club for another season. They didn't want to do that. They were like, no, not a chance, guys. So Sonko has moved on, £50,000, but the massive, massive thing is that 50% sell-on. That could change the course of history of this building a nation save with Montego Bay. He wasn't the only player to leave over the summer. Chevron Snag has moved over to Veer United. Basically, I think he was slowly becoming Jamaican. He's got a year left to go, but we were just never playing him. So yeah, he's moved over to Veer United. He's hopefully going to become Jamaican, which I guess is a good thing. 6 players have joined the club over the summer. For us, Jan Benoit is first up. Another Guadeloupean international signing on a free transfer. Defence midfielder or centre-back, brought in for absolutely nothing, like I said. Definitely one for the future. He is in the reserves at the moment. He will become Jamaican in 5 years' time, but he's not good enough for us. What I want to try and do is loan him out. As you can see, he is loan listed, and basically send him off on loan to somebody else in Jamaica, and they can get some use out of him. Next up to join is another player who I brought in basically for a little bit of, hopefully, future-proofing. It's O'Neill Blair. Obviously, we saw last season's youth intake. We've actually got a really good left-back, but I see Blair more as maybe a centre-back because he's not fast, but he is 6'2" and has 11 heading. He's come in on a free, gone out on loan for this season. We brought in a Uruguayan centre-back called Martin Gomez, who, much like Jan Benoit, he's not going to be playing for us for this season, and he's okay with that. He's going to sit in the reserves. He's going out on the loan list, so if somebody does want to bring him in, he will be going out on loan to somebody in Jamaica. Slotting straight into the first team, however, is Ivan Bays, a Paraguayan international 1 cap to his name, signed on a free transfer. I think he's good. I mean, he's got the numbers in the right places. Realistically, he's not going to be setting the world on fire with some of his kind of attributes. They're not amazing, but what we need for what we play, he's perfect for it. So Ivan Bays could be doing a really good job for us. I have loan listed him, by the way, more because if somebody wanted to take him, they can have him. We do have way more than 5 non-Jamaican footballers right now. Because we've also got a Kazakh defender called Artem Cholagov, who has signed from CSKA Almaty in his native Kazakhstan. He's come in for £10,000, which is not a lot of money, but I think he could be good. He's certainly one for the future. Like I said, he's loan listed, probably not going to be playing much, if any, for us at the moment, but he is in the club. And the final player to join, once again, I did this last season, I said we shouldn't be doing it. I've done it again. Nick Priestley has signed from Cavalier. He has cost us £26,500, but I think he could be really, really good. One of the reasons why I brought him in is because we don't have a huge amount of players who are actually in the Jamaica side, and I feel like he could be getting in the Jamaica side. When you look at it, this is ridiculous. Nigel Buckner's in there, but Alwyn Buckner isn't in that Jamaican side. So that's been our transfer business. You can also see here a whole host of loan deals going on. I don't think it's anything too exciting. Most of the time, they just kind of go out on loan to some lower down sides in Jamaica. But I do obviously try and loan them out when I get the chance. And speaking of Jamaica, there was a World Cup, okay? So we will take a look to see how it went awful. It went awful, okay. I was hoping they'd do something of interest. They got a 2-2 draw against Colombia with a 95th minute equaliser against 10-man Colombia as well. I mean, they finished, I assume, just rock bottom of their group with 1 point out of a possible 9. They're just not good, are they? They're just not good. I have seen that, though. Nick Priestley did score against St Kitts and Nevis, which I assume is what that one goal there is. And Andy Stravich didn't get a cap. He didn't get a cap for the Jamaica side. So frustrating. Right, whilst we're here talking about players turning Jamaican, I'm not going to go through everybody, but I will point out that we do have way more than 5 non-Jamaican footballers. So we have Miranda, we have Kevin Whitman, who has kind of been promoted to the first team. He's been sort of there or thereabouts for the last few seasons. So he's good enough, but he's not like amazing. We've got Dimitri Godin, who we joined last season. He's really, really quite a good player. We have Sholagov, we have Bays, we have Mbenge. So we've got, I think, what's that, 6 maybe? 6 non-Jamaicans, so one of them's not getting in the squad. The other thing before we go and take a look at the fixtures so far from the Caribbean Cup, Zayn Allen, who joined us last season in a youth intake, I said he might be our number 1 left-back for the season. I think he is. I've not picked him, okay? So if we actually look at tactics, I've not picked anyone, I've not hard-locked anybody in, but I think Allen's going to be playing there ahead of Reece. I think it's going to happen. He's already played once. That one game, by the way, was in the Caribbean Cup, which was a 2-0 victory against Port of Spain from Trinidad and Tobago, so we're currently sat second place in the table. But as we know, we're just going to win this. There was another competition as well that I set up, and it was utterly ridiculous. Because of the Sonko deal, I basically was allowed to play a friendly against Man City, and I thought, you know what, let's try and make the most of this. Let's make them play against a few other sides as well. For some reason, I picked teams from Canada. Probably should have picked some Jamaican sides, shouldn't I? Because they might have got some money from it. But what it meant is we did get huge chunks of money from ticket sales, I believe. I think if we go this season, so we've got £760,000 from ticket sales this season. Because what happened is we got ticket sales for all of those matches, but I believe also for that Halifax versus Man City, we got those ticket sales. For Quebec versus Man City, we got those ticket sales as well. So we've done really, really well. Right, quite a long-winded start to the season. We are going to jump forward now to just after Christmas to see how well things have gone on. See us lifting the Caribbean Cup for the 7th time, I believe, in a row. And then obviously we'll be going straight into a transfer window with, once again, minus £1 million in the bank. So, just for confirmation, we did win the Caribbean Cup once again. So we are now 7-time back-to-back winners of the Caribbean Cup. At this point, you would imagine the North American Football Federation, or whatever they're called, I have no idea. Is it CONMEBOL? I don't know. They would kind of change their mind and go, you know what, maybe Jamaica shouldn't be in this. Maybe the winning side from the Jamaican League should just go straight into the Champions League. Anyway, we don't have to. We have to go through this mess because Football Manager doesn't kind of simulate that, which is fair enough. So yeah, we beat Mount Pleasant in the final. In the Jamaican Premier League, we are currently top of the table, 12 wins out of 12, positive 68 goal difference. Ivan Bays is currently on 14 league goals. He's got 21 in 18 starts. He's ridiculous. He's doing absolute bits. Andy Stravich has got 4 man of the match awards, and Benge's got 8 clean sheets as well. He's wanted. Hold on. Who's he wanted by? Al Hazim of Saudi Arabia. Don't really want to sell him to Saudi Arabian sides. So obviously it is a transfer window. Yeah, this is our state of affairs for our finances. It's just not good, is it? It's just not good. We are well over our wage budget. We are well under our transfer budget, but we are also well over our bank spending limit because we are now negative £1.6 million. We could obviously fix some things. We could sell Urseg, sell on for 70k, Harvey for nearly $500,000, which isn't bad. Quabena, not worth really talking about. Same with Yesian. And there is the Sonko deal, 50% sell on. 50% sell on. Even if we kind of came to an agreement now, so they might do 34 divided by 2. So what was that, 17 million? 17 million is a life-changing amount of money for our club. I might take it, you know, I might just take that money. Well, it's now the 27th of January and some bad news. Armando Miranda has moved on to Saudi Arabia. He's now worth £30 million. Amazing, you might think. Is there a 50% sell-on in there? No, No, because for some reason, he had a £14,000 minimum fee release clause in his contract that I couldn't get rid of when one team from Saudi Arabia said, what about we sign Miranda? And he went, yep, that'll do. I'll take that money because now he's getting paid £31,000 a week. He's not the only player to move on to bigger and better things. Luther de Oliveira has moved on to Charlotte FC in the MLS, and he does have a sell-on in there. He's gone for £11,500, possibly going up a little bit higher. I think we've got a friendly that we're able to play against Charlotte FC, but also a 50% sell-on as well. So maybe this might bring us, it's not going to bring us millions, but it might bring us, let's say, £700,000. That'll be good. We do also have one player joining the club because Miranda left. I went, oh, balls, we need a new centre-back. So we found a Brazilian called Fernando Guerreiro. He is a free transfer, formerly of Flamengo. He's got under 20s caps. He's 23 years old, so he's arguably, this is kind of the level where he should be playing week in, week out. He will be playing week in, week out for us for a season at the very least. I think he's all right. He's not going to be amazing. I feel like Miranda was a much better footballer. But that was our transfer business. It means financially, yep, things are not looking good. Our transfer budget has gone, by the way, because I have moved into our wage budget. There's nothing fancy has happened. I've just kind of reassigned some money in places. And I just want to double check so we still can't sell this Sonko deal. I'm just going to check this every single time now, because at some point we are going to be able to sell it, and I'm probably just going to do it. Anyway, football's also taken place, hasn't it? We are still top of the Jamaican Premier League. We've got 15 wins and a draw. Mount Pleasant FC this time are the team that have done it. We've also jumped up to 5th in the competition rankings. That's big. We have moved up from 8th to 5th in just a few seasons. It's only Honduras now that stand in our way between Costa Rica. And if we can get past Costa Rica, we are just on the hunt for the big boys of the MLS and Mexico. Obviously, North American Champions League, because we are defending. We're not defending. We are defending the North American Champions League, but because we won the Caribbean Cup last season, we are in this at the second round, which is most likely going to be up against Real Salt Lake. We still need to keep an eye on stadiums, just because basically finances are still a problem for us, aren't they? So it's not going to be a big stadium. It's not going to be a lot of tickets. We need to win this again. Right then, I guess let's jump forward then to the end of the regular season. Around April time, we'll have our youth intake. We'll win the league, but not win a trophy just yet. But hopefully we will be back-to-back champions of Jamaica. Big things are happening, okay? Big things are happening. We have won the league once again. 100 goal difference. That's not just 100 goals scored. That's 100 goal difference. We scored 113 goals. 12 of them against Dunbeholden, a team who finished 9th. That's ridiculous. That is absolutely insane. We are also into the JFF Cup final once again. This time, Portmore United will be our opponents. Can we make it 2 for 2? And it'll be our 4th win in 5 years as well. And we are still in the North American Champions League. Last time around, I believe it was just a bunch of US side plus America from Mexico. This time around, it is all Mexican. It's Tigres, America, and Monterrey. So how did we get here? Second round, it was Herediano. We beat them 7-0. Fair enough. Then in the next round, it was Alajuelense. That's probably how it's said, isn't it? We beat them, obviously, of Costa Rica. Yes, Costa Rica. Beat them in the quarterfinals, setting up the semi-final against Monterrey. I think we could make it 3 for 3. From the youth intake, we've got one player, really, that I want to I think he's going to be the big star. We've got a couple that I think might be okay. Omar Garvey could be alright. He's got some reasonable technical numbers, like 14 finishing is pretty good. Physically, not superb, but alright. Mentally, not very good at all. We also have Andre White. As you can probably tell, Delissa is the one that I'm kind of interested in. White doesn't look amazing, but for some reason, he's got maybe 3.5 star potential. Somebody who I think will be pretty good is Kamar Delissa, 16 years old, central defender or central midfielder. He'll be a centre-back for us, I believe. 20 determination, 17 bravery, 13 jumping reach and 12 heading. He's got some really good numbers in really good places, and then really bad numbers in really bad places, like marking of 7, tackling of 9, positioning of 8, not good. Concentration of 7, not good. But he is only 16 years old. If we can kind of get some training in on him, get some of those numbers up, Delissa could be an actual Jamaican international, I reckon. So after last season's really good youth intake, this one not so good. But I think we've still got one, maybe two. Garvey and Delissa, I think, could be pretty good. Right, one more thing left to do then, and that is to jump to the end of the season. And can we win the quadruple back-to-back? Well, first of all, the JFF Cup. We have that in the bag. So, 2 trophies so far. The Jamaican Premier League makes it 3 out of 4, beating Arnett Gardens 3-0 in the final. And in the North American Champions League, America will not want to play us ever again because we win that once again. Guerrero with the opening goal of the match. English plays it on the ground back to Coates. English, I think, is the one that gets this goal. He does, making it 2-0. And then it is all finished off by the Paraguayan striker in the 93rd minute. Whitman finds English on the ground, finds Nick Coates. Through ball to Bays, takes a couple of touches, passes it past the goalkeeper, makes it 3-0 against America. They were kind of unlucky in this, okay? They did have a player sent off after 38 minutes when it was 0-0. And then from that point onwards, we just absolutely battered them. But we are back-to-back champions of the North American Champions League. We've done the quadruple twice in a row. This is kind of how things should be when you're building a nation. Ultimately, it's going to start getting quite boring, I believe. But the interesting part is when it's going to come to things like the transfers and the finances. So 402,000 or negative 402,000 in the bank at the moment. But we do have these clauses that we can sell. That's obviously the big one. De Oliveira is available for 248. Urseg, still not a lot. Quabena, still not a lot. And Yasayin is also awful, £4,000. I'm tempted to just take it, just so I've got that money. So just looking at the squad, I did lock in Allen, by the way. I wasn't kind of sure whether he'd play, and I've just seen he's our second top goal scorer. That's ridiculous. We have 6 players who scored at double figures. We've got Coates, 18 years old, came to our youth and take a couple of seasons ago. He's good. Niquan Coates is getting a lot of goals. I'm liking that. Andy Strabic, still no Jamaica caps. He's picking up a bunch of goals, as you would expect. Colin Hernandez on the left wing, who I believe... He came into the squad once I sold Quabena. I think I promised that once Quabena was sold, Hernandez would get a lot of game time, and he is getting game time and scoring some goals. Buckner, who isn't locked in the squad anymore, because basically he is one of our best players, so we just get in there on merit, scoring loads and loads of goals. Zane Allen from left back, I've just seen he has scored 11 or 10 penalties, so that would be why he is up there with his 8 penalty taken. I think he's good. I think Allen could be really good for us. And then Ivan Bays at the top of the list. 26 goals and 28 league appearances. I don't think he's improved much. He might have improved, but he's got 40 goals in 40 by St. Louis. Okay, we've got some players wanted by teams over. I don't like that one. And Benge to Al Ettifaq. Anyone else? Don't think so. I also don't know the status of nationalities. Whitman's got 60 days. Kevin Whitman's got 60 days before he becomes Jamaican, and he's not got any Austria caps. And he's only 23. Kevin Whitman, hear me out, my brain's just gone really, really strange direction here, but Kevin Whitman could get 90 caps playing for Jamaica. It's possible, okay? They'd have to have some really long runs in a World Cup and stuff like that, but Kevin Whitman could get 90 caps playing for Jamaica. That's a thing that could happen. Guerrero, new signing, so he's not going to be getting any close. Gotin, he's still got a while to go, hasn't he? Because he's a relatively new signing. We've also got Sholagov, who I think we signed. Did we sign? He can't become Jamaican. He can't become Jamaican. Well, you might just need to leave then, guy. There's no point in having you here. Bays, who's obviously new signing, so he's got ages to go for you. And Benge, still got probably 3 years. Yep, looks like 3 years for Benge. Martin Gomez, Gomez is good, isn't he? Obviously, he's a new signing, so yeah, he's not going to be going anywhere anytime soon. So, I think that's a good... It's obvious we've had a good season from on the pitch. But off the pitch, we have sold Sonko with a 50% sell onto Man City. That could save the club financially. We've also got in a few... Over the last couple of seasons, we've gotten some pretty decent youth players, I believe, come through, which is nice to see as well. We've got some players in our squad, like Bays, who, if nobody takes him, he could stay around for years... Kevin Whitman could be getting Jamaica caps. I think that could be the first player to get Jamaica caps. Strabic should be, but I don't think it's going to happen. Kevin Whitman could be that man. Things are going really well for our Montego Bay United side. At the start of Season 4, we obviously sold Alsane Sonko to Manchester City. Since then, he has gone on to play just one match for the Manchester City first team, and he's basically not... I say he's not done okay. He got a 7.6 rating. Seems reasonable to me. However, we can now buy the clause, or sell the clause, should I say. 50% sell on, we can sell it for £10 million effectively. He is worth possibly £31 to £45 million, although it has been crossed out because I guess it's out of date now. But if he's worth £30 million, we should be getting £15 million. So I'm not too sure what to do with it at the moment. We also have other sell-ons that we could sell, £275,000 for De Oliveira and also £35,000 for Corbena, which is obviously something we're not going to do. Other things, obviously, that will be going on this season. We are on the back of defending our quadruple for a second time. And depending on the financial situation that we find ourselves in, maybe this could be the first season we actually start to spend a bit more of that money. Maybe we start to try and invest in some of our facilities, make the stadium bigger, make the training facilities bigger, and most importantly, make our youth recruitment the best it can possibly be. On the 25th of June, we obviously have not kicked off any matches just yet, but we have done a transfer. And technically, this one was done last season, but couldn't get registered, so I didn't tell you about him. Eric Williams is a 29-year-old Jamaican international goalkeeper. He was available on a free transfer after his contract at LAFC expired, but because their season kind of ends sort of near towards the end of... Well, I say towards the end of our season, I'm not sure. Basically, we brought him in because he was on a free transfer, but we brought him in after the window closed, so he basically just sat there and didn't do much for a few months. I think we signed him technically in April, and he's obviously come in. He's probably our best goalkeeper. And by probably, he is better than Mansour and Benge. So this could be a bit of a silly thing to do, because obviously in Benge, he's not actually Jamaican yet. And he's got pretty much 3 years to go until he does become Jamaican. This might be a thing that we need to sell Mbenge before, basically, we're just wasting our time and a squad registration spot on Mbenge. If we can sell him, 50% sell on to somewhere else, maybe that's something we need to do. Anyway, like I said, transfer window has opened. We've got £211,000 to spend. We've got a small amount of wage budget. We are in the positive when it comes to finances, but we have not quite hit that £1 million mark, which is something we did hit a few seasons ago with our £1.6 million, but maybe that Sonko deal was something we're going to be doing. Now, on the 4th of September, the transfer window has obviously closed. Not a huge amount of transfer business has taken place joining the club. A few players have left on permanent deals. This guy has moved over to George's Plain on a free transfer. And 3 of our players have gone on loan to Harbour View with the intent of them actually playing. And this is interesting because Harbour View are a Premier Division side, and we have loaned them players who are quite clearly not good enough for us at the moment. 17-year-old George Stevenson is one of them. 17-year-old Javon Shaw is another. And I'm an idiot because I thought this was to Harbour View, but it's actually Mount Pleasant FC. Nick Priestley has moved over on loan to Mount Pleasant FC. He wasn't playing for us, so we've loaned him out and he's going to get some game time playing there. Hopefully, we have got one player joining the club, and it is on a loan deal as well. And I think I mentioned him a few seasons ago, but Mensash Stable, sure, we'll go with that, who is a 19-year-old Chelsea footballer, 19 years of age, 8 caps to his name for the Jamaican national side. Obviously, because he is Jamaican, he's kind of more inclined to want to join us, and he actually spent last season on loan at Mount Pleasant FC. We've brought him in to us this season, contractually as well. I think he's out of contract. He is out of contract at the end of the season with Chelsea. It's a big, big ask, but maybe Staple could join us on a permanent deal if things go well this season. But that is pretty much it. Obviously, you can see there, Staple was the only loan signing that we have done. A whole bunch of players going out on loan deals. We jump back to last season. Eric Williams is the player that I mentioned earlier on in the season. And yeah, no one else kind of needs to be mentioned. Basically, we've had quite a quiet sort of window. If we have a look at players that have been released, I believe these are the 3 that we want to talk about. We'll have a look at Twain Lynch. Yep, he never played for us. We've also got Alex Fowler, who, never really played for us. But in the middle is Anor Martinez. He has moved on. I wasn't sure whether we wanted to extend his deal or basically just push him out. We didn't need him anymore. He is Jamaican, so he doesn't count as a non-Jamaican footballer. But I thought to myself, he's 29. Don't think we need him. And we've basically taken that, we've committed to it, and Martinez has left. Speaking of players who are becoming Jamaican, Kevin Whitman has become Jamaican. He has been here now for just over 5 years, which means he is now eligible to become Jamaican. And in fact, he is already Jamaican. Over the course of the summer, he managed to get his little bit of paperwork signed. So Kevin Whitman now has that Jamaican passport. Miller Ramirez we already know about. I think that is pretty much everybody else. So we've got obviously players here who are on their way to becoming Jamaican. So Martin Gomez has got probably a while. Yep, he's been here for a season. We've got Mbengo we've already looked at. He's got 3 years left to go. Bays, I believe, is going to have 4 seasons left to go. He does. Chugalov, I don't think can become Jamaican. Correct, if I remember that one. Yep. We've also got Dimitri Gotin, who he's got 3 seasons to go. Jan Benoit, I think, is also going to have 4 seasons. Yes. So, it's Kevin's got his is Jamaican paperwork. Fernando Guerrero's got a long time to go. But we've got another one. We've got another one through the door. Also, Andy Strabic is Jamaican and Croatian, and he still doesn't have any caps. Does he get in the squad? He's not even in the squad. It's Eric Williams and Staple are the only 2 players of ours getting into the squad, which is ridiculous when you think of actually how good some of our players are. In particular, Buckner is amazing and should be getting caps for Jamaica, and I don't understand why he isn't. Anyway, obviously, being September, the season has kicked off and we've won a trophy. It was a trophy that I made up, but we won a trophy. It's a competition called the USA in Jamaica, and we set this up because we sold, Luther de Oliveira. He went to Charlotte FC, and we had an agreement to play a friendly against them, and I thought, you know what, let's bring over a couple more American sides, which meant Orlando City, and Phoenix came over to Jamaica, and we beat all of them, and we beat them relatively comfortably. So yeah, we've won a trophy. It obviously doesn't count. The Caribbean Cup has also kicked off. We've played just the one match, beating Mayobale, maybe, not quite sure, beating them 4-0, but they sit 3rd place in the table. We sit 4th place because everybody has won at least one match, apart from Violet, who have lost twice. And other than that, nothing else has really gone on. Like I said, we're not going to claim this as a trophy. We can't win 5 trophies this season, even though I would like to pretend we could. And just before we go, the Somco deal is still available for just under £10 million. We're not doing it just yet. Financially, we are still in the positive. We are not going to be in the positive when we hit basically October, but we are still in the positive right now. We're going to jump forward to just after Christmas to see how well things have gone, obviously, in the league. And we should be winning the Caribbean Cup again. It was an all-Jamaican affair in the Caribbean Cup final. Montego Bay beating Arnott Gardens 8-2 on aggregate. We have won this, basically, 7, 8 times now in a row? I think I've said this a few times before, but if we don't win this, something's gone seriously wrong, unless another team from Jamaica win it. Then I'm kind of okay with that. In the league, we have played 12 matches, and we have won 12 matches with a positive 55 goal difference, which is absolutely insane. We've got 7-0, 6-0, a 6-2, a 5-0, a 7-1, a 9-0 against Cavalier. They're 4th, and we've beaten them 9-0. I've also just realised the top 3 goal scorers, Bays, Buckner and Stravic. Average rating, Buckner, Stravic and Bays. Assists, Stravic, Goatin and Buckner. Man of the matches, Bays is up there in first place, joint with 4. Clean sheets, Eric Williams has 6. So he's only conceded, he's conceded goals in 6 matches, and we've still got a positive 55 goal difference. Just want to point out as well, I haven't locked anybody in for the season, so pretty much the assistant manager can do what he wants. Who I don't think I've ever shown you, by the way. Like, we've had a couple of assistant managers over the course of this save. We've got Christopher Dewar at the moment, who is absolutely awful. We can't get anyone particularly better than him at the moment, and it doesn't really matter because we are still winning the league quite comfortably. Also, our head of youth development, who has been here from the start of the save, or when we took over at the very least, is Damien McNeish. He is still here, but I have been trying to replace him over the course of this time. I've managed to find a few people who are better than him, but they want sort of $2,000 a week, which we just cannot afford to do at the moment. And the other thing to mention, Dr. Jermaine Spencer is our director of football and director in general. He owns the club. I can't replace him until he decides to retire or leave. He's not a good director of football. Do we need a good director of football? I don't really know, but Jermaine Spencer might kind of be hindering us slightly. I don't think he is too bad at the moment. Anyway, it is obviously the 26th of December. The transfer window, I believe, has technically opened for us. Have we done any business yet? No, and I don't know why you were expecting us to have done anything at the moment. So we're going to jump forward then to the end of this transfer window. Obviously, a few more matches will have been played, and we'll see what business we can do. The answer's nothing. We've done no more transfer business. Nicholas Welcome has left on a loan deal. He's also gone over to Harbourview, so 3 youngsters now playing over there. But that is pretty much it. We've done no business. Nobody's joined the club. When it comes to competitions-wise, we are still top of the table. 16 wins, a positive 71 goal difference now. So in the space of 4 matches, we've gone from 55 to 71. Bays has now got 18 goals and 16 appearances. Buckner's on 16 and 16 as well. We are running away with this league, which is a surprise to absolutely nobody. We're also in the JFF Cup semi-final. Cavalier will be our opponents, a team that we've already beaten 9-0, so I'm pretty confident we should get past those. And in the North American Champions League, we see Arnott Gardens will be up against Saprissa in the first round. In the second round, we will have Necaxa or Austin FC. And I feel like at this point, it doesn't matter who we play, because we are 3-time champions, back-to-back-to-back champions of the North American Champions League. So can we do 4 for 4? So a relatively quiet January, in fact a very quiet January transfer window for us. We're now going to jump forward to around April time once the regular season has finished. If we don't finish top of the table, we've literally not scored any points between now and basically the bit where we come back. So last season we finished top of the table, obviously, with 74 points, a 100 goal difference, 113 goals scored. What did we do this time around? We were one better. By one better, almost everywhere across the board. So we got 75 points. Our goal difference was 101, and we scored one more goal, didn't we? We literally did one more goal, but we lost a match. We drew 2. We lost 1 this time around. A 2-1 defeat actually against Cavalier. And speaking of Cavalier, we have yet to play the match against Cavalier. I think it takes place in, a few days' time in the JFF Cup. So they have beaten us. We've also beaten them 9-0. I'm still confident we should get past. In the North American Champions League, unfortunately, Arnett Gardens fall at the first hurdle against Costa Rican side Saprissa. They are from Costa Rica, aren't they? They are from Costa Rica. We managed to get past Austin FC. It was a 6-2 victory so far after the 2 legs. In the quarterfinal, we get past the team that knocked out Arnett Gardens. Saprissa, we beat them at 4-2 on aggregates, which means in the semi-final, it is Real Salt Lake. They will be our opponents. And if we get to a final, once again against America, they are not going to be best pleased because we've beaten them twice in the last 2 seasons. Can we do it 3 out of 3 against America? I have just seen that we can't sell the Sonko clause anymore. So let's hope that we haven't made a mistake by not selling it for £10 million. He is now worth 27 to 41, which I imagine might be why they've kind of pulled the plug, because technically they should be giving us around, 13 to 14 million pounds. He's also played another game for the club, getting a 7.5 rating. Maybe we can loan him back. I feel like he's not going to want to come back here, though. Just before we jump to the end of the season, then, we've got our youth intake that's come in, and it's not very good, okay? It's a 1.5 star. You can just about see it there. Trey Fitton is the best player, and he's got good finishing and flair, and nothing else. So yeah, I'm not going to go through all of these players, because basically, there is nobody good, okay? Trust me on it, there's nobody good. Well, one more thing to do then before we end out this season, and that is to find out what we can do in the JFF Cup, in the North American Champions League, and can we win the Jamaican Premier League again? Well, it's not started off particularly well. We did get to the final of the JFF Cup, but lose on penalties against Arnett Gardens. Not ideal at all. And it's a similar story in the Jamaican Premier League, where we lose 3-1 against Arnett Gardens in the final. It's not the end of the world. Not winning the league and not winning the cup is not too much of a problem. As long as we're winning the North American Champions League, which is ultimately, right now, this point in the save, we are just trying to boost our reputation as a club, which will then help us keep hold of some of our best players, but also bring in some really good world footballers as well. Losing the league, not too much of a problem, but the North American Champions League is the one that kind of retains and improves our reputation, which this time around, we did make it all the way to the final, and once again, for a 3rd season in a row, it was against America, and once again, we take the lead. Bays with the opening goal of the match after 30 minutes. Into the second half we go. Guerrero finds Aiken, ball forward, finds English. Andy Stravic takes a couple of touches, dinks it over the goalkeeper in the 93rd minute, making it 2-0, and surely that is all over, or is it? Because English has the ball, plays it back to Guerrero, but he doesn't quite get there, in America in the 97th minute pull one back. But that was it, okay? So, we've beaten them 3 times in a row in the North American Champions League final. Bayes and Stravic with the goals. The fact that we've played America 3 times and beaten them 3 times, at this point they should just give up, okay? If they see we've got them in a match in the North American Champions League, they should just not bother trying. So actually, on paper, we've won technically 2 things this season. We can't claim the USA and Jamaica competition, but we have won the North American Champions League and the Caribbean Cup, which is arguably the 2 big ones that we want to be winning. Losing the JFF Cup is not good. Losing the Jamaican Premier League is not good, but at the end of the day, like I said, doesn't really matter, because that's not going to massively impact our reputation as a club. Before we finish then for the season, let's take a look at the top goal scorers. So we've got 6 players technically, because Priestley is on loan, have got double figures. Zane Allen, 18, has got 1 cap for Jamaica. He's managed to score 11 goals in all competitions. We've got Andy Stravic. Has he got a cap for Jamaica? He has still not got a cap for Jamaica, but he has managed to break double figures once again. Colin Hernandez with 20 goals. 20 goals is a lot of goals for a player who's arguably not particularly good. He's not bad, by any means. He's good physically, good mentally. Technically, he's pretty garbage, but he's getting a load of goals. We've got Dwayne Webster, 18 years old, probably playing on the right wing there. 23 goals. 23 goals so far this season. That's ridiculous. Especially considering he's got 5 finishing. How has he got that many goals? Ivan Bates, you can see with 28 goals, 13 assists as well. 1 cap for Paraguay, so if he does ever decide to become Jamaican, he's not going to be getting Jamaica caps. And then Buckner at the top with 34 goals in all competitions. He's good, and he's still not getting Jamaica caps. I'd be tempted to sell him somewhere where he'd actually get a work permit, and then maybe he can go there and actually get some game time playing in a different country, and he's not going to become Jamaican. Speaking of players who have become Jamaican, Kevin Whitman has not got any caps yet. However, is he in the squad? He's not in the squad. I thought he was going to be in the squad. Buckner is in the squad. Stapler is in the squad. Williams is in the squad. And you'll notice there is a bid there. Yes, we are trying to bring Staple to the club on a permanent deal. It's season 16 and we're going to start the season off like we started off season 15, which is taking a look at Alsane Sonko, who is obviously still at Manchester City. However, he's got 2 years left on his contract. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but I fear, because Man City have got such good players, Sonko might never actually play and might just get released from Man City. Which means we probably need to consider doing the whole sell-on clause thing if it becomes available again. And by if, it has become available again, but it is now down to £8.89 million, so we have lost just over £1 million that we could have got at the start of last season. I'm going to hold on to this for now. We are going to see whether maybe we will sell this season. If we do sell it, obviously, let's say for £9 million, it is going to be a huge bump to our finances. We've got £2 million. Most of that has actually come from season tickets because our stadium is now 15,000 capacity and is getting even bigger. West Powell Park, I think when we started was like a 4,000 capacity stadium. We are now expanding it by 4,000 seats. And I fear we might be limited with what we can do with West Powell Park going forward because we've done a lot of expansions on this. As you can see, so we have increased to 16,520 capacity last season, at the start of last season or the end of the previous season. We have gone from, literally, we were under 5,000 capacity and we've boosted it by over 10,000 capacity. We've upgraded our training and youth facilities. I don't think that's something that I've managed to do because literally I've only ever asked them to expand the stadium, which is what they're currently doing at the moment. So I'm glad they're doing it. Because I did look, and basically we're selling out every single week. So we need to make that stadium as big as we possibly can right now. Obviously, it is the start of a new season and a new transfer window. Nothing has happened just yet. Staple may be joining on a permanent deal. We've got 429,000 to spend, a little bit of wage budget as well, and obviously £2 million in the bank. Let's jump forward to see if we can actually spend any money. And will Staple join on a permanent deal? Yes, he has. And I'm surprised at how cheap we've got him financially. He's just on under £2,000 a week for a player who was playing for Chelsea. I think he was probably on about 10 grand a week when he was at Chelsea. We've got him for an absolute bargain. But he's also a Jamaican international. He's also actually really good as a footballer. So I'm very happy with this business. We have got more players joining the club, but also we do have players leaving. 2 of them, in fact, leaving on permanent deals. Darryl Baldwin first up. He is a 19-year-old right winger. He said striker. He's a right winger. He's moved over to Mount Pleasant FC for £1,000. Not a lot of money. And the other transfer business to take place is Artem Shologov has moved on. The Kazakh international has moved back to his native Kazakhstan because basically he was never going to become Jamaican, so we thought there's no point keeping him about. He's gone for 9.25, possibly going up to 11.25, so we've kind of broken even. Joining the club then, we have spent a lot of money, and by a lot of money for a little team from Jamaica. Suleimane Koulibaly first up, 20-year-old Mali international signed from Academy JMG Mali, which if you don't know, go sign players from there because they're really good. He has cost us absolutely nothing. He was a free transfer, but he is ridiculously good. The problem is he plays in the same position as Alwyn Buckner and he might not get much game time, which is why he's currently loan listed. Next up for £54,000 is Matthias Svek, a 22-year-old Czech defensive midfielder signed from Viktoria Zizkov in his native Czech Republic, or Czechia, I believe is what it is called nowadays. I think he's a very good player. Similarly to Anwar Martinez, who we had a few seasons ago, technically he's not amazing. Mentally and physically he's got some really good numbers, I think. Technically he's got some numbers in the right places, and that's about it. But I think that's probably good enough. For £130,000, next up we have signed Joseph Coffey, an 18-year-old Ghanaian defensive midfielder from Beckham United. He has cost us £130,000, but he has gone out on loan to Mount Pleasant FC, where he's hopefully going to get a full season playing in the Jamaican Premier League. He wasn't going to play for us this season, partially because we've got too many non-Jamaican footballers anymore, but also he's probably not one of our better defensive midfielders, but hopefully in a few seasons' time he will be. And for £150,000, we bought another goalkeeper who is also not Jamaican. It is Mohamed Cisse, a Senegalese under-20s international signed from Generation Foot. He has come in because basically I think he's going to be really good. He's currently 3.5-star current ability, 5-star potential. The problem is we are quite heavily loaded now when it comes to goalkeepers. I do think Eric Williams is still our number one. And you might have been asking where Mbenge was. Basically we've loaned him out to Vancouver for the season because he... Basically, when the last guy, I've already forgotten his name, when the Jamaican guy came in, the Jamaican international joined us, he stopped playing. So I basically went, you know what, let's try and loan you out for a season, and hopefully he's going to get a load of game time playing for Vancouver in the MLS. We're getting a bit of money for him as well. It's not a lot, but, you know, it's better than nothing. And he's still only 22. The problem with doing this, though, is he now will not become Jamaican because he needs to come back to the country in 30 days. He's not going to because obviously he's going to be staying in Canada playing for Vancouver. So that is our transfer business. I'll just jump back. So Stapleton and Coffey technically joined last season. We have got a huge amount of loan spells taking place. No one really particularly of interest, I don't think. Obviously, apart from Mbenge, everyone else is all right. Gary Sherlock is actually playing, I believe he might be playing in the top division. Are they in the top division side? No. Anyway, so that is what has happened from our transfer perspective. Sort of. Yeah, you'll see we have £6.6 million in the bank, and there's a very good reason for that. If we take a look here at the clauses, Sonko's clause has been sold. We sold it for £9.15 million, which is arguably less than what we could have got, but I kind of weighed up the options of, is he still going to be playing for Man City in 2 years' time? And if he is he going to be worth more than £20 million? And I went, you know what? I feel like we'll be better used having that money in our bank now, because having that money will allow us to basically buy better players, improve our reputation, improve our facilities right now, rather than us holding out for 2, 3, 4, 5 more seasons potentially and getting the same money back. £10 million now is literally life-changing for this club. We've got £6 million in the bank. We've also got £5.5 million of transfer budget. We are not spending anywhere near that much, probably ever. So a very busy start to the season. The Caribbean Cup has also kicked off. We've played just one match, beating AS Capois 4-0, putting us in second place in the table. We're going to jump forward now to around just after Christmas to see how well this season kicks off, and we'll probably win the Caribbean Cup again. In a repeat of last season's final, I believe we did beat Arnott Gardens in the final with the Caribbean Cup 5-3 on aggregate, meaning obviously we qualify for the North American Champions League for season 17. In the Jamaican Premier League, we are top of the table, 12 games played, 12 wins on the board, a positive 61 goal difference. We've got a 9-0, we've got a 10-0 against Mount Pleasant FC, 9-0 by the way against V United, who are second, which is just absolute madness. We're just absolutely battering teams, which is fair enough. Another 7-0 there against Cavalier. We just win everything. Also, competition reputation, we are climbing again. We are now the 4th best league in North America. Costa Rica are our next target, but I feel like because they're a 2.5-star reputation league, they might be a bit of a mission to get to. We need to be winning the North American Champions League a fair few seasons in a row, I think, to try and close down on those. Something that I forgot to tell you at the start of the season, Alwyn Buckner has been locked into the starting 11, but he's been locked in on the left wing, okay? Because it was Colin Hernandez normally who seems to be playing there. But I feel like Buckner can do the job. He's fully trained there now, 2.5-star current ability. I think that makes sense because basically that now means Koulibaly can play in the middle there and he's actually allowed to do it. And he's not really been doing it too often. I think he's had a few injuries. Yeah, he's had a few injuries. He does play there. He does do okay. Not doing as well as I would hope that Koulibaly would be doing, but he's doing a good job. Buckner's doing a good job as well. And so Zayn Allen, although admittedly he scores loads of goals, they're all penalties, but he's absolutely ridiculous. He's ridiculous. He's wanted by teams in Saudi Arabia. We don't want that. I've just taken a look at the Jamaican national side. So we've got Alan Priestley and Williams, and Kevin Whitman's in there. Kevin, please tell me he's got a cap. He's got a cap. We've got our first proper Jamaican convert. Kevin Whitman, the Austrian, has got a Jamaican passport, and he's good enough to play for the Jamaican national side. Who did he get his debut against? It was against Chile. It was actually against Chile quite a while ago. It was a 4-0 defeat. Okay, it's not the most exciting debut there, is it? I come off the bench by the looks of it, got absolutely battered, but it was in a Copa America game. He was in the Copa America squad. I will just take a very quick look. So I haven't really checked this. So they've got no winners of anything. They've got the Caribbean Championships, which isn't a thing anymore. They have been the runner-up in the North American Gold Cup twice since the save has started. They've been a runner-up in the North American Nations League twice since the save has started. And they've been, under 20s championships, they've done that 3 times. But they're still not getting close enough. They're not getting close enough. World ranking-wise, they went all the way up to 45th. Back down to 53rd at the moment. They are definitely getting better. They're definitely getting better, but they're not getting better enough, I don't think. Anyway, it is December. January transfer window is open. We obviously have a little bit of money to spend, and by a little bit we mean a lot of money to spend, which we are not going to spend, but I could put it into the wages. We probably shouldn't do that either. That sounds like a terrible idea. Right, let's jump to the end of January, see if we can do any business. I think we probably will. It's not business that I wanted to do, okay? It's not business that I wanted to do, but he basically started to get very, very annoyed. Zayn Allen has moved over to Saudi Arabia for peanuts. It is £22,000, but possibly going up to 35, but there is obviously a nice big 50% sell-on in there. And that is it. Mansour Mbenge did get his loan, I believe, cancelled at Vancouver, or I cancelled it, and I've sent him out on loan now to Chicago, so he's still obviously playing in the MLS. I don't think he played much. That's it. Yeah, he got dropped to Vancouver too. I recalled him and went, you know what, just come back, go somewhere else. We're also selling him, okay? There is a permanent transfer taking place for Mbenge. We've got too many goalkeepers. And I just kind of went, you know what, if he gets better, maybe we don't get that 50% sell-on. I don't think there's a sell-on in there. I don't think there's any way of us finding out either. Speaking of sell-on, so just to confirm, there is the 50% for Zayn Allen. We've also got Oliveira we know about, and Mbenge. They've just got a future fee of £20,000. I think that is it. They're just getting a really good bargain there, I think. There is one other thing before we go forward to around April time. We're building a new stadium, okay? I asked the board, because obviously the Sonko money came in, and I went, we've got all this money to spend. What are we going to spend it on? And I said, you know what? Let's build a new stadium. And they've gone, sounds like a great idea. So they are looking currently, they're in the planning phase of building a new stadium. We've also improved our youth and training facilities, which means we are certainly getting up there. Training facilities and youth facilities are now both good, exceptional academy and youth recruitment. So we are getting there. It's a 30,000 capacity stadium that we are planning to build. West Powell Park went up to 20,000. I don't think it can get any bigger than that from the in-game database. So we are looking to get an extra 10,000 seats. It's going to cost a lot of money to build, but we're going to be having ourselves a brand new stadium. Maybe let's say 2045. It's going to take a few years to build, isn't it? Oh, and also, we're still top of the table. 48 points, positive 82, 16 wins now. Another 10-0, lovely. So the regular season is now over. We are in the JFF Cup final. Portmore United will be our opponents this time around. Obviously, last season we did lose to Arnott Gardens. In the Jamaican Premier League, we have won the league with you'd expect us to win the league with 74 points, a positive 110 goal difference this time around. Last season it was 101, so we've scored 126 goals. That is ridiculous. 126 goals scored. Federal FC conceded 101. That 20 of them were against us, I think, maybe more. I've just seen as well, they've got 3 points, bless them. So they've got draws against Waterhouse Barbican and Rivoli United. Waterhouse side actually finished 5th. The other thing is we could be setting up a 4th appearance in the North American Champions League against America. Why are we always in the opposite sides of the draw to them? I don't know. But it's us and FC Dallas, America versus Toronto FC. We could be playing them again. It will be 4 times in a row that is the final if we get there, and so do America. We've also had our youth intake. It's okay. A few players look all right. Alwyn Smith at 16 years old. He's a defensive midfielder. Got some reasonable numbers in reasonable places. Marvin DaCosta as well, got some reasonable numbers. Doesn't look particularly amazing. We've got Raylon Alsop, who's a goalkeeper. I like the shape. Don't necessarily like the numbers there. We've got Lamont Anderson as well, was joined. He's fast, and that's pretty much about it. Yes, I say it's a good intake. Is it a good intake? Lucas Ritter, I've not signed him. Maybe we should sign Ritter, I don't know. We're not getting the best intakes at the moment. I think we need to get our reputation up a little bit higher. We are somewhat hamstrung by the fact that the Jamaican sort of nation isn't going to be producing world-class footballers regardless of how good our youth recruitment is, because the players and the people just don't exist with that ability. They will turn up occasionally, but they're going to be very few and far between. So then, we are potentially going to be winning 4 more trophies this season. The Premier League, the North American Champions League, the Caribbean Cup, it has already been won, and the JFF Cup, we are in the final for that one. So let's jump to the end of the season, and can we do it for a 5th successive time and a 4th successive time against America? First of all, the JFF Cup, a 5-2 victory against Portmore United mean we pick this trophy back up once again. Obviously, last season we did lose, but we are back with that trophy in our cabinet. In the Jamaican Premier League, we win this one as well, beating Waterhouse 2-0 in the final. Bays and Buckner finishing as the joint top goal scorers, first and second with 28 and 25 goals scored there. And what happened in the North American Champions League? Well, in a surprise to absolutely nobody, we did play America again. Gotin collects the ball for us on the right-hand side, plays it in the middle. Koulibaly makes it 1-0 after 14 minutes. 29 minutes on the clock. The corner comes in. Gomez is there at the front post. It is 2-0 to Montego Bay United. And just before half-time, can we make it 3? Whitman collects it back to Gotin, crosses the ball in. Buckner's there at the back post. It is 3-0 at half-time. And unless something absolutely magical happens in the second half for America, it is going to be another time where we beat them. Gotin crosses it in. It's well saved, but Svek is there to mop up the pieces, making it 4-0. And then it becomes 5. O'Neill, Blair with acres of space on the left-hand side. 4 players in the middle. Buckner is one of them, making it 5-0. And we are still not done yet. There is somewhat of a consolation goal. I say somewhat, it is a consolation goal for America. On the 82nd minute, Leon collects, plays it in the middle. It falls to De La Rosa, somewhat fortunately, making it 5-1. But then just a few minutes later, we finish the 6-1 rout of America. Gomez on the left, plays it into the middle. It's Coates, takes a touch. It wasn't the best touch, but he manages to run onto it. And Coates makes it 6-1 in the North American Champions League final. And America are the least lucky side in the world. It's kind of a joke at this point, isn't it? It's the same final 4 years in a row with the same result 4 years in a row. So the funny thing is, the only ever time they have faced us outside of the final, they beat us twice. In the quarterfinals, the first and second leg. Every other time has been in a final. We've beaten them 6-1 twice. We've beaten them 2-1. We've beaten them 3-0. We are somehow the best team in North America. We're so good, in fact, we're in the Club World Championships. That will be in next season. I'm going to do it as part of next season, not this season. We have Al Ittihad, Real Madrid and Sevilla in our group. I don't know who else is in this. So America are in there because I assume because they got to the final a lot, so they managed to get their place. Anyone else? So Atlanta United somehow have qualified for it, fair enough. We've also got Tigres from Mexico. Have we got any other like Jamaican or Caribbean sides? It doesn't look like it. No, it doesn't look like it at all. Okay, so it is us flying the flag for the Caribbean. We've got a couple of Mexican sides, a couple of MLS sides as well. I don't fancy our chances in this competition. Before we briefly take a look at the players, just want to keep you updated. They've still not managed to do anything. They've got planning permission, I believe, or they're trying to get planning permission, which might actually have been where we were not too long ago. Financially, we've still got £5 million in the bank. We should not go back into debt. From this point on, we should not go back into debt. Don't take my word for that, but hopefully we'll stay out of debt. And just taking a look, we can sell the Allen, 50% sell on for £3.19 million. It's not worth it at the moment, is it? So, players-wise, we have got 5 players who have broken double figures for goals. Nikon Coates, who scored a goal in the North American Champions League final, actually played most of his matches off the bench. He's alright, isn't he? Has he got 4 goals for the Jamaican national side in 2 caps? He does. Carson Ebanks, who came through our youth intake a couple of seasons ago, has broken into the first team and is doing a very, very good job. He is loan listed, but he's wanted by New England and New York. Koulibaly in his debut season, 19 goals and 11 assists. He's wanted. He's wanted by LA Galaxy and DC United just on loan though. Buckner, obviously, we know he scores goals, 36 goals, 24 assists. He's got 129 league goals and 179 league appearances. He's still good. He's got Jamaica caps. It's finally happened. It should have happened about 4 years ago, but Buckner's finally got some Jamaican caps. And then Ivan Bayes at the top with 39 goals. He's got 74 league goals and 79 league appearances. Genuinely, I wasn't convinced he would be good for us. When we signed him, I was like, is he going to be good for us? He was obviously a free transfer. He was doing okay, but he was playing for a not particularly, an unknown, an amateur side actually in Paraguay, so scoring loads of goals. Moves over to Jamaica. He's doing really, really good for us. He's got 3 caps for Panama and 2 goals now as well. Ivan Bayes is good. Just jumping over to see Kevin Whitman. Hasn't got any more caps for the Jamaican national side. Where is Andy Stravic? He's there. He still hasn't got any caps. I feel like he's never going to get one. I feel like Andy Stravic is never going to get a cap for Jamaica, which is, it's annoying, it's frustrating, but, you know, sometimes these things happen. Mohamed Cisse played 1 match for us. He played 1 match and he's very unhappy. That could be a problem. That could be a problem considering we've only just signed him and he wants to play football for us and we're not playing because obviously we've got Jamaica's #1 goalkeeper Eric Williams playing for us. He is wanted. He's wanted by a couple of teams. Banias, they're from the UAE. For some reason I thought they were going to be like a Trinidad and Tobago side or something like that. So, anyway, end of this season, we've won the Jamaican Premier League, we've won the North American Champions League, we've won the Caribbean Cup, we've won the JFF Cup, we've won absolutely everything, and in 24 days' time, in season 17, we kick off the Club World Championships. So now that we have money with our Montego Bay United side, this Building a Nation save should, maybe, get somewhat easier. However, we're still not out of the woods when it comes to the actual financial situation. We lose quite a lot of money. So we had £7.42 million in the bank. It dipped down to £4.5 million in the space of about 7 or 8 months. It's gone up again. We've also taken out a massive loan of technically £8 million, but £11.26 million has come in the last month. And that is because we are moving in to the Stuart Pearce Park. I'm having my own stadium built after me in Jamaica for some reason. 29,500 capacity stadium. Stuart Pearce Park will be opened in 2044, which I believe is going to be season maybe 19 or 20, something along those lines. But we are having ourselves a brand new stadium. It will be, I think, the 2nd biggest in the country. And we've also got ourselves some pretty good youth facilities. I am going to start using, or trying to use this money at the very least, to try and improve those as well, to make them as good as we can possibly get them, to make sure that we get the best youth players coming through. The other thing that we've got in this season is the Club World Championships, which we are in Group G against Al Ittihad, Real Madrid and Sevilla. I think we're finishing 3rd, maybe 4th in this one. I genuinely have no idea how good we are in comparison to other good world sides. Real Madrid and Sevilla are going to be a really tough challenge for us. If we turn out to be kind of okay against them, like a defeat against Real Madrid, maybe a draw against Sevilla, might say that we're a much better side than I think we are. We could finish bottom in this group with 3 defeats. Also, I'm not saying that this is going to have any real effect, because I feel like Football Manager doesn't necessarily simulate this. The entire tournament is being played in Norway, which is probably the polar opposite to Jamaica. So we're going to jump forward to when the transfer window will be open, see if we can do any business, and obviously see how well we do in the Club World Championships, and more importantly, keep an eye on the finances, because I have no idea what that is actually going to do to us financially. First of all, we have made it out of the group stages. In the second round, we are up against Arsenal. This will be a very, very tough challenge, I believe. But in the group, we actually finished 2nd place. We won twice. We lost against Real Madrid 4-1, but we did beat Sevilla 4-0 and Al Ittihad 3-1. So, maybe we are better than I think we are. I was expecting us to be kind of similar to like ES Tunis here on 3 defeats, -10 goal difference, or an Al Sadd -13 goal difference. But no, we've actually managed to get through +3 goal difference. Massive, massive win, a 4-0 win against Sevilla as well. This could be interesting. I don't think we're going to win it by any means, but within a few seasons, maybe we could. I say seasons, it's once every 4 or 5 years, isn't it? Within a few Club World Championships, maybe we could actually win it.
Anyway, the transfer window has opened. We've done one piece of business. I think technically we did this before because he was a free transfer. Fabian Goodwin is a 25-year-old Jamaican international central defender signed on a free transfer, formerly of Newcastle Jets and Charlotte FC. So he's had a little bit of a world tour off to the US, a little bit of a loan to Newcastle Jets, and then signing for us on a free transfer. He's come in basically for a bit of squad depth and because he's Jamaican. Other than that, not really a lot has gone on. I don't think we've had any money financially come through. I don't believe. Or maybe we do. I was going to say I don't believe we get gate receipts, but we've got like £560,000 come through from gate receipts this season already. Last season it was 3.3 million in total, so I think we're getting some gate receipts. That's good. But I don't think there's any prize money that's come our way. We've got £24,000 when it comes to TV revenue. We've not got any prize money at all by the looks of it. In fact, we only get £400,000 for winning the North American Champions League. Probably should have paid attention to that a lot earlier. Right, let's jump forward then to the end of the transfer window. See how well we do in the Club World Championships. We'll also see any transfer business that takes place. And I think we'll also play a Caribbean Cup game or two. We're going to start with the Caribbean Cup. 2 games have been played. We're currently top of the group, which is a surprise to absolutely nobody, beating Sabao and Racing FC. Racing FC are a team that I've not seen before. They're from Haiti and they are semi-professional. Sabao are from Dominican Republic and they're a professional side. We should be winning this. I say this every season, but we should be winning this every single year. We also played a random friendly tournament at West Powell Park called the Montego League, which had West Ham, Borussia Mönchengladbach and Aston Villa. I wanted to get some more some more fans through the door, get some more ticket sales for this. We finished second place. It was won by West Ham. We beat Villa, we beat Borussia Mönchengladbach, so we scored 10 goals in those 2 matches, but we did lose 2-1 against West Ham. In the Club World Championships up against Arsenal, we took the lead in the 1-match game against Arsenal. Staple plays the ball on the ground, it falls kindly to Bays. We take a 1-0 lead. However, just a few minutes later, I think about 5 minutes later, Arsenal pull one back, Robertson down that right-hand side. He's got a few options in the middle, plays it to Gerrard instead. Robertson collects it again in the middle, and the fullback blasts it into the back of the net. I say fullback, he's number 9. I thought he was a right-back. It went all the way through at 1-1 into extra time, and unfortunately for us, Arsenal were the more dominant team. Stang runs into the box, passes it past Cisse, making it 2-1, and we were not finished there. Because on the 118th or 19th minute, Rosa collects the ball in the middle is an option. He doesn't use him though. Cisse can't stop that one, and we lose 3-1 after extra time. But the fact that we were kind of competitive, this is genuinely really, really good news for us. Yes, we've been knocked out, but we are a competitive side against a very good Arsenal team. For example, this was the guy, Gavin Robertson, who scored the first goal of the match, and he's utterly, utterly ridiculous. So yeah, on the 8th of September, we've played some matches, we've won some games, we've lost some games, we've also done some transfers. 4 players have joined the club, but a whole load of players have also left the club on permanent deals. Eric Williams is first up. The Jamaican international goalkeeper has been moved on over to the United Arab Emirates. He's gone for £44,000. I think there is a 50% sell-on in there. Obviously, he's 31. If we get any money from that 50% sell-on, that's always good news, but I don't think it's going to happen. This one was a tactical decision because I wanted Cisse to be our number 1 goalkeeper for the season, so Williams had to go. Another goalkeeper to leave is Mark Samuel. He's moved over to Arnott Gardens for a few £1,000s. Dimitri Gotin, the Guadeloupean international right-back, has also moved on. He's gone over to Al Okhdud. Not quite sure if that's how that's said. In Saudi Arabia, £21,000, possibly going up to £30,000, but all importantly, that 50% sell-on is in there. That's realistically what we sell him for is irrelevant as long as we get that 50% sell-on, because if we can make a deal to sell that for £4 million, £3 million, that's literal money that we would have not got if we sold him just for cash. And finally, also leaving the club is Martin Gomez, the Uruguayan youngster, 21 years of age. He's moved over to the Seattle Sounders. Similar situation, £35,500, possibly going up to £44,500 with a 50% sell-on there. He's been pretty good the last couple of seasons, but I don't think we were ever going to be able to keep hold of him. Still young as well. Obviously, he's not Jamaican. I took the chance to sell him, and selling him to the MLS, whilst it's not as good as selling him to Europe, there might be the chance to get a bit of a sell there. He might move over to Europe when he's about 25, 26, something like that, and obviously 50% of that money's coming our way. Joining the club then, we needed a backup goalkeeper, and we've spent £5,000 on Portmore United's number 1 goalkeeper. I don't think it was their number 1, I think it was probably their number 3. It is Michael Bryan. He has come in because he's literally just going to not even sit on the bench. He is the Scott Carson of our Montego Bay United side. He is joined by another goalkeeper, Bakary Traoré, 20 years of age, Senegalese international. He's got 1 cap. Technically, he's an international. I didn't know whether this was a good idea, but hear me out. I'm starting to buy players with the intention of loaning them out to other players or other teams, in the nation of Jamaica, because basically we need to do this. There's also a thing in the back of my mind which says if they're not registered for the league, they can still play Champions League games, they can still play Caribbean Cup games, they can still play JFF Cup games, which I think might, once you factor in all the matches we could possibly play, might actually equate to the same amount of league games. So maybe that's something we need to consider. Another player to join who is most certainly not going to be going out on loan is Cyril Coadio, 20 years of age, a 5-capped Ivorian left-back. He's good. He's really, really good. Signed from FC San Pedro after his contract expired, so he's cost us absolutely nothing. Mentally and physically, superb. Technically, not amazing, but he's actually got some numbers in some really good positions, like his technique and tackling and things like that. So, Coadio walking straight into the first team. And finally, somebody who's here to make up the numbers, and that is Chanel Rutherford, 23 years of age, a right-back and defensive midfielder, signed formerly of Malayan United. He's cost us nothing because basically we just needed some more Jamaican players. He's also really, really angry. 19 aggression, 16 bravery, 16 determination, and 16 teamwork. So that's the business that we have done. We have done a few loan deals as well. I don't think there's anything realistically that I need to kind of shout out from the rooftops. I want to say Ricardo Acosta, but no, he's literally just a Jamaican guy. The only one I think is Jan Benoit, because the Guadeloupean international needs to get some game time going out on loan to Mount Pleasant FC. Is hopefully going to get him to do that. Everyone else is kind of I was going to say a nobody. They're not necessarily a nobody. They're just not really playing for us. So that's how our transfer business has gone. When you take a look at our tactics, we are not putting anybody locked into position. When you look at our players who are registered, we need to do, I think, this. I feel like we've got people who are registered, who aren't registered, who should be. That's correct. So Fernando Guerrero is not registered because I can't register any more players. He is transfer listed. I want to get rid of him. I don't think, of all the players that we've got, I don't think he's kind of going to turn into a world-class footballer. Guerrero is unregistered. I think that is it for the moment. And Benge. Oh, no, sorry. Mohamed Cisse. Yeah. Cisse's going to be our goalkeeper for cup competitions. Okay? I think that's what we're going to have to do. We've got too many good goalkeepers. Okay? Mansour Benge is still out on loan. He's joining permanently at Chicago. We've got too many goalkeepers. Too many foreigners. I'm not very good at this, am I? Anyway, let's prove that I am good at this, shall we? We're going to jump forward to around end of December, see how well the season kicks off. We'll win the Caribbean Cup without a doubt, and then we'll see if we can do any more transfer business as well. Hopefully, we won't sign about another 6 more African players because we can't register any of them. In a surprise to absolutely nobody, we win the Caribbean Cup, beating Portmore United 8-6 on aggregate. A 4-4 draw in the second leg meant that it was actually quite close. However, we do go through to the North American Champions League next season. Speaking of the North American Champions League, obviously, we will be entering at the second round this season. We'll be up against either Puebla or Austin FC of Mexico or the MLS. I feel like we could win this again. We are 5-time champions, and 4 of those 5, have been up against America. The first one up against Austin FC. I kind of want to be up against America again. I don't know whether this actually happens, but rivalries can develop in-game, in theory. I don't know whether it actually does take place or not. I kind of want it to happen. Also, I've made fancy new kits with my new logo for the YouTube channel. So there you go. That's if you want to have a look at them. You never really see them, apart from the 3D match engine. In the Jamaican Premier League, we are top of the table. 11 games played, 11 wins. Lots and lots of big wins there. A couple of 6-0s, a 7-1 as well against Tivoli Gardens. Buckner is the top goal scorer in the league with 14 goals. He's still good. He's still only got 4 caps. How is he not getting more caps? It's the end of January, and it has been a very busy month for us. I've kind of taken the decision to just sell some players with 50% sell-ons, because just selling somebody, even if it's off to Saudi Arabia or something like that, cashing in that 50% when they agree to it. So if it's, say, £10 million, that's just £10 million just straight into our bank account. Even if it's like 3, 4, £5 million, that's £5 million we would not have. And Benga obviously hasn't gone to Saudi Arabia. He's gone over to Chicago after a somewhat successful loan spell. He's very good. I wish we could have kept him, but we keep signing basically non-Jamaican goalkeepers, which means Mbengue is not really needed. Carson Ebanks is probably one of the first Jamaican players that we've managed to sell off. I say one of because I think Oliveira is one of a Jamaican collective that we've moved over to the MLS. But Ebanks has gone to Colorado. He's got 8 caps and 3 goals to his name. Again, not gone for a huge amount of money, 25,000, possibly going to 31. But there is that big 50% sell-on in there. So if Ebanks gets good, which I feel like he might, we should get a little bit of kickback from that. Suleimana Koulibaly has moved over to Saudi Arabia, and his value is now £43 million. And yes, we do have a 50% sell-on in there for Koulibaly. He's gone for just 40,000, possibly going up to £56,000. This was kind of too good to turn down. Even if he never leaves, we might get the opportunity to basically buy that clause out. And if we halve that right now, that's £21.5 million. So that's a life-changing amount of money for a little club like Montego Bay. Another Jamaican has moved over to the MLS. This time it is Javon Shaw, who's moved over to St. Louis City. I assume they're in the MLS. He has gone for not a lot of money, £18,500, possibly going up to 34.5. But again, there is that 50% sell-on in there. I haven't realised this, but he's got 4 caps. When did he get those? He's only played 8 league games for us and scored twice, and he's got 4 caps for Jamaica. Last player to leave the club is Fernando Guerrero. Obviously, we couldn't register him at the first part of the season. We did release him technically on a free transfer. He's signed over to ATG. I didn't necessarily want to do this, but like I said, he wasn't registered. He was just going to get annoyed, so yeah, he's moved on. Joining the club then for £250,000. I will check to see whether that is a club record. I feel like it might be a club record. It is Fidel Lyon, who has signed from Tianjin over in China, 29 years of age, Jamaican international central defender. Do I need to explain why I've signed him? He's a good defender and he's Jamaican. Yes, he's cost us a bit of money, but we don't need to worry about him not being Jamaican, which is a ridiculous sentence to say out loud. But yeah, Lyon can play first team football for us, and that's fine. We don't need to worry. The next collection of footballers, however, might be a little bit different. Alejandro Lemoyne, next up, is a 19-year-old Ecuadorian international with 1 cap and 2 goals to his name, formerly of Emelec. He has come in on a free transfer after his contract expired, and I think he could be superb. He's already pretty good. He's got 5-star potential, 4-star current ability. He's a 6'3" winger who he's not the fastest, but he's got 18 natural fitness, 18 determination, 17 dribbling, 16 technique. He is going to be a lovely, tricky little winger on that right-hand side for us. And yes, obviously, he's not Jamaican, and neither is Shogo Uno, but Shogo Uno has been brought in, the Japanese, I was going to say youngster, is 21 still a youngster? He's been brought in on a free transfer to loan him out, okay? I don't want Uno to play for us. I don't think he's ever going to be good enough to play for us, but he's certainly good enough to play for other teams in Jamaica, so that's why we brought him in. Basically, other teams in Jamaica don't really do a huge amount of scouting outside of Jamaica or the kind of the very close vicinity. So, like the other Caribbean islands, maybe the MLS, maybe Mexico, places like that. Whereas I do. So I found a Japanese man and gone, you'll do, come on in. He's gone out on loan to Yorktown. This is another player who is hopefully going to do something similar, but also could get pretty good in the future. Tyrone Baptiste is a Grenadian international at just 18 years of age. He's got 11 caps and 2 goals. Come in on a free transfer. He's a youngster, so he doesn't care that he's not registered for the first team. He's literally going to sit in our reserves for a couple of years with the hope that we can loan him out. And a similar situation is Shane George, 21 years of age, Dominican international, 26 caps, 2 goals to his name, signed on a free transfer, going to sit in the reserves. Hopefully will get loaned out somewhere else. And you've probably guessed it by now, Dumarces? I'm not quite sure. Janvier is a Haitian international, 20 years of age, 18 caps, 0 goals, signed on a permanent deal. He's going to sit in the reserves and hopefully go out on loan. And we'll finish it off with an Icelandic right-back who's got 37 under 21 caps, but no first-team caps, signed on a free transfer. You know the deal at this point. In the reserves, will hopefully go out on loan in the future. So yeah, it's been a bit of a strange transfer. No, we brought in 2 players that are good enough for the first team, and then 5 players for other teams in Jamaica. So far, obviously, we only know that Uno's gone out on loan to Yorktown. Nobody else has actually gone anywhere. But there's still, obviously, the summer transfer window where maybe some of these will also go out on loan. And just to confirm then, the highest transfer fee paid ever is Fidel Lyon, £258,000. I don't know why that extra £8,000 has come from. Maybe an agent fee or something. I don't know. So it was 150 from the previous season with Mohamed Cisse, 130 the previous season to that with Joseph Coffey. We have Mansour and Bengay at 128 as well. So we have broken the £250,000 mark for transfers. One day we're going to break the £1 million mark, and I feel like that's not going to be too far in the distant future. Anyway, January was busy, as you've just seen. When it comes to the matches, we are top of the table still with 16 wins now. Have we got any other good wins? Yes, we've got an 8-0 there against Treasure Beach. So we are obviously running away with that. We are going to be in the North American Champions League very soon, and the JFF Cup semi-final up against Cavalier. So let's jump forward to April time. The regular season will be finished, and we'll see how well things are going in every other competition, and obviously youth intake as well. We have made it through to the JFF Cup final. Mount Pleasant FC will be our opponents in this. In the Jamaican Premier League, we dropped just 2 points all season, 25 wins, 1 draw up against Harbourview, who finished, where did they finish? In 7th place. So we obviously go through to the knockout rounds of this competition. Speaking of knockout rounds, it's an all-American affair in the semi-finals, apart from little old Montego Bay United. Inter Miami will be our opponents. New York will face Colorado. So we got past Austin FC with a 6-0 win on aggregate. In the quarterfinal, a 9-0 aggregate win against LAFC. And it means, I've just realised, I've just clicked, we're not going to be playing against America. We're up against Inter Miami. It's going to be New York or Colorado in the final. Where did America fall down? LAFC. They fell down against LAFC, a team that we beat 9-0. So, maybe they knew what the draw was. And they just went, we're not doing it, guys. We're just not doing it. So, we are on course for 4 more trophies this season. Have we managed to get any good youth players, though? Initial looks, not really. We've got 4 players here. Damali Peralto is first up. He's kind of something and nothing, isn't he? He's still only 15, so plenty of time to develop, but I don't see a huge amount of potential there. Sheldon McAllister, again, he's only 15. I'm not seeing a huge amount there either. Jeff here, Jeff Yearslet, could be a little bit deceiving. He doesn't look awful. 16 years old, 1.5 star current ability, 3.5 star potential ability. I think he could... I say he could. He might be sticking around. I'm not going to say he's going to make it, but he might stick around more than the other 2. We are really, really struggling to get good youth players through, by the way. Before we go too much further, should we address the elephant in the room? It's not really an elephant in the room, is it? But we have spent a huge amount of money, and we have spent that on ground maintenance and youth setup, because we are improving them. Great training facilities and good youth facilities should hopefully be getting better. If I jump over to the board and we look at the promises, I did ask them to improve the youth facilities back in January, which they agreed to, and they have decided to do the training facilities, which is something that I didn't really, it's not that I didn't care for, but I basically didn't ask them to do it. I said, do the youth facilities. They went, sure, let's do it. And then a month or so later, they went, we'll do the training as well. So despite the fact that we're not getting the good players through, we are in theory going to have probably the best, maybe close to the best youth intakes or youth facilities at the very least when it comes to Jamaica. Let's jump to the end of the season then. Can we win the quadruple again? The short answer is yes, because in the North American Champions League, we were up against Colorado, who did actually take the lead early on in the match. 22 minutes on the clock. Jose Pedro opens the scoring, but then just a few minutes later, we pull one back. Kevin Whitman, the Jamaican international from Austria, finds welcome. In the middle is the Ecuadorian Lemoyne. Loads and loads of space for the big lad. Tucks that ball away with ease. And then with about 20 minutes left to play, Whitman once again getting involved with this one. Crosses it in, finds Staple, chests it down, plays it into the goalkeeper's legs, and it deflects into the back of the net. We take the 2-1 victory. Kevin Whitman and Nicholas Welcome with the assists. Lemoyne and Staple with the goals. We have picked up the North American Champions League once again. And obviously, because we have won the quadruple, we have also won the JFF Cup, beating Mount Pleasant 2-0 in the final. And also beating Cavalier 2-0 in the final of the Jamaican Premier League, meaning we have won the quadruple. Financially, it's not really done a huge amount. We've got £1 million in the bank, which is not good, but we're okay. We've got money that came in. We spent that money on sensible things like doing the facilities. We've also got Stuart Pearce Park, which is under construction. It is 2 years away from completion. And I think we've actually just signed a new sponsorship deal for our stadium, maybe at the start of the season, to basically, Stuart Pearce Park isn't going to be called Stuart Pearce Park. Technically, that's the official name, but then it will have a sponsored name tagged onto it, which, am I the sponsor? Is it Skinnz Park? Very quickly before we go, we're going to take a look at 3 players who have scored just a bucket ton of goals for us. Nick Priestley, first up, 27 years of age, international for Jamaica, has been our 3rd top goal scorer with 20 goals in all competitions. He was locked in as a striker because basically he was annoyed he wasn't playing there. And I went, you're good enough to play there, so let's do it. And he's actually done me quite proud. which meant Ivan Bays actually moved over to be a left winger for the second half of the season, and that has not stopped him scoring goals. I think he's got 43 goals in all competitions, 31 in kind of these counts, but that doesn't include the Caribbean Cup or anything like that. It was 34 for Bays, but it is 43 for Buckner. 36 goals, it says down the bottom, 31 in just the league, 19 assists as well, 43 goals in all competitions, and just 4 caps for his name in the Jamaica squad. I'm starting to think we might need to take over as the Jamaica manager if the opportunity arises. Speaking of Jamaicans, I don't think I've checked this in a while. Svek has got 1,240 days. Obviously, Lemoyne is a new signing. Kouadio is a new signing. Jan Benoit, he is still in Jamaica. He's got 405 days, so he's got just over a year until Benoit can actually become Jamaican, which is good. Bays, I feel like, hasn't got too long either. Just over a year for Bays. Bakary Traore is a new signing, but Mohamed Cisse, I think he's only been here for a season or so, hasn't he yet? So he's got just under 1,200 days to go. So no one really close to becoming Jamaican just yet. Benoit and Bays will be the next two, hopefully becoming Jamaican, although I'm starting to think the amount of goals Bays is scoring, we might struggle to keep hold of him. Season 18 then, we are not going to just muck around with the intro to this one because basically, you know what happened. We won all 4 possible trophies. We are building Stuart Pearce Park. We are getting brand new training and youth facilities as well. Financially, we've got nearly £6 million in the bank. That money, by the way, has come from a £2.8 million investment, which I don't really know what that means, but we got £2.8 million for basically existing, I guess. Obviously, the transfer window has literally just opened in game. We've done no transfer business just yet. We've got £4.6 million to spend. Last season, we did smash our transfer budget. Our record transfer fee of £258,000. Will we smash that again this season? I don't think we will, but we'll obviously see what will happen as we jump to September. Right then, players leaving the club to start things off then. Norman Gooden has moved over to Mount Pleasant FC, played a lot of football for us, but the last few seasons he's kind of starting to come off the bench a lot more. I feel like it is time to move on. He's obviously gone on a free transfer. I think technically his contract had expired. It was short, but very, very sweet. Cyril Kouadio, now 21 years of age, 18 caps for the Ivory Coast, has moved over to Al Weda in Saudi Arabia for peanuts. It's always peanuts, £50,000, but once again, there is that 50% sell-on in there. I feel like he improved ridiculously over the course of the season. I'm annoyed that we kind of don't really have much choice but to sell some of these players. He's literally getting paid more money a week than the entire transfer fee was. Not a permanent transfer, but something that we probably should draw your attention to. Shogo Uno, a player that we signed last January, has moved out on loan once again, this time to Olympic Gardens. I don't think he can become Jamaican. He can't because he is Japanese, and you're not allowed to be Japanese and something else, apparently. Joining the club then, we have got a whole host of new faces. Bruno Haliti is an Albanian international with 15 caps to his name, signed from Shkupi, might be their name. Reasonable looking central defender. I've brought him in with the intention of maybe loaning him out. He could get some game time. I'm not even convinced he's going to be able to get registered, but Haliti has joined the club. And he's not the only Albanian to join. Christy Gioni has also joined, 22 years of age, 19 international caps. Central defender, probably a much better footballer. In fact, definitely is a much better footballer. Signed from KF Tirana. He has come in on a free transfer. The only player that has cost us some money, and because we lost Kouadio as our left back, I needed to get a new left back in. Severo Dipas has signed, 21 years old, 2 international caps, signed from Waterhouse. £32,500. But what I've managed to do here is there is a sell-on, so if he ever leaves the club, they will be getting a bit of a kickback from it. Because I feel like if I'm going to be stealing players from other teams in Jamaica, I feel like I shouldn't be fleecing them completely and just paying absolute peanuts, because we can afford to pay these £1 million per player, and that wouldn't affect us financially. So I've given them some money eventually. We've also signed Arturo Martinez, a 19-year-old Panamanian attacking midfielder with 16 caps and 1 goal to his name. And you might notice he's got a little yellow circle or orange circle there as a left back. Yes, I'm training him up to be a left back because we've got far too many attacking midfielders and he's never going to get played. He is a youngster. He's in the reserves. He doesn't care that he's not going to get registered. We're going to hopefully loan this guy out. We've also picked up another Jamaican. This time around, it is Kimoni Talbot, 23-year-old right winger, 2 caps to his name, formerly of Cavalier. He was out of contract. Don't worry, I didn't steal him. He left the club. We've picked him up on a free transfer. I think he's good. He's young. He can play on both flanks as well. Obviously, he's not going to be playing there because Lemoyne will be playing there. But Talbot, he's good enough. And there are 2 more players that we have signed from a team called Nicky Bilmer, who, if you don't remember, this is where we signed Ivan Bays from. And I picked up 2 more players because I thought, Bays is really good. Maybe these guys will be good as well. Juan Castillo, that's his name. 19-year-old Paraguayan right winger and right back. Obviously signed on a free transfer. We don't really pay for anybody if we can help it. And Pedro Portillo is a 19-year-old Paraguayan left winger who has immediately gone out on loan to Harbour View. And Harbour View, by the way, are in the Jamaican Premier League. So he's good enough to play for a Jamaican Premier League side. So that kind of says that it might have been a sensible bit of business. And this is the kind of transfer that I tried to do in January last season, where I brought in players that weren't necessarily good enough for me, but they will be able to improve other teams in Jamaica, but they perhaps wouldn't have found this guy. So I've gone and done the legwork for them and then gone, you can just take him. So that is our transfer business. Financially, we've got £5.5 million. Where has that extra money come from? If we sort by income this season, we've got £3.258 million from players sold, and that is because we sold the Zayn Allen 50% sell-on at Al Khalij in Saudi Arabia, basically because they're never going to sell him, okay? They're just never going to sell him. He's on £115,000 a week. He's having a lovely time over in Saudi Arabia. We only got £3.2 million for it, but it's £3.2 million more than we ever would have had. Anyway, the transfer window obviously is now closed. We've played just 1 match in the Caribbean Cup, beating Pantoja 4-2, putting us top of the table. We've also played the Montego League for a 2nd year in a row. This time we managed to win it on 5 points joint with Dinamo, Boca and Santos Laguna. Dynamo obviously from Croatia, Boca obviously from Argentina, and Santos Laguna from Mexico. So we had a little bit of a wide variety of teams joining this one. But the fact that we managed to finish top of the group, because I imagine that, beating Santos Laguna 5-1, a couple of draws against Dinamo and Boca, both of them being 3-alls, that's ridiculous. I feel bad for Santos Laguna, who just turned up and got smashed every week. Last thing before we jump to the start of the next transfer window, you will notice that we have locked in 4 players. 3 players we want to mention. Nick Priestley as our striker. He's going to be able to play anyway in the regular season. But Cisse, Benoit and Haliti are not registered for the Jamaican League. However, if I lock them in, they will play Caribbean Cup games, they will play JFF Cup games, and they will also play in the North American Champions League, which could be a massive risk because Benoit, not good enough. Not good enough at the moment. Haliti, arguably not good enough. I mean, he's not terrible. So these 3 players, at the very least, will be playing in in a lot of matches. And I hope that it keeps them happy that they're still playing football. They're just not going to be playing league football. And I feel like this is going to have to be a weird tactic that we might need to employ because basically I keep buying too many players who aren't Jamaican, don't I? It's now the 29th of December and we have just about managed to win the Caribbean Cup. We actually lost the second leg against Portmore United 3-2, but we won the home leg 3-0, so it's not too bad. We have picked up our first trophy. Also, other competitions, the JFF Cup, we are up against Lions, and in the Jamaican Premier League, we are top after 12 matches with 12 wins, including a 12-0 win against Dumbarholden and a 13-1 win against Boys Town. 13-1's ridiculous. The fact that we conceded as well is a bit stupid, isn't that's weird, right? We conceded. I've also seen they're 7th. How are they 7th? They've lost a match 13-1. Anyway, the transfer window is about to open. We have got £6.5 million technically that we could spend if we want to. We're not going to. We are technically over our wage budget. We're over our wage budget by $2,000 a week, which is kind of silly, but when I actually sort by wages, we've got some people who are on quite high wages now. Lemoyne is on $5,750. Lion is on $500. We've got Gioni on just under $4. Traore $3,600 a week. So we've got some big earners now in the squad, especially when you compare it against other teams in the league. So our net, how do we find? Can we find this out? Salary per annum is 2.21 million. I mean, Treasure Beach is It's 2 million. How? Sorry, how are they spending so much money? They've got Noah Martinez and $6,000 a week. I mean, that's quite funny to me because he's awful now, but he's on $6,000 a week. They are paying big money for some players, and for them, it's not paying off. It's really not paying off, is it? Anyway, my point is, we are ridiculously outpaying everybody. We are double most of the league. weirdly close to Treasure Beach for some reason, but that doesn't matter. But yeah, we are way, 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 way outpaying everyone else in the league, and I feel like that's going to just continue forever. Anyway, we obviously will be entering the North American Champions League very, very soon. We're going to be up against Colorado or Motagua of Honduras. So it'll be Colorado, the team that we beat in last season's final. And then can we play America in the final? We can't play America in the final. They're on this side of the draw. So we will be up against a different team, assuming we get to the final. The 4 matches against America in a row, that time has finished. That's in our past now. Maybe it's not going to be Colorado because we're playing them in the first round or the second round. It's going to be somebody new in the final. The first of 3 possibly life-changing transfers is Bakary Traoré. The 21-year-old Senegalese international goalkeeper has already left the club after just 1 season or 1 and a bit seasons. £80,000 with a 50% sell-on, moving over to Abha in Saudi Arabia. Basically, we were just never going to be able to turn this one down. He's only on £8,500 a week, but he is worth £35 to £41 million. So obviously 50% of that is a nice big sum of money. Ivan Bays has also left the club, moving over to China, and he has gone for £41,500, possibly going to 50. I'd say possibly going up. It's not. It's with the 50% sell on. Basically, Bays was just starting to throw his toys out of the pram. He didn't want to be here. He was having enough. He didn't want to be here. He scored a stupid amount of goals for us. He's gone to China and he's worth £2.1 million. This might be something we need to bring him back. Also, he's not going to become Jamaican. I didn't think about this when I sold him. I didn't think about just keeping him in the country for another 6 months and then he'd become Jamaican. I just sold him. And I can't believe I've done it. But the one that will definitely change the course of this club is Alejandro Lemoine, who has moved over to Porto, obviously in Portugal. He wasn't here for very long. He's gone for £37.5 million with a 50% sell-on in there. I feel like he could get world-class. I feel like Lemoine could get world-class, which is why the moment Porto came in for him, I went, just go there. I think there were a couple of other teams in and around Europe as well that were after him. Obviously, we had the Saudi Arabian side, which I was rejecting all of those, but I was making sure I was accepting. I think Ajax was one of them who came in. Porto, obviously, the team that got him. I think a couple of teams in England as well were coming in for Lemoine, and I was accepting all of those as long as they had a 50% sell-on. I think Porto could be the best result here, because he's probably going to play for them, and that means he's probably going to improve, and that means he's probably going to leave and go to Man City for £100 million, which could be 50% coming to us. £50 million could come our way. I know £100 million is optimistic, but you never know. He could get really good. We have brought in one more player. Mateus Cardozo is a Paraguayan left winger, signed on a free transfer, and he's sitting in the reserves. We've not really done a huge amount, okay? Literally, it was the 3 big transfers there leaving the club and Cardozo coming in. So not a lot really has happened, but something really big has happened because I feel like that Lemoine transfer is going to be massive for us. Other things then, top of the table as you'd expect, 16 wins now on the board. No ridiculously big ones anymore. The Boys Town one, obviously, the 13 one, is still on there, but it's kind of dropped off of our list now. So 5-1, 4-1, 3-1s. It's conceding some goals, which is a bit of a worry. We have also had a bit of a rearrange of the players who are registered. So I think it was Haliti who wasn't initially registered, is now registered, and Jan Benoit is now also registered to play for the club. It means Arturo Martinez isn't, and he's going to be playing as the attacking midfielder, and we've also got Joseph Coffey, who's going to be playing in that defensive midfield role. He needs to get a bit more game time. He's just been sat in the reserves, not really improving too much, so getting him some game time is probably a sensible thing to do. Anyway, let's jump forward then to around April time. Let's see what youth intakes we can manage to get. Let's see how well we can do in the North American Champions League. And obviously, we're going to win that one. First of all, then, the Jamaican Premier League. We have obviously won the league. This time, though, we have lost to 1 match. And that is Waterhouse, a 2-0 defeat. So we have dropped 3 points all season. We have made it through to the North American Cup final once again. Cavalier will be our opponents. But we have been knocked out of the North American Champions League against Colorado. And it was close. It was real close. 4-3 in the end. Colorado will find themselves up against America in the semi-final. No more teams from Jamaica have made it this far. I will double check. I don't do this often enough, I don't think. Halifax Wanderers FC from Canada. Fair enough, getting through to the second round there. Portmore United were up against America, and they've just got a real hatred for Jamaican sides by the looks of it. Absolutely battered them 7-1, 8-3 on aggregate. So, we are not winning the North American Champions League for the first time in 7 seasons. We won it 6 times in a row, but not this time. I don't think that's going to have a huge amount of impact on us, really. It doesn't really bring massive amounts of money to the club. Obviously, ticket sales and whatnot do. But we should be going to the Club World Cup next time around anyway, because we won the last Champions League. So it's fine, really. This is a stupid thing to say, but the fact that we haven't won the North American Champions League doesn't really change anything for our building a nation. Now, we need to be trying to get some youth players in. We've apparently got a 2.5-star intake this time around, which I'm not too convinced about. There's 3 players that I think might be okay. We've got Ramon Lewis. Obviously, we've not signed anybody just yet. Looks okay at the moment. He's got 3.5-star potential. Kind of like the look of him. Matt Mendez, not too convinced on him, but he does have 3.5-star potential as well. Conroy Cephas looks pretty good. We will need to retrain him to be a defensive midfielder, but loads of 8s and 9s in there. I do quite like that. Cephas could be interesting, but DeAndre Batista is the top one, who is a 15-year-old striker, 14 finishing, which is pretty good. Mentally decent-ish numbers. Physically also pretty good numbers as well. 5'9", fast striker by the looks of it. So Batista could be good. I'm not too convinced on most of these. In case you're wondering as well, we've been here, I think, 18 seasons. I haven't got like a half Jamaican son yet, I don't think. I don't believe I've got a half Jamaican son, because I think they turn up there, maybe? We've got one thing left to do then this season, and that is to jump to the end of it, where we'll hopefully win the treble. The Jamaican Premier League and the JFF Cup. And obviously we've already got the Caribbean Cup, because we always have the Caribbean Cup. At this point, stop giving us the trophy. We don't need more. So on the 21st of May, we have lifted the JFF Cup once again, beating Cavalier, I believe, once again. I think we beat them last season, did we? No, that was actually in the Jamaican Premier League. So we have been in the final most seasons, and we've won most of them when we have been in there. The only time we haven't is up against Arnett Garlands back in 2039-2040. And because I want to show you some football, and we obviously aren't in the North American Champions League final, we'll show you the Jamaican Premier League final instead. Buckner finds Priestley in the middle. We take the lead 1-0 against Mount Pleasant FC. Can we double our lead? Of course we can. Svek finds Stable, who plays as a centre-back for the most part by the looks of it. Buckner gets the ball forward, Coates collects it, runs past the last man, dinks it past the goalkeeper, making it 2-0. And the inflection on the way I said 2-0 means that, yes, there is a third. Coates gets the ball in the penalty area, plays it back to Staple, back to Coates, tries to get some space, finds Hernandez in the middle, and Colin Hernandez, which is just quite funny to me, the fact that he's called Colin, makes it 3-0. And we are champions of Jamaica once again. So 3 trophies in the bag this season. Financially, we've still got a bit of money in the bank, but it goes up and goes down very, very quickly at the moment. I don't know how we stop this. This is kind of a bit of a worrying decline. I wonder whether having our brand new stadium will help. I mean, we're not selling out this one, and we are actually. It's got about 20,000 capacity. We're getting 19 for most matches, so maybe having 30,000 capacity will be beneficial, because obviously we'll get 10,000 extra people into the stadium every single match. But I mean, this is kind of the big problem for me, is the finances. It's just constantly going down every single season. We do have clauses that we could sell. We do have clauses. Obviously, we've got Bays there. We've got Sholagov, which is worth nothing. Koulibaly, we can't sell yet. De Oliveira, we can't sell. We've also got Ebanks. We can sell for 1.6 million, which isn't a lot. Gotin, nothing there. Quadio, nothing there. Quabena, nothing there really. £35,000. Lemoyne, obviously that one's not available. 1.39 million for Mbenge. Nothing particularly too exciting. And then I think that is actually all of them, isn't it? So we've got some money. There's probably about £3 million that we can kind of release if we want to, but we don't need to yet. This is the one. This is the one that's going to change our life. He's already played 3 times for Porto. Last thing to do then before we finish this season. Svek has got double figures, 11 assists and 10 goals. He's good. He's getting real good. I feel like he wasn't that good before. Niquan Coates, 17 assists and 20 goals as a striker, I assume, maybe as an attacking midfielder. Buckner's got 16 and 33. Another ridiculously good season. He scores so many goals for us. Absolutely ridiculous. If we take off a few of these seasons here, like the low-scoring seasons, he'd actually have more league goals than he would have games. And Nick Priestley, our top goal scorer, with 42 goals in 41 appearances all season. He's rubbish, but also not rubbish at all. Does love scoring some goals. Now, I want to check. I think Benoit is about to become Jamaican. He is 41 days before Jan Benoit can become Jamaican. So at the start of season 19, he should have his Jamaican passport. Speaking of players with Jamaican passports, Kevin Whitman has got 6 caps and 1 goal. He scored a goal for Jamaica. When did he do that? He did that a couple of seasons ago against St. Lucia. I kind of want to see it. Can we see it? Oh, we can. We can see Kevin Whitman's goal. So this was part of a 5-0 win of a World Cup qualifier. Feeney plays it to Williams, gets it back to Feeney. I think he's going to cross this ball in. He does cross it in. Kevin Whitman there with a headed effort past the St. Lucian goalkeeper. And we've got a player who was born and raised in Austria, who moved over to Jamaica when he was 22, something like that, 21, and he's now scoring goals for Jamaica. That's just ridiculous, isn't it? He can speak German, English, Romanian and Croatian, and I hope they've all got a slight Jamaican accent to them as well.
Last season was the first time in 7 seasons that we did not make it to the North American Champions League final, and America were very grateful of that because they were the team to pick up the trophy. The team, by the way, that we have beaten 4 times in the past. This season, we are hoping to go back to the top of North American football and win ourselves the North American Champions League. Obviously, win the Jamaican Premier League, win the Caribbean Cup, and win the JFF Cup as well. As always, at the start of the season, obviously the transfer window has just opened. We haven't done any business just yet. We do have just under £6 million to spend if we would like to spend it. We are not going to spend it, but one thing we could do is sell some clauses. We've got the Cholagov clause to sell, which is worth nothing. We've got Carson Ebanks worth £1.62 million. We've got Kwabena worth £31,000, not very good. Mansour and Benge worth £747,000, sorry. And Alejandro Lemoyne, £11.03 million at Porto. Now, I don't want to sell that just yet. He's got 3 years left on his contract. We don't need this money anymore. I'm going to ride this wave out and hope he gets sold. He needs to get some more game time playing for Porto, or maybe he might be lucky enough to go out on loan to somewhere reasonably good, get some game time playing there, develop into a much better footballer. And if he's worth 20 to 30 million pounds, they sell him for 25. Let's say we're getting 12.5 of that. If they sell him for 30, we're getting 15 million pounds, which is obviously more than 11 million. Pretty sure you could have worked that maths out for yourself. But that's my plan with the Lemoyne 50% transfer fee. I'm thinking some of these other ones we might look at selling at some point in the future, particularly the ones for players who've gone over to like Saudi Arabia. So Dimitri Gotin, for example, I don't think he's ever going to leave. So if that ever comes up and maybe we can sell it for like £4 or £5 million, we'll probably just take that money. So without further ado then, let's jump forward to the end of the transfer window. We would have kicked off the Caribbean Cup against Cibao FC, Defence Force, Racing FC or Violet. They're basically the same teams every single year at this point, aren't they? Right then, on the 6th of September, the transfer window has closed and some business has taken place. Juan Castillo, a player that we brought in, I believe, last season for not a lot of money, has moved over to Mount Pleasant FC. I did kind of intend to bring in a bunch of players who I didn't think were necessarily going to be good enough for us, but players who would get better in other teams. For example, Juan Castillo going over to Mount Pleasant. Hopefully, he gets some game time there. The problem is, he is sat in their under-21s at the moment, so maybe he's not as good as I thought he. We've also sold Ian Tameo to Mount Pleasant FC as well. They've brought in 2 players from us. I think they actually paid about £2,000 for the pair. I don't believe we've even got any sell-ons in there, because basically, if we want to get money from some of these players, selling them within Jamaica, not the way to go. Joining the club then, a whole host of players who I don't think are going to be good enough for us. Joseph Smarth is the first one to join. He has immediately gone out on loan to Portmore United, the 20-year-old Haitian international winger and attacking midfielder. He cannot become Jamaican because he's from Haiti, but that doesn't really matter. I brought him in to send him out on loan. Hopefully he plays for Portmore United, and you never know, maybe in a few years' time he might be good enough to play for us, or we just sell him. Somebody who could possibly be good for us is Marcus Elene, maybe could be his name. The 22-year-old Trinidad and Tobago international with 31 caps, 5 goals to his name, has signed on a free transfer, signed from Newcastle Jets. No, technically from Portmore United, but he did spend a bit of time out on loan in Australia, playing 11 matches there. So we've brought him in on a free. He's going to be getting a bit of game time. I'm not expecting him to be playing huge amounts. We've also headed over to England by Northern Ireland slightly. We have signed Aidan Goldsack. He is formerly of Newcastle, spent last season out on loan at Larne in the Northern Ireland Premier League. He has come in on a free transfer once again. He's gone out on loan to Arnott Gardens for the season. This one I'm excited about and not really sure why. Mentally, looks pretty good. Physically, looks okay. Technically, looks absolutely garbage. So hopefully playing some game time at Arnott Gardens might improve him. He might get good, you never know. And then we started spending some money. Tamakari Abuo might be his name. 23-year-old Ivorian international striker, 7 caps, 2 goals to his name, signed from ASEC Mimosas. He's cost £245,000. He's good at football, isn't he? Really good finisher.
mentally looks pretty good, physically also looks pretty good. And he's not the only decent-looking African footballer that we have signed. Michael Frimpong is next up, a Ghanaian international, 38 caps this time, 22 years of age. And he has cost us £275,000 from Asante Kotoko. And finally, from Plateau United, we have signed Emmanuel Aziz, a 24-year-old Nigerian international with 1 cap to his name. He's technically an international. He has come in for £300,000. Now, you might be wondering, you brought in a lot of players who aren't Jamaican. And yes, you'd be right. And that is because we play probably just as many matches outside of the Jamaican Premier League as we do inside the Jamaican Premier League. So, all of these players, these 6 players here, are not registered for the Jamaican Premier League, but because I'm going to lock them in for the season, it means they will play Caribbean Cup games, they will play North American Champions League games, and they will also play JFF Cup matches when the time comes. So, it means we've got probably not a particularly great squad when it comes to North American Champions League, but we've also got players who are good enough. They're not terrible, they just can't get registered for our actual main Jamaican Premier League squad. So Haliti will be getting a lot of game time. We've also got him playing alongside Jan Benoit, who I don't think is actually too far away from... He's Jamaican already. We probably don't need to lock in Benoit. Good. Matthijs Svek, another player who's played a lot of football for us in the past, but unfortunately has not been registered this time around. Basically, Frimpong is a better player, so Svek has lost his position. We've also got Joseph Coffey, a player who we signed many, many moons ago, and he's not really getting any game time anywhere. He's going to hopefully become Jamaican within the next couple of years, so he's going to get some game time. We've also got Arturo Martinez, the 20-year-old Panamanian attacking midfielder, going to get some game time as well. Been here for a season or so. Needs, obviously, some football. And we've also got Mateus Cardozo, another Paraguayan, this time playing on the left-hand side. Going to get some football. Signed him a year or so ago as well. So this is kind of my plan, okay? Most of these players aren't good enough for our main regular Jamaican Premier League squad, but they are better than most players in the Jamaican Premier League. It's a bit of a weird situation. I feel like this is a sensible thing to do until we'll see how well we do in the Caribbean Cup, obviously, and also see how well we do in the North American Champions League. Assuming we get that far, we should get that far. Speaking of the Caribbean Cup, we have obviously kicked it off. 2 games played, 2 victories, winning 5-0 and 3-0. So maybe playing those 6 players locked into that starting 11, maybe it's not such a bad thing. Just checking as well, the Lemoyne sell-on clause has increased by £130,000, I believe. So it's working its way up. He has played a couple more games as well for Porto. This could be interesting. This could genuinely be a very interesting sale if he ever leaves Porto. He might stay there forever, you never know. It's now the 28th of December, and we are obviously way through the season. We have played 11 league games, winning all 11, top of the table, obviously, after winning 11. Harbourview have actually won 10 as well, sat in second place. We've got a 12-0 victory against Treasure Beach, a positive 53 goal difference. Things are obviously going well there. In the Caribbean Cup, we have once again won it, this time beating Cavalier in the final, 8-1 on aggregate, and we're through to the quarterfinal of the JFF Cup. I believe that's where we start anyway. So I just want to point out, we have still got these 5 players locked in. Everyone else is able to play. So we've got players like Frimpong, Aboué, Aziz. All of these non-Jamaicans are able to play. So it is just Haliti, Svek, Coffey, Martinez and Cardozo who are getting some game time. Cardozo has 9 goals. He's only ever played in the Caribbean Cup, 8 games, 9 goals, 5 assists. He's doing quite well. He's also wanted by New York City FC. Maybe this is kind of a shop window opportunity as well. Possibly something we could think about. Obviously, the transfer window is about to open, or has technically just opened for us. We haven't done any business as of yet. I don't think I've really mentioned this, but a few other players have gone out on loan who could arguably do with some game time. Gary Sherlock has gone to Harbourview and hasn't got any games at the moment. Who else? Maxwell, I think he needs to get a bit of game time. He's gone out on loan to Arnett Gardens. He's getting better, I think. Via United are a good side, so Sean Sawyer's not a terrible footballer at all. I think as well, if we jump back to a bit of last season, so Joseph Smith, as we know, gone to Portmore. We've also got Marvin Clark, gone to Tivoli Gardens, not very good at all. Uno, also the Jamaican youngster, who's 23, are they technically a youngster anymore? He's gone out on loan to Olympic Gardens. I don't think he's ever going to get better than that. How's Goldsat getting on? He's also not playing any matches for Arnett Gardens. Anyway, let's jump to the end of the transfer window, see if we can do any business financially. We do have no money to spend because I did move it all to our wage budget, and we are now back in debt. We could do with one of these 50% sell-on clauses actually leaving. So then, on the 29th of January, our transfer window has closed, and we have sold 4 players outside of Jamaica. Mateus Cardozo, first up, the Paraguayan winger, who has played a fair few times in the Caribbean Cup for us, has moved on to Austin FC. He has gone for £30,500 with a 50% sell-on clause. Christian Gioni has moved over to Inter Miami. The Albanian international has actually been playing regular football in the Jamaican Premier League
but Inter Miami came in for him. They offered not a lot of money, £50,000, but once again, 50% sell-on clause in there. He's worth possibly up to £5 million. So that could be £2.5 million coming our way if he moves out of America. Problem is, he is stuck in the MLS, which means the whole registration nonsense, we might actually see absolutely nothing of this, because he might just run down his contract or just get released completely. Speaking of players going over to America, Javon Lewis has moved over to the Seattle Sounders. Are they still called the Seattle Sounders? They are still called the Seattle Sounders. He has gone for just under £90,000. Once again, there is a 50% sell-on clause in that. I didn't really want to do this because he doesn't count. I say doesn't count. He is Jamaican. So he wasn't actually a non-Jamaican footballer. But when teams like from the MLS basically come in, you can get that 50% sell-on clause in there. I think he could be good. I genuinely think he could be good. I decided to take the money. And the final one is Messash Staple. I still don't know if that's how his name is said. Probably said it different every single time. The international from Jamaica, 32 caps, who we signed from Chelsea after an initial loan spell, has moved over to Burnley for not a lot of money, £56,000. But once again, say it with me, 50% sell-on clause in there. So if he does leave Burnley, this is the dream. This is the dream type of transfer because Burnley are not a Man City. They're not winning the Premier League. They're not winning Champions Leagues. They're not doing anything like that. If he develops into a better footballer, he might move to another team in the Premier League, another team slightly further up the table, like an Aston Villa or something like that, and they might buy him for £10 million, and we get half of that. And that was basically our transfer business. We didn't do anything when it comes to players joining the club. Obviously, we did sell the 4 players there, a couple of players going out on loan as well, but most of them, in fact, both of them, are not very good. Trey Fitton could be okay going out on loan to Treasure Beach. That's what they're called. It's literally on the screen. And financially, we are still not in a very good way at all. We did get some money in, £3 million, earlier on in the season, but I genuinely have no idea who it was. I'm pretty sure it was a sell-on clause. So if technically it was last season, I think it was that there. But I have no idea what clause it was. I mean, you might know better than me, because you might look at these and go, oh, this player's missing. I don't know who it was, but yeah, we've got rid of a sell-on clause. If we take a look at this one, we can see we've got some options to sell. So 1.43 for Ebanks. We've got Mbenge for 1.15. That's gone up. That was 7.47, I think. And Lemoyne 9.3. So that one's dropped down. He's not really played much because he has got an injury. That's not good. I could have done with you going out on loan. Anyway, obviously, we are in multiple competitions, as we always are. In the Jamaican Premier League, we are still top of the table. 16 wins out of 16. Positive 67 goal difference, which I'm not going to do the maths there, but that is a lot of goals per game. We're in the North American Champions League moving into the second round, and it will be Nashville or America. I hope for America's sake, it's Nashville. Just having a look as well, Cavalier will be playing Chivas, which is most certainly going to be a Chivas victory. Well, next thing to do then is to jump forward to the end of the regular season. We'll be halfway through the North American Champions League as well, and I think we'll have a youth intake. Once again, in a surprise to nobody, we have won the Jamaican Premier League phase anyway. 25 wins, 1 draw. Who were the lucky team? Arnett Gardens managed to take points off of us. It meant literally nothing for them, because if they didn't get that point, they still would have finished in 5th place. We are into the JFF Cup semi-final up against Mount Pleasant, which means we've played a total of 1 match in the JFF Cup, beating Portmore United 5-1. And in the North American Champions League, we are all the way through to the semi-finals. We'll be up against Saprissa. So what's happened? In the first round, Cavalier beat Chivas. That's a massive result for Jamaica and Cavalier in general. In the second round, we get past America. What happened to Cavalier? They get knocked out by LAFC on away goals. So they almost got through to the quarterfinal. A quarterfinal where we win 7-4 on aggregate against Monterrey. If Cavalier got through, it would have been Inter Miami, a team I reckon they could have beaten. And then we've obviously got Saprissa in the semi-final from Costa Rica, Toronto and Inter Miami in the other semi-final. And the final will probably be Montego Bay versus, I'm going to say, Inter Miami. I didn't do this earlier, and I feel like I probably should have done. We've tweaked some things because of who is and isn't registered for the squad. Abuo, or whatever his name is, I don't think he's registered for the Jamaican Premier League. No, he is. No, I know why. He was complaining that he wasn't getting much game time, so we've put in Abuo. Martinez is still not registered. Coffee and Haliti also not registered. I believe Aziz is registered for the Jamaican Premier League, and again, he was just annoyed that he wasn't getting some game time, so we've moved him onto that right-hand side to get some football out of him, basically. He wants to be playing as a striker, and I don't want him to be a striker because Abuo is a striker. Well, one last thing to do then. Let's jump to the end of the season. Can we win the North American Champions League? Can we win the Jamaican Premier League as well? And also, can we win the JFF Cup? In the JFF Cup, we made it all the way to the final to play against Arnett Gardens, and we managed to win this one by a 1-0 victory. Dipas with the goal here, works his way past a few players. Coffee gets the assist. Didn't really do much, did he? Arguably should have done a little bit better. We did get an XG of 2.04, but when you have 23 shots, you probably should be getting an XG of that high. But we have picked up our first, or technically second, trophy of the season. We pick up our third trophy of the season, this time in the Jamaican Premier League, up against Mount Pleasant FC. Aburu opens the scoring. In fact, he did score about 10 minutes earlier, which was disallowed. Mount Pleasant FC come back shortly after the opening goal, but into the second half we go. We get a player sent off. I believe it was Buckner gets himself sent off. Tabot to Whitman, crosses the ball in. It is Buckner at the back post. It wasn't Buckner who got sent off because he scored the goal. It was Coates. That's who got sent off. Buckner with a free kick here, plays it on the edge of the area to Whitman. The Austrian-Jamaican blasts it into the back of the net, and I believe that is now 3-1 at this point. It's not quite game over yet. In the 82nd minute, Mount Pleasant FC managed to get themselves a second goal of the game. Aitken, one of our former players, finds Ellis, puts it past the goalkeeper. But we wrap the game up in the 95th or 96th minute. Aburu with the ball plays it across to Talbot into the penalty area, and the Jamaican international blasts it past Rojas. It's a 4-2 victory here. Considering we managed to let Mount Pleasant FC have 21 shots and we only had 16, and we still managed to beat them, I think this is quite impressive considering we got a player sent off. Aburu actually had 2 goals disallowed as well. It's 2 trophies, it's not, it's 3 trophies. I always forget the Caribbean Cup is a thing. And in the North American Champions League final, can we make it 4 for 4 this season? Yes, we definitely can. Martinez with the opening goal. Obviously, being the North American Champions League, we do have a somewhat rotated side. Martinez, one of those players who only ever really plays in the North American Champions Leagues, opens the scoring for us. Once again, Martinez is in on goal here on the 43rd minute. Doubling our lead and doubling his goal tally for the match. Into the second half we go. Nicholas Welcome's throw finds Aziz back to Nick Welcome. Back to Aziz. Can he cross the ball in? He does. It's Buckner at the back post. Heads it past Johnson. It's 3-0 and we are not done just yet. We move forward into the 95th minute of the match. Buckner down the left. Finds a bit of space for Nikon Coates. Doesn't get sent off this time around. In the middle is Matthias Svek. And the Czechia international, I believe is an international, puts it into the back of the net. And we win the North American Champions League after one season where we didn't manage to get past the second round. He's also not got international caps. He's only a year away from becoming Jamaican. You never know. Matthias Svek might become a Jamaican international. We can only hope. Speaking of players who could become Jamaican internationals, who have we got then? Sort by nationality. So Haliti, I feel like you are a long way away. You are a long way away. We've got Svek, we've just had a look at. Frimpong's only just joined, so he's got a long time to go. Joseph Coffey, got 1 year. Coffey's got a year. Jan Benoit, I believe, is now Jamaican, isn't he? We checked earlier. We've got Aburu, who's only just joined the club. Aziz only just joined. Arturo Martinez, what are you looking like? You've got a long time as well. Mohamed Cisse, I feel like you can't be far away. 1.5 years for Cisse? We're getting there. Let's also jump to our development squad, because we do have a bunch of players in here who are also hopefully working their way to becoming Jamaican as well. So Shane George, you are 984 days away, so you've got a long way to go. We know Goldsack has just signed Tyrone Baptiste. What about you? You've still got a long time to go. We've got Howaldson. You've probably got a long time as well. You do. We've got Uno. He actually can't become Jamaican, which is annoying. And Pedro Portillo, he's got a fair amount of time to go as well. I also didn't check this. I didn't check this at all. I said I was going to check this earlier, and I just ignored it. These were the youth players that came through. It's a good intake, apparently. It's an average intake. We don't ever get amazing players coming through. So our best player, in theory, is Stefan Lindsay, who's a goalkeeper. Stefan? Maybe? I'm going to say that's Stefan. He's a 15-year-old goalkeeper. He's got 7 free kicks. I'm tempted to force play him and make him take free kicks. It's a stupid idea because he's 15 and not very good. We do have Dion Gubbins, who's also 15 years old. I like Gubbins, mainly because of his name, but also he's fast. Mentally, he's all right, actually, with determination, teamwork, and work rates are the ones that you really want to have. Gubbins could be a kind of a dark horse here. Jermaine Greaves, he looks all right. Lots of 8s in there. Nothing too outstanding. Wayne McAllister, he looks good. I don't know what it is, but Wayne McAllister looks like he could be good, but I'm worried that this might be near his peak. We've got Tim Butcher, who's a centre-back. Yep, he's a centre-back. Zavon Quarry, defensive midfielder. He's the dream player that you wanted a few years ago. He's good, but he's certainly not good enough to play for us. We've also got Kiefer Roy,
who, yep, he's a footballer, and Sean Jenkins, he's good. Sean Jenkins is good, but potential ability 3, current ability 2, he's basically as good as he's ever really going to get. We also signed Rod Schaff as well. I don't know why. I don't do these, by the way. I basically just get my assistant manager to pick the best players. We could be losing some absolute gems. Like this man here could be amazing. Don't think he will be, but he could be. So last thing to do before we wrap up season 19, then let's take a look at the players who scored double figures. Eleni, who I wasn't expected to play a huge amount, got 11 goals and 11 assists. In fact, he didn't. He got 12 and 12. We've got Nickwan Coates, loves a goal, 13 goals in all competitions for us this season. He's good. He's really good. I think he plays an attacking midfielder now, predominantly, because obviously Abuu's there. Speaking of Abuu, he's got 15 goals in all competitions, and he's improving. Like to see that. Kimoni Talbot, very, very good player. I love the fact that we have a Jamaican. Yes, we did steal him, technically, from Cavalier, but he is getting good at football. 19 goals, Buckner 24 and 14 assists. He's still really good. He's still only got 8 caps for Jamaica. That's ridiculous. And the top goal scorer is Aziz with 25 goals. I think he was playing as a striker for quite a lot of the start of the season, and that's where most of his goals came, and then he just kind of dried up a little bit when I moved him over to the right wing, because I wanted Abuu to play, basically. Abuu, not Abuu, it's Abuu. Anyway, that is going to do it then for Season 19. Can we do it again in Season 20? 4 trophies this time around. Financially, we need to sell a clause, I think. I think we need to sell a clause. But I have just remembered, we move into Stuart Pearce Park over the summer. Season 20, we're going to have a brand new stadium. Well, we should have moved into Stuart Pearce Park in the space of about a month or so's time. However, there's been some complications, which means we will not move in to the stadium named after myself until the 27th of November 2044. So we'll still move into it, but we'll obviously play the first half of the season still at West Powell Park, which is actually quite a big stadium at 20,000 capacity. At the start of the season, I do want to take a quick look actually at our financial situation. Because of our stadium is quite big, we get £2 million now from season tickets. That's a lot of money from season tickets. We get £1.2 million from sponsorship as well. So every season, we are picking up, what is that, £3.5 million maybe-ish, there or thereabouts, just from season tickets and sponsorship every single season. That's massive. We are spending £12.5 million a season on various things, however, but the fact that we now need to find £10 million over the course of a year rather than 12.5, that's pretty good. It is obviously the start of a new season and the transfer window has opened, and we have already brought in a player to the club. Alfonso Leckie didn't like doing this, but we have signed him from Portmore United because he's just really good. And I feel like he was kind of wasted playing for Portmore United. I know that's not really in the spirit of building a nation, but I have done it. And I know I said I would put on sell-on clauses. I didn't. I did for D-Pass. They're getting 10% of anything. But yeah, I didn't do it for Leckie. Sorry. Speaking of sell-on clauses, let's have a quick spin through then. Cardozo for 8.19, not bad. Ebanks 1.43. Gioni for 1.37. That's actually pretty good. Javon Lewis 3.75, not amazing. And Lemoyne 9.3, so still on the low side, but he has missed a fair chunk of the season through injury. He does look like he's getting better. Is that just me? Anyway then, let's jump forward then to the end of the first transfer window. I think I'm going to do something similar to what I did last season, where basically I had a lot of players who weren't registered for the Jamaican League, but they could still play in the Caribbean Cup, the JFF Cup, and the North American Champions League. I think that worked quite well, so we're probably going to do the same thing again this time around. We've had a bit of a busy summer, and by busy, I've started to just give away players, okay? I've been giving away players to other teams in Jamaica. Sean Sawyers is the first one to go. He has moved over to Mount Pleasant FC. Basically, he wasn't ever going to play for us, so I thought they may as well take him and make use of him. O'Neill Blair is another player who he wasn't playing for us. In fact, he spent last season out on loan at VA United. He's just left. He's moved over to Portmore United on a free transfer. And Damien Dunn has moved over to Harbour View on a free transfer. Shogo Uno has also left Jamaica and moved back to his native Japan, signing for Versport for about £700? £275. There you go. Probably the plane ticket cost more than that. 3 players have joined the club, and I don't really know why I've done it, okay? Narado Aiken, first up. He's signed from V United and moved over to Yorktown. There must have been a reason for this. This one's confusing me, okay? He's got 2-star potential ability, 1-star current ability. Why did I do this? Kevon Johns is a player that I know why I did this one. I've signed him from 12th Street, and this is for potential. Hopefully, we've got a future Jamaican international here in Johns. He's come in for £25,000. I think I've got sell-ons in there. I will double check, but I think I've got sell-ons in there. And we also have a returning player. Luther de Oliveira has returned back to Jamaica, back to Montego Bay for £115,000. But obviously, we get 50% of that. So it's actually only cost us, what is that, £62,500, something like that. So yeah, it's pretty good, right? That's pretty good. He's probably not going to play for us, is he? But, you know, we've brought him back. He's back in the country. 2-star current ability, 2.5-star potential ability. Probably wasted my money there. Okay, so I did put clauses in there, but I thought I put better clauses than this. They get 15% of the profit. I feel like if he ever leaves, I'm not selling him for much more than £26,000. I'm terrible at building a nation, aren't I? Obviously, the season has kicked off. We've played twice in the Caribbean Cup, winning against Pantoja and against Defence Force, scoring 10 goals, conceding absolutely none. And having a look at our tactics, we have locked in some players once again. I think it's the same players from last season, so Haliti will keep his place, not in the Jamaican Premier League squad, but will be playing in the Caribbean Cup. We've also got Joseph Coffey playing in that defensive midfield role, once again, not playing in the Jamaican Premier League, but he did manage to get 14 matches, 17 in all competitions in the previous season, which he's getting some game time. He's not really getting better. We've got Emmanuel Aziz, he is registered for the Jamaican Premier League, but he'll play as a striker if I don't do this, so he's on the right wing. We've got Martinez, who isn't registered for the Jamaican Premier League, playing as that attacking midfielder, and he's actually getting pretty good. He's wanted as well by Charlotte FC. Maybe Martinez might be on his way out at some point, and Tamakari Abuwu has also kept his place in the starting 11 as that striker. Obviously, once again, he is registered for the squad. If we do this, I think we can actually see who is and isn't registered for the Jamaican Premier League. No, we can't. There's a way to do it. It must be, I mean, this is probably the way, isn't it? So Haliti isn't registered, Martinez isn't, Coffey isn't registered, and I think that is it. Yeah, so we're actually not in a terrible place. Svek wasn't registered last season and is now registered this season, and he should be becoming Jamaican probably by the start of the next season. Right, that's all of that out of the way then. Transfer business has been dealt with. Do want to do a very quick check here, and has that gone up at all? 10.78, it's on the rise. It's on the rise. I feel like he's got a new contract. He has a new contract because he only had 2 years left. He's now got 2 years, 10 months. He's abysmal because he's not in the Champions League squad. Why aren't you in the Champions League squad, mate? Oh, I feel like he's never going to play. He's never going to improve and he's never going to leave. It's now Boxing Day in 2044. And the transfer window has opened, and obviously some matches have been played. We have won the Caribbean Cup, beating Mount Pleasant 6-1 in the final. We are also top of the Jamaican Premier League with 12 wins, a 10-1 victory there, and an 11-0 victory against Treasure Beach. So, yeah, obviously top of the table, 69 goal difference as well. The other thing to mention is we have opened our brand new stadium. Stuart Pearce Park has been opened, and it has been opened emphatically. A 4th minute Fidel Lion opener against Portmore United in a 7-1 victory in the end. It looks like we haven't filled in the corners, so there's expansion capacity here, which is quite nice to see. Lecky finds Talbot in the middle. I don't really know. I'm not going to show you all the goals, but basically we beat Portmore United 7-1 in the opening match at Stuart Pearce Stadium. It finally got opened. And as you can see there, in front of 28,470 people, we are selling out, or near enough selling out. We are 1,000 short of our full capacity there. So 29,500 capacity. We are selling out at 28,500. So only 1,000 seats left to go. Obviously, it is a transfer window. No business has taken place as of yet. Obviously, you can see on the right-hand side our financial situation. We are negative £1 million in the bank, but we do have £1.2 million to spend on transfers. If we feel like we want to be doing that, we're going to spend a bit of money. We always do. Probably not 1.2 million though. We actually spent nearly £1 million, and this player cost us absolutely nothing. Jamil Oldham has been signed from Portland over in the MLS. He's a decent backup goalkeeper. 8 caps for Jamaica as well. I just like the fact that we've got ourselves a very good Jamaican backup goalkeeper. It's what we like to see. We've also spent £135,000 on Uruguayan under-20 international Gaston Perez, who is a defence midfielder formerly of Boston United and Nacional. He looks good, doesn't he? And for £625,000, we have signed Gerson Fabiani, a Venezuelan under-23 international by the looks of it, who looks rubbish. But we are paying for potential with Fabiani. He's immediately gone out on loan as well to Portmore United, because I knew he wasn't going to play for us, but he's already come off the bench once in the Jamaican Premier League for Portmore United. So I've got high hopes for Fabiani. I have just seen his personality as low self-belief. I need to start paying more attention to the personality, because I never do, and then wonder why some players just don't get good. Might need to start using mentoring. It's not been all transfers joining the club, though. A few players have left, Emmanuel Aziz being the biggest name of them, moving over to Al Raid over in Saudi Arabia. Of course, it's Saudi Arabia for £85,000, possibly going up to 175, and there is a 50% sell-on in there. So yes, we have lost money on this player, but if we sell that 50% clause, we might get £6 million. So have we lost money? Dwayne Webster has also left the club, moving over to Portmore United. Came through our youth intake in the 2036 season. He's moved over for £2,600. Actually had a season a few years ago where he played a lot, scoring 13 goals, but basically has been pushed out by effectively non-Jamaican footballers who've come in and come over here and taken his job. Gary Sherlock as well, our young goalkeeper, has gone out on loan once again to Harbourview. He spent a bit of last season there, I think. Played 28, conceded 28, played 14. He's gone back there for the second half of this season. But that is it. That is all of the business that we have done. It's not really a huge amount. I'm probably most happy about Oldham. I think the Fabiani deal, probably a little bit on the steep side, let's be honest. And as we always do, let's take a look then at some of the clauses, if we can do it. So 50% there is on Aziz. We've also got Cardozo, 480k, not really worth it. Sholagov, I'm going to just sell this at some point. Carson Ebanks for 2 million. Gioni for 1.73. We've got Lewis for 340 and Benge for 1.15. Tamayo for £5,750. And Lemoyne is at 9.05 million. I think the highest we had was like 11.1 or something like that, wasn't it? He's getting game time. He's playing 11 matches. He's played 22 games now. He's played the same amount of games for Porto as he did for us in one season. I'm still hopeful. I'm still hopeful that Lemoyne is going to get a big move to a big club. And it's going to be massive as well. I'm thinking £80 million. Obviously, it's not just transfer windows. We have played a few more matches in the Jamaican Premier League and dropped some points against second place Mount Pleasant, but we have also won 15 matches. Lime Hall now a 10-0 victory and a 10-1 against Barbican. We are clearly top of the table and we're probably going to win it again. We are in the North American Champions League in the second round, up against Tigres. In the first round, who is it going to be from Jamaica? Is it going to be from Jamaica? It might not be. Sabao FC are there against Pumas. And it's Mount Pleasant FC against Montreal. So hopefully they can get past Montreal. I feel like they should be able to do that. And if they do get past Montreal, it is going to be Real Salt Lake or Toluca, which I think Mount Pleasant could get past them as well. I don't think they're going to be getting to a quarterfinal anytime soon. But you never know. One day, much like the 2035, like Arnott Gardens got themselves all the way to the final, maybe they can do it again. Right then, next up, let's jump to around April time. We'll take a look at our youth intake, and I'll actually take a look at it this time because I forgot last season, and we'll also hopefully finish top of the table. We'll be in the North American Champions League semi-finals as well. Table toppers once again, 26 played, 25 wins, 1 draw. We know the draw was up against Mount Pleasant. We have won 25 matches, a positive 120 goal difference. We let in 18 goals in all competitions. We let in 18 goals in 26 matches. 18, that's it. We let in 12 last season and the season before that. I haven't seen how good defensively we've been, but it's very good, isn't it? That's probably our worst season. 24 goals conceded. In somewhat of a shocking turn of events, we have been knocked out of the JFF Cup against Mount Pleasant FC on penalties. A 3-3 draw, but eventually losing on penalties means Portmore United and Mount Pleasant FC will be battling out for the Jamaican Football Federation Cup, I believe is what it is. So, the first time somebody other than us will win it since the 2039-2040 season, and the first time that we haven't been in a final since 2036-37. And possibly the most exciting thing to happen this season is we could have an all-Jamaican North American Champions League final. We are up against LAFC in the semi-final. Mount Pleasant are up against Houston. How have they managed to get all that way? So Mount Pleasant beat Montreal 6-2 on aggregate. In the second round, we beat Tigres, 10-4 on aggregate. Where are they, Mount Pleasant? It was a 5-2 victory against Toluca. In the quarter-final, we beat America, of course, as naturally we would do that, wouldn't we? 6-2. Mount Pleasant beat FC Dallas 4-3. I have just seen as well, the second top goal scorer plays for Mount Pleasant, and he's not even very good. If this is the standard of footballer who's getting to the North American Champions League semi-finals with Mount Pleasant, we should win this every year without even a question. Seen as well, he's got the second highest average rating, 4 assists as well. Rex Robertson has been player of the match twice. He's not terrible, is he? He's wanted. Who wants him? Dallas and Sporting Kansas City. So, I mean, I'm happy. I'm just happy that we could have an all-Jamaican final in the North American Champions League. Let's take a look then at the youth intake that has just come through. It's not very good, okay? I will tell you that now. We've got Dayton Henry, probably the best player that we've managed to get out of there. Mentally, not amazing. Physically, not amazing. Technically, not amazing. I don't think this is a particularly good intake, okay? We've got no green talents, no elite talents. We've got one top talent. Everyone else is a good talent. I'm not even really going to go through them. I mean, if we have a look at Shani Forrester, he looks good, but much like a player we had last season, he's got high current ability, but low potential. We've also got Jason Williams, similar situation. Actually looks really good. I'd probably retrain him to be a defence midfielder, but only 3-star potential, so he's probably hitting his peak fairly soon. So then, without further ado, let's jump to the end of the season, and I really hope that we have an all-Jamaican North American Champions League final. In the Jamaican Premier League final, we play Mount Pleasant, the team that could make it all the way through to the North American Champions League final. We managed to put the opening goal past them, Frimpong with a long-range effort after 20 minutes. 10 or so minutes later, we double our lead. Talbot finds D-pass on the ground. Nikwan Coates is there. Aburu's in the middle. Does he find him? Of course he does, making it 2-0. And we're not done there for the first half. Eleni on that right-hand side in the middle finds Coates. In the middle again is Aburu. Is he going to go for a long-range effort? He goes for one just outside the penalty area. Puts it in the top corner, making it 3-0. But we are not finished as we head on into the second half. The 77th minute, we make it 4-0. Alphonse Lecky on that right-hand side. 3 players to pick from in the box. Coates is one of them. And Coates puts the ball away for a 4-0 victory. Will this be a repeat of the North American Champions League final, or will it be Mount Pleasant knocked out in the semi-final, or will we get knocked out in the semi-final? Unfortunately for Mount Pleasant FC, they were knocked out by Houston in the semi-final. However, we were not knocked out and made it all the way through to the final, and we opened the scoring after 5 minutes. Martinez with the goal. On the 20th minute, we double our lead. Lecky on the left-hand side can play it on either flank. Finds Aburu in the middle. Blasts it into the bottom corner, making it 2-0. A couple of minutes later, though, Houston managed to pull one back. Flores collects the ball from a poor clearance. It's McCrecky back to Flores in the middle to Poprikov, could be his name, or Popkov, might just be Popkov, making it 2-1. And then we decided we have had enough of this nonsense, and we just started scoring for fun. Eleni, with the ball edge of the area, takes a deflection, falls to Talbot, making it 3-1. Very early on into the second half, in fact, about a minute into the second half, we make it 4-1. Martinez's touch is a little bit heavy, but still manages to get there first. Then on the 78th minute, we make it 5-1. Eleni back to welcome Svek, finds Eleni in the penalty area, takes a few touches, puts it in the opposite corner. And we were still not finished. We completed the 6-1 victory in the 85th minute. Eleni can cross that ball in, first time cross. It's Aburu in the middle, puts it past Anderson. A 6-1 victory in the North American Champions League final. We are champions once again. However, I am kind of annoyed that it wasn't us versus Mount Pleasant. Not saying that I would do this, but if it was us versus Mount Pleasant in the final, do you think we could be kind of able to throw that match? Like, match fixing, it's not a thing in Football Manager, you can't really do match fixing. But then Mount Pleasant would have a North American Champions League to their name. I have just seen we managed to beat LAFC 8-1 on aggregate. Mount Pleasant only lost 1-0. Only 1-0. It was so close to being an all-Jamaican final. So we did only win 3 competitions, the Caribbean Cup, Jamaican Premier League and North American Champions League. We didn't win the JFF Cup, but we do technically have a chance to win our 4th trophy, which will be at the start of Season 21, which will be the Club World Cup. We'll take a very quick look then at players who have done well for us this season. Kimoni Talbot, 16 goals, 18 assists. He's getting good. He's wanted by San Jose. We've got Eleni, 13 assists, 17 goals. He's loan listed because I wanted to try and get him some game time at another club in Jamaica. Nobody really wanted him. Arturo Martinez, considering he's only playing North American Champions League games, has scored a lot of goals for us. What was it? 18 goals, 5 assists. Nikwan Coates, 23 goals, 14 assists, playing as the attacking midfielder. He's been good. Nikwan Coates is he's come through a youth intake a few seasons ago. He's just worked his way into the starting squad, and he's just kind of kept his place there. And then Aburu as our top goal scorer. What did he get? 42 goals, 12 assists. He's been here for a season and a half now, hasn't he? A couple of seasons. He's done very well, but he is wanted, and he's wanted by teams in Saudi Arabia and Qatar. If those were teams in Europe,
I'd want to do it. I'd really want to do that. I'd just be, okay, yep, let's sell him. Because it's Saudi Arabia and Qatar. There's no real point to do it, is there? Right, last thing to check then. Players becoming Jamaican. 112 days left for Svek. He's going to be Jamaican at the start of the actual season. Haliti, he's got 782. Frimpong, I think he's got a while as well. Yep. Coffee might be close. Coffee has got 46 days. Joseph Coffee might actually become Jamaican. Benoit is already Jamaican. Aburu is a long way away. Martinez, I feel like he's not far away. 816, so a couple of years, or a year and 2.5 years. Mohamed Cisse, 95 days. Cisse's got 95 days and no caps for Senegal. He might become a Jamaican goalkeeper. That genuinely might happen. We've also got Gaston Perez, who just joined earlier this season. So yeah, he's miles away from actually becoming Jamaican. I want to have a quick look as well at the reserves. Anyone here worth taking a look at? I mean, Fabiani, how did you get on, by the way? You didn't really play much for Portmore United. Your numbers might be going up. I don't know. Pedro Portillo, 805 days for Portillo before he becomes Jamaican. Haraldson, I feel like you're probably not far off either. 620, so 2 years left on you. Baptiste, probably got ages from Baptiste, haven't we? 620, so another 2 years. And then Shane George as well, another 620 days. So we've got some play. I mean, this still amuses me. I keep forgetting that Kevin Whitman is one of our players who's in the Jamaican national team, who was not Jamaican at the start of this save. It's just fun. It's just funny. We've also got, so Whitman's in there. Delissa's in there. Delissa's actually really good, by the way. We've got Jamil Oldham. We've got Talbot is in there. We've got Coates is in there. We've got Maxwell. Maxwell's in there. He's been going out on loan every season, and somehow he's in the Jamaican national side. And so is Alfonso Leckie. He's in the Jamaican national side, and he's wanted by Al Tawoon in Saudi Arabia. Of course, it's Saudi Arabia. Just seen as well Staples there. How's he doing at Burnley? His value is increasing. This is good. This is what I wanted to see. Speaking of values increasing, Lemoyne, he's not wanted. He's worth 40 to 60 million pounds. He's got a new contract. He's got a 5-year contract. Or next couple of years. Next couple of years, I feel like Lemoyne's making a move.